everyone, how are you all doing today? Hello, Rocket. That is a very interesting fact. I do remember it's like with water, it's just that little bit of chemical to work. But yes, hopefully you are doing okay. Me. I kind of stayed up late last night, so I'm just kind of like, But it should be okay. I don't need too much brain power to read. Okay, let me go ahead and get this open. Also, I don't know if it went out for everybody, but it looks like Twitter did an update that is kinda... I don't know how well it's gonna work. Like, it's kind of similar to how TikTok works, where you have the For You page and the following page, and usually if you're following someone, you're not gonna see them too often, so that's a little worrisome. But, you know. I'm doing good. I haven't even an idea I want to go through with. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I opened it up and it's just like, instead of having the issue where you either have heckin' most recent tweets or like most quote-unquote relevant tweets or whatever it was, now you get a For You page. And then the following page is not selected by default. So that's fun. Like, it's neat for discovering new people, but also it's gonna be annoying. Okay, let's see. But anyway, enough about Musk ruining Twitter again. Yeah, it really is odd. It just doesn't, like, I don't know. Like, it's an interesting thought, but the fact that, like, the For You stuff is, like, selected by default on Twitter, it's just like, not a lot of people are gonna notice that. That's not gonna be good. But anyway, let us... Let me see. Get that all squared away. Let's go over here. And then let us continue with Umineko. Let me see, the last thing that happened, old Beatrice told Battler how to fight against new Beatrice. I don't remember what her chosen name was after being defeated. Because I think she's only, like, it's only been said once or twice. But also, Lisa, how are you doing today? TikTok gets away with it because the discovery algorithm was designed to accommodate it, but Twitter's algorithm has never worked like that. They need to redesign the algorithm. Absolutely. Like, as far as I can tell, a lot of it is just, like, it's specifically the page of, hey, this person that you follow liked this post. And there's, like, a little bit of the people that you follow sprinkled in, but, like, a majority of it is someone you follow liked this. It's weird enough that I can see things from people I follow list. I'm okay with Sleepy Vibey. I'm okay, Sleepy Vibey. Yeah. I think today is definitely a sleepy day. I almost slept in. But that's okay. Forget what the adults expected. At least for us kids. These were supposed to be a fun couple of days where the cousins deepened their friendship. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cruel reality waiting for us. George, Aniki, and Jessica were crying over Shannon Chen and Kanan-kun's deaths. Right now, everyone who was alive had gathered in the lobby of the first floor of the guest house. I feel like we've never seen this background before. And there were 12 people there. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 until yesterday, and in one night, a third of that number had lost their lives. Today is not a sleepy day, it's Friday the 13th. Wait! Oh my gosh, it is Friday the 13th! Oh no! I didn't even realize! I was just like, yeah, it's Friday! Oh no. I eventually sobered up from my agitation, and along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning, I was beginning to feel a faint sense of unreality. I want to think this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism keeps telling me that over and over. Maria had gone back to sleep on the sofa Rosa was sitting in. Rather than having her nerves of steel, she probably generally hadn't had enough sleep. Now you have the gun. The adults were holding items from what was apparently grandfather's collection, short-barreled Winchester rifles, apparently relics from a time we'd been obsessed with westerns. There were 4 guns altogether. Those had been split up amongst the 4 siblings, Uncle Klaus, Aunt Ava, my dad, and Aunt Rosa. I thought there was only 1 gun. There's been 4 this whole time? Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading them. I mean, I guess it makes sense, because usually the adults were a majority, the ones to go first, so by the time they even thought to get the gun, there was only 1 left. It's a little scary. Even now, touching one of these, I get the feeling Dad'll yell, "Don't touch that," and hit me. Well, isn't that great? No matter how much you touch them, you won't be hit again. Can't believe it. To think that father would meet this kind of end. Well, I never did expect Kinzo-san to die normally in his bed. But even so, it's too horrible. Hey, I wonder if that really was father. I think it might be a different person's corpse used as a substitute to trick us. No, it was father, without a doubt. You saw his toes, right? Oh, right, because he has 6 toes. Generally speaking, there aren't many humans with 6 toes on both feet. But that doesn't mean that such people don't exist. I've heard that polydactyl isn't that rare a disease. He was a man who liked large-scale tricks, right? He might have obtained a corpse from somewhere that had the same number of toes on both feet. It's funny Elon Tusk said he'd back down from Twitter if he finds someone else to be a CEO, but he's a now known scam artist, so I don't think he's actually... Probably not. Because, like, he put out those polls of, like, should I step down as Twitter? And it was just an overwhelming sense of, like, yes, you should leave. And it's just like, okay, if someone stands up to do that, we'll switch hands. And I remember there was a post of, like, Snoop Dogg doing a poll of, like, should I run Twitter? And it was, like, an overwhelming yes, I think. So it's like, hey, Elon, you said. Ridiculous. Why would he do something like that? I'd agree if it was a normal person, but this is father we're talking about. Can't be sure Kie-san's talking nonsense. After all, burning a corpse makes it hard to identify. Still, there should be a few ways to examine him from his teeth and bone structure. If the police investigated, of course they'd be able to know whose body it was right away. The problem is that we need a telephone engineer more than the police right now. Boats probably won't come in this typhoon, so will they arrive tomorrow? Most likely. The boat will come again at 9 tomorrow. Then I believe we'll be able to contact the police. It's the same for us, and the culprit. Until the typhoon passes, this island will be closed off. It's funny, Elon's public image would be intact if he didn't take over Twitter, right? Because, like, before, it's like, you know, you had the big old fanboys and then the people that were just like, I don't like his vibes. And now it's just a lot of people are like, yeah, he's not the best. It's like, I know before this whole thing, like, my elf was like, yeah, at one point I am interested in getting a Tesla, and now it's just like, no, I'll get a different kind of electric smart car. I think it was, like, slightly before Elon took over Twitter, but, like, It's just a struggle, because it's like, I don't know, like, where everyone's gonna go afterwards. Because a lot of people were talking about Tumblr, but it's just like, I don't know. Because I talked about that the other day. Of just like, I made the account, but like, I don't know about posting there yet. But like, I don't know where everybody else is moving yet. Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist, but let's explain the situation anyway. I want to stay away from Twitter funny, man, yeah. First, early that morning, in various places throughout the mansion, a total of 6 corpses, including grandfather and all the servants, had been found one after another. First, grandfather had been in the boiler room, completely burnt. The servants had died, each shut up in the rooms throughout the mansion that had magic circles drawn on them. The causes of death of the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanjo's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed by something like a spear, or possibly shot with a gun. That was why the adults had started arming themselves with Winchesters. And what made the situation even more chaotic was the fact that the telephones had become unstable. It was unknown if lightning had caused them to break down or if the culprit had broken them. At any rate, since contact with the outside had been cut off, we couldn't reach the police. So until the typhoon passes and a boat comes tomorrow morning, we'll have to protect ourselves. After all, Rokkenjima is now isolated by the typhoon, and just as we're stuck on the island, so is the culprit. It seemed that the adults had stayed up all night, holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall the whole time, and yet the crime had occurred in the mansion. So, right when the adults had been in an uproar over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. They say Aunt Natsuhi's been strict about locking the doors and windows at the night, and yet some suspicious person had entered and left the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they had pulled out the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Which brings us to the present. George Aniki had begged to see Shannon Chan's corpse, but the adults had refused, saying that he mustn't do so until the police arrived. That wasn't just because they wanted to seal all the rooms to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people was wandering about the mansion. To the Yoshinomiya family right now, the mansion that should have been their home was now a danger zone that an unknown murderer could enter and leave at will. After all, it's a huge mansion. There are plenty of blind spots and dark places, and it's too vast to guarantee absolute safety with this number of people. Screw e-cars, they explode when they get wet, but hydrogen cars are easier and cheaper to make, and the fuel is easy to make too, but I think they aren't being forced because it's hard to generate your own power when it is to generate hydrogen, yeah. Heck, I'm writing up plans to convert my lawnmower to hydrogen powered, right? Just have it be like, from like Phil of the Future and use milk. Although, that would probably raise milk prices, wouldn't it? Relatively speaking, the guest house was much smaller. It had 2 above-ground stories, something like 10 or so rooms. Apparently, it had been originally constructed to serve as a small hotel as part of a plan to turn this island into a resort. So it was easier to know what was going on everywhere inside it, and it'd be easier to keep safe. It made for a good place to hole up in. Also, it was extremely likely that this mass murder of 6 people was a game. After all, the culprit had proclaimed so in a letter. I heard that a Western-style envelope with the family crest, just like the one Maria claimed to have received from Beatrice yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. This was what the letter said. Bioreactors already exist. I know of dairy farms that are powered by cow poop. Well, I'm saying just like powered by actual milk, because that was a thing in Phil of the Future. I remember watching so much of Phil of the Future, but I only remember like 2 episodes. And it was like the milk-powered thing, and the one where the one actor from That's So Raven was like from the future, and it's like, oh, you're gonna hang around with these mouth breathers? And Phil was like, hey, I'm a mouth breather. Well, like, not literally, but I'm part of these people. That's the only thing I remember from that series. So that there will be no misunderstandings, the game I seek is for everyone to try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. Not for you to try and catch me. If you don't solve the riddle, the pitiful sacrifices will further increase in number. It will be wiser to spend your time solving the epitaph instead of searching for me. If no one can solve the riddle, no one will survive. If a person appears who can miraculously solve it, I will give them all the gold of the Golden Land, the Uchinomiya family headship, and all of my power. I was the one who succeeded the Uchinomiya family headship after Kinzo-sama. I look forward to seeing who will succeed to that headship after me. The Golden Witch Beatrice. This riddle of the epitaph was that thing. That strange epitaph written by the portrait of the witch on display in the hall of the mansion. Grandfather was the one who had it written, and the person who solved it would, supposedly, be given the inheritance or the hidden gold or something like that. Ever since it was first put on display there several years ago, the relatives have secretly tried to solve that riddle despite saying on the surface that the whole idea was silly. However, up until today, no one had solved it. We were once again being urged to solve that unintelligible riddle, and this time we were faced with the threat that we'd all be killed if we didn't solve it. If that wasn't a game, what else could it be? The bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit did come up once. However, there was a good chance that they were armed, and there might be not just one of them. And while they might have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. The opinion that won out in the end was that we should avoid needlessly antagonizing the culprit and hole up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive. At one point, I'll figure out how to say words right. Let me take a sip. After the adults carefully checked that the doors and windows to the guest house were locked, they set up camp in the lobby. As they loaded their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expressions showed that they were already fatigued from the long day, which had still barely begun. Right, isn't it like still 6 in the morning? There was nothing for me to do. Now all I could do was to be taught how to use a gun, to prepare for the off chance of something happening that led to an excess of guns. That's fine. Just obediently stay there, me and the rest of you. Eh? 6 people in the beginning again. And this time it's grandfather and all the servants put together. Most likely. That child has carefully studied your moves from the last game, and has made an optimal move by taking the pieces you were most likely to suspect from the start. That makes sense. That was true both last time and the time before that. The servants, who know everything about the mansion and who walk around with keys, always fall into the most suspicious category of people. A good example in the last game would be Jessica's closed room. If I'd only accepted that a servant was the culprit, that wouldn't have even been a closed room. And so, that child went straight for them, probably to block off a method of escape you'd be likely to accept sooner or later. Vito already proclaimed in red that there are no more than 18 people on this island. In other words, it's time to give up on that. Now I've got to suspect one of the 18. That child will probably come at you by stealing the pieces of all the 18, while also making an appearance as a 19th person who shouldn't exist. For that you would be forced to accept that your opponent is a witch. After all, now that the intimidation approach has failed, trying to force you to surrender by showing you magic, the only remaining option is a frontal attack. If they had American and one of them likely have a Smith or a West revolver. Nah, I think they were all Winchesters. I guess Kinzo was like specifically into that one. He's just like, ooh, this one? Nice. Perfect. Bluffing won't work anymore. Be careful. Deception is what witches are best at. No matter what your opponent says or shows you, it will not be able to threaten the truth that you believe in. Don't forget that. Sure. As if I'd fall for the same moves over and over. Come on out, Beatrice. Let's get started! I am already seated at the table of the contest, and my turn is already complete. To think we would end up having Madame as our foe. This will not be easy, milady. Our moves will be read thoroughly. I care not. By now, teacher's moves are all old-fashioned classics. There is nothing to fear. So, just what moves can you make beyond the classics I taught you? I look forward to seeing Beatrice. You okay with this, battler? Can someone who denies witches really accept a witch as a strategist? Your stupid provocation is pointless. This is my advisor. No, my second. That doesn't change one bit. That this is a fist fight between you and me. I understand. One as wobbly as yourself probably needs training wheels on his bicycle. Do as you like. Come, let us begin. It's your turn. Ooh. I like this track. This track's nice. Let's begin with the reconstruction of the crime scene. Virgilia, please, quickly, please. Okay, Virgilia, that's right. The first corpse discovered was Shannon's. She was found in the parlor on the first floor of the mansion. The door and the windows were locked, and a closed room was established. Beato, I need some details. Let's reconfirm the definition of a closed room. Indeed. The term closed room refers to a room where the inside and the outside are completely cut off from each other. Naturally, pardon me, it would be impossible to even affect things across that boundary line, much less enter or escape across it. This includes an all-inclusive denial of the existence of hidden doors, as well as all possibility of intervention from the outside. Henceforth, this shall be referred to as Beatrice's closed room definition. I forget what the name of the gun is, but there's a revolver that fires out the bottom cylinder, but it was what Vash's gun was modeled after in Trigun and Tramcon. Oh, interesting. I still need to... I've been meaning to give Trigun a second chance, because I've only read like the first volume of the manga, because I believe we had that in the school library. Yo, I really like this track. I'm just gonna vibe for a second. But yeah, I remember like reading it in my school library and being like, why do the women look like Naruto? But I need to give it like a proper chance, or at least watch like the anime. I heard interesting things about the new reboot series that's happening, but I don't know. Let's focus in a bit. How do you define all possibility of intervention from the outside? I refer to all types of direct intervention from the outside, such as using a fishing line or a long, thin rod. In conclusion, there are no gaps in the doors and windows through which such tricks will work. I wonder about that. Even if there wasn't a gap, you should be able to interfere with radio waves, like with a remote control, right? Very well. I'll add this to the definition that interference due to radio waves and related methods of remote control shall be impossible. There's also an extension telephone in the parlor. A device connected to that wouldn't count as remote control, right? The phones are already unusable, are they not? Whatever. I'll include that too. All direct and indirect methods of interfering with the inside of the closed room from the outside of the room are impossible. What about a voice or a knock? Those should be able to interfere with the outside without someone entering the room, right? Even though it's a closed room, it probably isn't impossible for someone to knock or call out. The closed room definition does not cover whether transmission of intent across the boundary is possible or not. In other words, you can't make it so your definition includes the blockage of all methods of communication with the outside? That is indeed the case. Understood. So, Shannon Chan's parlor satisfies Beatrice's closed room definition, right? Correct. Closed room definition. Understood. Continue, Virgilia. My only complaint with the new show is my childhood crush Mary was replaced by some old man. No! Yes. Shannon's corpse was in possession of one master key. The relatives who discovered her collected this. Beato, repeat it. How many master keys this time? The same as last time. There are 5, one for each servant. Which means that still isn't a closed room. There are still 4 master keys left. This just means that after Shannon Chen was murdered, one of the other 4 keys locked it. Correct. And it wasn't only a master key that was found. Yes. Alongside the corpse, there was a Western envelope with the family crest. Instead of a letter, the key to a guest room on the 2nd floor was inside it. The key to a 2nd floor guest room. The only key other than the master key that can open the door to that 2nd floor guest room. Is that definition correct? Indeed, there is no problem, and unlike the master keys, only one of those exists. In other words, apart from the 5 master keys, there will only be one key that can unlock certain rooms. In other words, this is a message telling them to go to the 2nd floor guest room next. So the adults move to the 2nd floor guest room, right? Yes. The door to the 2nd floor guest room was locked, and the magic circle was drawn on it. The relatives unlocked it with the key that they had found near Shannon's corpse. Inside, Kumasawa's corpse was discovered. It was a closed room, one that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. I'm trying to think of how that works, cause you were Kumasawa. So, because you transformed into this form, Did you just default back to Kumasawa after death? Or... Kinda curious. Man, I love this track. I love this track so much. In this case, using CGI worked good because quickly movements can be used and punches thrown actually feel like they have impact noise. Yeah, I think in the clips I saw, the animation was pretty well done. Kumasawa was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this. And, like in Shannon's case, there was a Western envelope discovered alongside her. Inside was the key to the third-floor waiting room. The relatives moved to the third-floor waiting room. So there was a magic circle on the door to the third-floor waiting room, and the door was locked? Yes, we don't have to go over this every time. Inside the room, Goda's corpse was discovered, and the room was a closed room. That one that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. Goda was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this. And, like up until now, a Western envelope with the family seal was discovered, inside of which was the key to the second-floor VIP room. The relatives moved to the second-floor VIP room. What's going on here? What are you planning? There's no need to glare, is there? It may be a locked room, but there are still multiple master keys that can open it, correct? And besides the master keys, I've even given you keys specific to each room. I don't like where this is going, but I'm starting to see how it'll turn out. So it continues like this for all 6 people? The musicians didn't get paid enough. Did they not? I would assume. Man, is this... I don't know if this track is on Spotify. I'm gonna have to probably look it up on YouTube, but like, where's Mal? Mal can tell me exactly what this track is. Yes, that is correct. Inside the second-floor VIP room, Genji's corpse was discovered. One master key was collected. The key to the underground boiler room was discovered. They moved to the underground boiler room. Inside the underground boiler room, Kinzo's corpse was discovered. The key to the chapel was discovered. They moved to the chapel. Inside the chapel, Cannon's corpse was discovered. One master key was collected. The key to the first-floor parlor was discovered. With this, our reconstruction of how all 6 corpses were discovered is complete. An addendum. Along with the key to the chapel, a letter was enclosed in the Western envelope found near Kinzo's corpse. The contents of the letter were as you saw. It further urged the relatives to solve the riddle of the epitaph. In that case, what's going on? If the last place where Cannon-kun was had the key to the very first room, the parlor where Shannon-chan was, that makes 6 closed rooms all tied together, right? That is correct. The 6 closed rooms are all connected. The keys to unlock each one are all shut up inside the next room. In other words, the 6 closed rooms form one massive closed room, and all of the master keys are as well as an individual room keys are shut up inside it. Furthermore, all the doors and windows on the 6 rooms are normal. No device exists which can lock them without a key, such as auto-lock. What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it? Once again, milady, that is not dignified. When Nanave rebuked her, Byato stuck her tongue out at him without showing any sign of shame. I was like, no, I'm sure they did, but they needed to get paid more for making it such a banger, right? I have a new unevil idea. I want to write a one-shot closed room mystery comic. Yee! I think that'd be fun. Sorry. Playing with Battler just put me in such a good mood. So, Battler, what do you think of my move? If you can't think of anything in particular, I wouldn't mind showing you how I made the goats carry the corpses and seal all the rooms with magic, okay? Do what you want. I'll listen respectively to this magic theory that you claim is true. However, I can claim my human theory, even though it's completely different from yours, without any interference from your claim. In other words, there's no need for me to pay attention to your bull. Go ahead and show me how you lock the door with your multicolored magic simply by waving your magic staff, just like those guys with their toad oil and all-purpose kitchen knives. Virgilia, Let's reconstruct the crime scene. Search for a weakness. Were they all dead? Definitely dead? If one of them is just playing dead, this isn't a closed room at all. Nanjo confirmed that all of them were dead. However, due to the devil's proof, it is impossible to deny the possibility of a wrong diagnosis. In other words, that child cannot make the likelihood that Nanjo overlooked them being alive equal to 0. Here it is, that devil proof. But there exists a sword that can carve that up. Well, what's up with them? It looks like they're having a good time leaving me out of the discussion. I'm his opponent, am I not? Doesn't he have any time to spare for me? Fundamentally speaking, communication with one's opponent is not necessary to the act of competing in chess. Every time you've communicated with him outside of making your moves, you've used that opportunity to confuse him. Perhaps this is the result of him not wanting to be led astray. For some reason, I don't like it. You are challenging him to a chess match, are you not? That's true, but... Beatrice puffed up her cheeks, as though to say, I don't know why, but I don't like it. She's being all jelly. She's like, why is Butler's son not talking to me? I'm his opponent. He should only be talking to me. Because the police have not yet arrived at the crime scene, the human side's ability to inspect the scene is limited. For a strict confirmation of death, I recommend that you have that child repeat it in red. Okay, that's where I'll strike. Repeat it! The 6 victims are all dead. Milady, he has told you to repeat something in red, has he not? Hey, enough lazing around. Do you refuse to repeat it? This is where our battle starts. What? Sorry. That's fine, I'll answer. Why did she owl? Those 6 are all dead. Kinzo, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, and Kumasawa. Why are you so out of it? Okay, so I've already got one out of you. Start by denying that classic trick where the victims are playing dead. I won't go easy on you anymore. Come at me how you like. I'll slice them slantwise, one after another. Then repeat this. No one is hiding in any of the 6 rooms. Let's see you deny the existence of people we aren't aware of. I'll answer. There is no one hiding in the 6 rooms. Okay, now I'm sure that it's only the 6 of them in the can, and they aren't pretending to be dead. What will you do? What will you do? As if a human can manage anything by now. Obediently kneel to the fact that I can control locks at my will with my wonderful magic, okay? Quit babbling. Repeat this too. The 6 deaths were instant deaths. Instant deaths? Oh, what do you mean by that? Slantwise, what does that mean? I'm not sure. Like, does she mean like diagonally? I'm not 100% sure. Or it's either like diagonally or like horizontally. But I'm not sure. What would slantwise be? It means there's a possibility that a single victim on the verge of death managed to escape into the room, and after locking it from the inside can create a closed room, they passed away. A classic closed room murder trick. One requiring that the victim receive a fatal wound and then die later. Hello, Kate, how are you doing? How are you doing? How do you like my new model? I don't remember if I showed you or not. I know I showed Mal, but I don't remember if I showed you or not. Let's see. One requiring that the... Okay, I did read that. It is possible for a closed room to be constructed unexpectedly if the victim holes up inside the room to escape the murder, and then dies after locking the door. In order to deny that possibility, you will need to proclaim that the 6 died instantly with a red truth. Very well, very well. I'll slay you with my red treasured sword. The 6 died instantly. By died instantly, I mean the targets instantly became incapable of action after being attacked. Well, it might still have taken them several seconds or minutes to die in a complete sense of the word, but regardless, it was completely impossible for them to take any action of their own will. In that sense, I can confirm that they suffered instant deaths. Sleepy but good, and yes I have while you were making it as snippets and... Wee! Wee! I'll do some ghost coop. But yeah, it's like really early over there, isn't it? Huh? Up until this point, I've been just checking for the classic tricks. Now when our showdowns... Ugh. Now when our showdowns over the closed room really start, okay? I think I still read that wrong, but whatever. If the culprit isn't on the inside, they're on the outside. So they somehow killed from the outside of the rooms. Have you lost your mind? After all, a closed room equals murder is impossible from the outside, right? That's why only a magical murder would be possible. No, that's wrong. The right approach is a murder really happened equals it isn't a closed room. No matter how much you try and trick me, this definitely isn't a closed room. It's a sham that only looks like one. However, Butler-sama, only the victims are inside the rooms, and no other people exist inside the rooms. And by Milady's closed room definition, remote murders from outside of the room have been clearly denied, have they not? Wait, definition of remote murders is pretty broad, right? It's not just about pulling a fishing line from outside the room and strangling the victim inside the room. For example, a trap would make for an excellent remote murder. A trap? Oh, and what would that be? Just as an example, let's say that we're instructed to enter rooms that someone had picked out beforehand, and lock the doors from the inside to create the closed room themselves. A trap would set up in those rooms that they didn't know about, and that's what killed them. How's that? That doesn't contradict anything! There are no problems. It corresponds to the existing state. There are no problems on our side either. It does not conflict with Milady's closed room definition. What's with the stupid reasoning? Nothing suspicious was found in any of the rooms, right? What form did the trap have? Where was it hidden and how did it operate? Explain that for all 6 of them in the parlor, the guest room, the waiting room, the VIP room, the boiler room, and the chapel. Well, you can't, can you? I refuse to counter that. There's no need for me to explain, and failing to do so doesn't damage my claim. What did you say? Beatrice, it's a devil's proof. The fact that he cannot explain the nature of the trap does not in itself deny the existence of such a trap. What if the victim was blocked off by a constructed false wall, but the building spliffs were with the body, and the victim has wounds that would be impossible to be inflicted on themselves and survive long enough to build a wall? I don't know. It's 7, but my brother was very loud, so not much sleep. Oh no. But I had to catch a stream, which I will let you get back to. It's okay. Man, hopefully you're able to get some rest later tonight. Well done. While overbearing, a wonderful move. This guy's getting completely used to this. Check. Due to murder trap X that we couldn't find, it'd be possible to establish this closed room murder. I'll kill that check with the red truth. The 6 were not killed by traps. The definition of a trap? Oh, that's it. Something that activates when a victim triggers it on their own. Oh, and that's not all. It also includes things activated by remote control or by a timer. Everything of that sort. So it refers to all arrangements that could carry out a murder without the direct participation of the one who planned it out. Perhaps we might sum it up that way. How's that? I'm struck back, as if I'd let a human crush this closed room. You're looking pretty frantic to win too. What? Oh, what do you mean? You're frantically fighting to make me accept your existence. Until now, I thought I was just being toyed around with by you one-sidedly. But that's not actually true. You're also frantically resisting my counters, fighting to show that you exist. Now, I finally really feel that it's true. This isn't torture inflicted on me over whether I'll surrender or not. This is a fight between you and me on an even footing. Okay, Now it's starting to get interesting, isn't it? All 6 died in closed rooms and no outsiders were inside, and there was no meddling from the outside and also no traps. Up until now, I'd probably start suspecting that this had to be the work of magic. And if you decided to show off some bizarre magic at this moment, I might even have surrendered. It's that favorite strategy of yours. You intercept all of my moves, and in the moment I've exhausted all my options and fallen to my knees, when my heart's barriers are at its weakest, you show off some strange magic and take the game all at once. That short-tempered is something this child has always had, along with a bad habit of rushing things when victory is in sight. Cuckoo. After all, milady cannot stand putting up off a match. Hey, shut up! It's Battler's turn, right? I finished off that trap piece you advanced. What should I repeat next? Show me what you've got. Right. Now that even traps have been defeated, this looks like a perfect closed-room murder at a glance. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. Here it comes, that special technique of yours. How exactly are you going to spin what around? Try showing me! Yeah, I'll show you. I don't need to think of how 6 people can be killed inside a closed room from the outside. It's useless, it's all useless! That's right. The question isn't how you can kill from outside of the rooms. The point is how they died inside the rooms, making them closed rooms. That's it. This is the answer! If you assume that one of the 6 victims was the culprit, this closed room can be explained extremely easily. What? Ridiculous! I believe I clearly said and read that the 6 of them were dead. Oh, there were 6 deaths. 5 were victims who got killed. But if you assume that the other person committed suicide, you can destroy this closed room. Certainly. If the culprit locked themselves in the final room and threw away their own life, this closed room chain would be established. The suicide of the culprit. Normally it would be an unthinkable move, but the argument that the unthinkable can exist cannot be used. And he has no responsibility to demonstrate a motive. A truly powerful move which can only be used in a chess match against a witch. Well, one cannot be certain that there is no motive. For example, it has been announced that Kinzo only had a short time left to live. Perhaps he did not regret losing his short remaining life and used his own death to send a message. It might be possible to attach such a motive. Milady, it is our turn. Indeed. To think you trample even the dignity of the dead to create a culprit. What a heartless, cold-blooded man. I'll set up the dead as the culprit. This worse than inhuman move is one you used to attack Kanekun in the last game. Even though the games are different, I'm taking a shot back at you with this move. As a tribute to Kanekun for that time. Just now, I freed the Kanekun from his regrets. You have no responsibility to hold back here. You should try to confirm that suicide wasn't the cause of any of their deaths. I recommend that you have that child repeated in red. Right, but suicide's a naive word that won't corner her. Bieto, this'll stop you. Repeat it! The 6 deaths were all homicides. That is painful. What's wrong? All the 6 of them were killed, right? I'm just confirming that simple premise we've had from the very beginning, right? Can't you just repeat it? I refuse to repeat it. There's no reason in particular. You realize that refusing to repeat this part is the same as resigning, right? Checkmate! One of the 6 was the culprit and they planned to commit suicide after constructing the closed room! That's all. Well, wait. No, I'll say it. I'll use the red like you want. None of the 6 committed suicide. How's that? Are you satisfied? I've struck back. What the hell? So you can say it. But that's strange. Why are you so panicky? It's your imagination. This time, even I'm feeling the pressure. That's right, I don't have any leeway. Pay it no mind. The line you asked that child to repeat has been altered. Do not be fooled. Seems not to have worked, milady. That's right. She didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides. She changed it to none of the 6 committed suicide. Which means one of them wasn't killed by someone else and didn't commit suicide. I've got it! This is the truth. Culprit X, who was hiding amongst the 6, murdered the other 5 and set up a closed room. After that, they planned to escape from or hide in that room by some method. However, they got in an accident. The culprit died from the accident that they hadn't expected, setting up a closed room murder that they hadn't even desired. Now it's over, Beatrice. Checkmate! Damn it! Did you think I'd be cornered by something like that? I'd never announce my resignation over something like that. I'll slice up that foolish checkmate with my red treasured sword over and over again. None of the 6 died in an accidental... My apologies. We request some time to strategize. Please allow us a brief postponement of this matter. It's a fair request. Perhaps you should accept it. Sure, take a break. I've been giving a lot of those lately. Now it's your turn to take one. Thank you very much. Come, milady, this way. And let us quietly count to 100 inside our heads. Renove quickly covered Beato's mouth with his hand as she grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, suspending the game. He pulled Beato away, supposedly to hold a strategy conference. Man, why is Beatrice being so cute in this one? She's being so cute in this chapter. Damn. That demon butler. When Beato got all hot, I had a perfect chance to corner her. Beato normally acted like she was graceful and above it all, but she actually had a really short temper and got mad easily. Her usual intellect had less of a voice when she got excited. Renove certainly is thinking clearly. You probably gave your opponent some time to cool down. That child grew too stubborn trying to remove your check, and was about to easily let several large pieces go. After all, the first twilight is only a skirmish. The correct move at that time would have been to withdraw. So, what does it mean? Did I reach checkmate, or didn't I? That child was about to say something in red. You probably wouldn't have reached checkmate yet. But most likely, you can expect our opponent to resign once they've cooled their heads. You're joking. Even though she hates losing that much? Yes. In the losing battle, it is essential to withdraw your troops as soon as possible to try and minimize your losses. The difficult part is gauging whether it's a losing battle or not. Your opponent's butler seems to have calmly made that decision. Oh well. In other words, she managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Getting checkmate and delivering the final blow won't be that easy for me. However, you should count this as their victory. It seems they barely managed to prevent a large loss, but I certainly sustained considerable damage. The scale of that child's panic ought to make the depth of that wound quite clear to you. Seriously. It feels like she'd start crying if I bullied her anymore. I wonder when we're going to see more of Birkenstell and not Sathical. I don't remember her name. I don't even know if I got the other character's name right. As we talked, Renove returned with Beato, who wore a meek expression. She didn't yet have her usual bold smile, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore. Hey, it's your turn. Did you decide on your next move? I resign. For now, I will let you have your victory. Beato told me that frankly. It seems she'd taken a far-sighted view, as though saying, if you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a killjoy, and I lost my desire to deliver the final blow. Well, now that you've resigned, that just means we're even, since my theory and yours can't deny each other. We should treat it more like a tie than a loss. I don't need your disgusting sympathy. I'm telling you that I lost this round. When you find a dog drenched in rain, do you have a sudden urge to whack it with a stick or something? Nope, I'm not you. That was a low blow, Battler. Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, this is the best she's got when the tables are turned. I did feel that was pretty cowardly of her, but I decided to act with dignity as the victor and let it slide. Beato resigned. This was the one result of the first twilight, or that's one result of the first twilight. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the 6 was the culprit, and the person died in an accident. No, but she or no, she probably could have countered it, but for some strategic reason, she admitted defeat. It felt less like I'd won and more like I'd let her slip away at the last second. In a chess match with a witch, battles can be fought solely with the pieces known as X, which require no detailed explanations. Thanks to the Devil's Proof, I could create as many strange fictions as I wanted and use them as fighters in our argument. But that only works in a chess match with a witch. In our human world, you can't use such abstract theories to explain things. This first twilight was a chain of 6 closed rooms. It certainly may have been possible for a human. Beato wasn't able to deny all possibilities. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, or why, or how they actually did it. It may seem strange to hear me saying this after I won, but for some reason, I felt like I'd been more satisfied if Beatrice was able to say definitively that it was impossible for humans. I managed to avoid specifics using an abstract piece called X, but I couldn't deny the sense that some eerie intent must never be known was filling up in this entire mansion. Very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. I mean... Okay, so now it's 9. Because Kumasawa was the last to have died. But, like... I wonder. Maybe we'll figure it out later. I'm kind of curious as to, like, what's going to be in the Answers arc. But we still have, like, a whole nother, like, chapter episode thingy after this one, so we probably won't know about that for a while. When being besieged, your true enemy isn't so much the fear of an unseen culprit, as it is keeping such fears alive for long periods of time. Maria got bored and started complaining that she wanted to watch TV. There was no TV in the lobby, so she decided to return to the cousin room on the 2nd floor. The adults probably wanted to make sure Maria wasn't left on her own. Well, thank you for the hydrate. Let me grab my water bottle. Oh, is this thing not full? Oops. Oh well. It attacked me! Jeez. My water bottle hadn't attacked me for a while. Jeez. I forgot it did that sometimes. The adults probably wanted to make sure Maria wasn't left on her own. They told all the children to go to the 2nd floor cousin room. It's finally fighting back, right? I'm surprised it didn't scream that time either. George, who was grief-stricken by the loss of his fiancée, led the cousins up to the 2nd floor without any resistance. At first, Nanjo had been reading a book in the lobby, but when he noticed the relatives looking like they wanted to discuss something sinister, he said, "It seems I am in the way," and returned to his room on the 2nd floor. I'm starving. And if we just keep sitting around, we'll get sleepy too. It's only natural. We didn't get any sleep at all last night. We will probably end up being barricaded here for a full 24 hours. It may be wiser to take naps in turn instead of overstressing ourselves. True. My husband and I will remain here, so I ask that anyone having trouble staying awake take it easy and rest. Our opponent might be expecting that, right? Even if they couldn't defeat this many people, if that number shrinks enough, they may plan to use that moment to strike. There are 7 of us here, so we could take 3-hour shifts in pairs. Tomorrow morning's a long way off. We still have some energy now, but tonight's going to be tough. Sure will. Anyone sleepy? Don't overdo it and get some rest. Hideyoshi looked around at everyone to see who wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered. Everyone was just as tired, but no one was bold enough to go to sleep right away. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness. Nobody? Well, don't overdo it, everyone. If we get tired, we'll deal with it then. I'll admit I'm sleepy, but I'm not in the mood now. As Ava spoke sharply, she reread the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters, which had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph. And she and she even provoked them by saying she'd give up her assets and the headship if they could solve it. Ava took out a notebook and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied onto it. Is this the epitaph? Yes. I hate doing what the culprit says, but we do have time to waste. I think it's a perfect way to stave off boredom. Not a bad way to kill time. Why don't we challenge it together as siblings? Can I borrow that? I'll rewrite it just a little larger. Natsuki-san, do you have a slightly larger piece of paper? There should be paper in the servant room. I will bring some. Natsuki immediately brought back a blank B4 sheet of paper from the servant room. Kide borrowed Ava's notebook, wrote out the epitaph of the paper, and laid it on the table. Then everyone quickly peered down at it. They automatically formed a crowd. I've heard about it, but really, this is a tough riddle. I don't have a clue what it's talking about. At one point, I also did my best to solve it, but I was just as clueless. If you did know, you wouldn't have come all the way out here with a plan to make money. After all, it's 10 tons of gold we're talking about. This is the first time I've read it seriously, but roughly speaking, couldn't it be split up into 3 parts? I've been thinking this since last night, but you really are a good thinker, Kirei-san. Perhaps you'll be able to easily resolve this riddle that we couldn't. Yeah, Kirei is sharp. She might find a more interesting take on it if she comes in without any confusing babbles. Why did I continue without even reading that last word? I don't even know if it was babbles. Biases. That's right. Kirei-san, would you mind giving us your honest opinion after reading the epitaph? I doubt you'll find it useful. You'll give me too much credit. That's fine. Just say whatever comes into your head. Let's hear your thoughts. The hints you give always help me out when I'm worried. Oh, so I have been helpful. It's nice to finally hear this about this now. Come on, don't I always thank you? You two sure are close. I'm jealous. And the rest of us would also love to hear these hints of yours. We're just killing time anyway, so relax, okay? Kirei was disturbed at being praised so highly for something so strange, but they had all the time in the world. Realizing that this was just a way to waste time, she decided to accept the role she'd been given. Are we actually gonna, like, think about the riddle this time around? I'm sure I'll say something off the mark, but, well, I'll put forward my ideas. Indeed. What do you mean? What did you mean in the beginning about how it could be divided into 3 parts, roughly speaking? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Well, I just mean what I said. I think that overall the epitaph can be divided into 3 sections. First, there are the 5 lines up until "There sleeps the key to the gold." Up until this point is the first part, which directs you to the location of the keys. Oh, this is one of those coming-of-age stories. Is it? That would make sense, I guess. And then there's the part formed by the 11 lines up until the 10th twilight, which refers to the location of the Golden Land itself, and the remaining 6 lines make up the part after the Golden Land has been reached. By right-clicking System Tips, the portrait epitaph, you can check the text of the epitaph at any time. Wait, is it gonna make me actually think about it? It's not gonna make me think about it, right? Cause heckin', so when I was looking at one of the tracks on YouTube, because it's not on Spotify, but I wanted to listen to it, a lot of the people in the comments were like, yeah, it took me like a few hours to figure out this character's riddle, and I was like, what do you mean? Do I have to actually answer something later? He's crazy. I haven't seen Kinea's pinball art before. Pinball art? Also, hello, Edwin and Zan. How you doing? You really opted for ballistics. Yeah. A lot of these characters have some assets. Some boing boings. I see. It can be divided into 3 parts about the key, the Golden Land, and the Golden Land's treasure. Even we have been able to grasp that much. The 3 sections that refer to the key, the door, and the treasure. Nisan, don't butt it any more than you have to. Let Kre-san speak her ideas freely. Kre, please continue. We see it the same way you do so far. So then? I wonder about the meaning of that thing in the beginning, the beloved hometown. Normally that would refer to where grandfather lived, right? Since father went to all the trouble of telling us that it's beloved, we can imagine that it's a hometown he had strong feelings for. Did father come from Odawara? Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think that's a hometown he loved. I imagine all of us siblings had the same place in mind.
Hello, Apple Boy. How you doing? Thank you for lurking.
Let's see. Yeah, it's not going to be an adult that solves it. It's going to be one of the kids, and likely Maria is going to be the first to find the golden. Yeah. Although with Maria, she's just like,
I don't care. She said that whatever happens, we're going to the Golden Lands. I don't have to do anything.
Right. This probably isn't Odawara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth. Being made the Yoshinomiya family head was probably Dad's greatest bit of misfortune in life. Probably. Father didn't actually want to become the head. So where is this place? Is there a river there where sweetfish swim? Maybe there was at the time. There's been a lot of development there since then, and the sweetfish might have disappeared. It would be extremely difficult to investigate whether sweetfish were there during grandfather's boyhood years. There probably isn't just a single river. I believe we all gave this a thorough investigation geographically. You even went to an actual place to investigate directly, right, Ava? That was only a vacation, but the townscape had changed completely since Father's time. After all, it was caught up in the war, wasn't it? By now, even precisely locating the place Father lived is impossible. I imagine that if Father went there for himself now, even he wouldn't be able to pick out the place he'd lived anymore. Well, after all, those guys have also gone through a remarkable recovery. Does the part about the Sweetfish River bring any place name clearly to mind? Well, yeah, after all, they're sweetfish, right? People say they live in rivers with clean water, so there are countless rivers that might work. Any stream Dada innocently went sweetfish fishing in was probably buried by the development later. It'd be different if we had a map from before the war or a person who knew a lot about how the area was before the war, but Maria's going to get disappointed the Golden Land isn't what it was described to her, but a literal Golden Land, right?
She'd be like, where's all the candy? Beatrice promised me candy.
It probably isn't something like that. What do you mean? Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. After those 2 lines, there's a single blank line. Something is being presented with just these 2 lines. What if the next 3 lines continue based upon that something? What do you mean, something is being presented? I don't know. At any rate, we can get from these 2 lines alone isn't something vague like the question of which river it might be, but a clear presentation of the keyword river. It may be that this isn't a river with water flowing down it. The Sweetfish River might be some kind of metaphor. What kind of impression does the word sweetfish give? Sweetfish are like salmon. They're freshwater fish, but they go out into the ocean right after they're born. When they get big, they go back to the river to live there, and then they spawn there and end their lives there. Well, they leave their home at one point, but then they get big and come back and lay eggs. Might be able to link that to the idea of clan prosperity. Oh? They're freshwater fish, but they can live in the ocean? I didn't know that. I figured river fish wouldn't be able to live in the sea. And they are called sweetfish because they have a pleasant aroma. I've never eaten one, but I have heard that they can be quite delicious when grilled with salt.
Majima! No, Majima, no! Where are you?
Also, hello, Psych, how are you doing? I can't believe heckin' Trigger Fire is broken again. Let me refresh the thing just in case that helps, but... Whoa, ah! Why did it do that? Why you do that? Oh, anyway. How are you doing, Psych? Well, of course that's gonna work, because that doesn't go through trigger fire. Let's see. How have you never eaten a salmon? Man. Hello, what fun stuff have I missed? Man, you missed a lot from the last stream. So Virgilia is here. Beato's being heckin' cute. And these adults are finally actually thinking about the riddle because none of them are dead. All of the servants are dead. Woke up and immediately opened your stream. Gotta make a sandwich for breakfast. Okay, have a good food. What's that? Yeah, Nazi-san. You've never eaten salt grilled sweet fish? They're delicious. You should try it sometime soon. It is a food for commoners, hardly appropriate for your mouth. Wow. Just have, like, smoked salmon. That's good stuff. I'm just gonna blast your audio through my house so I can listen while making food. Okay. This is just my wild idea, but the impression I get from a sweetfish river makes me suspect a family tree. The sweetfish go out into the ocean for a time, but they return to the river where they were born to spawn, right? It reminds me of myself. Hey, Virgilia, but man, I did miss a lot, yeah. Because I think, I'm trying to remember, like, where we started with the previous one. Oh yeah, we learned about Beato's past and how Rosa met with Beatrice and then watched her heckin' fall off a cliff and die. And then of course all the servants died. Then Battler was like, haha, I will have my own twisted logic so that way I can trick you, and then yeah. Oh yeah, the big old fight with Virgilia and Beato as well happened. Damn, okay, Rosa, damn right. You're right. By this point, I can confess that I've sometimes suspected that it refers to you and Maria-chan. I see. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. If you go down to the family tree, all you find is Maria's name. Only her name has a red ri or sato, the character father used for village here. Oh. Huh. Yeah.
But at least the VOD is still up.
So when you get the chance, you can always watch it in like double speed.
Isn't that right?
But as you all know, Father doesn't like Maria, and he almost never speaks with her. And in the past, Father told me to give Maria a completely different name. I just decided to go with Maria on my own. Father was very mad about that. Given that, it's very hard to imagine that he would reference Maria's name in his previous epitaph about who would succeed his wealth and inheritance. Oh, maybe that's why he wanted her to change the name. It's just like, no, you don't want to fulfill this. Precious epitaph, yeah. Have you ever let Maria-chan read the epitaph? Yes, of course, but she seemed to have no idea what the answer was. She didn't have a clue and kept going on about some occult stuff about how it was a resurrection ceremony for the witch. Connection between Father and Maria. Certainly they do share that occult hobby, but they never interacted. Can't imagine that refers to Maria either.
Hello, Sans, how you doing?
What sticks out to me is how he went out of his way to add beloved to that first line. Like you all said just now, if Father was reluctant about becoming the Ushinomiya family head, would he have fond memories of anything connected to that? I don't think this could be Odawara, which represents the Ushinomiya head family. I believe this word beloved here at the beginning must refer to a place full of very important memories to Father. Well, that's fine. It would be hard to pinpoint since we don't have even a trace of a map from that time, but at any rate, there was probably several rivers with sweetfish swimming in them near Dad's hometown during his youth. I don't know why I feel like he should have said father. I'm not sure why he said dad. I've come home early because I got so pissed at school I left. Oh. I see. Well, hopefully the rest of your classes weren't important.
But I was a good dragon, and I never skipped any classes.
I did get marked as absent when I was in the class, though, for some occasions, which was very strange. And then my parents would be like, "Why weren't you in this class?" And I was like, I was. What? I was literally right there. Let's see. That's if we're looking for a river with water flowing down it, right? And then, go on, Kirei-san. I don't really understand the 3 lines starting with, as you travel down it, you will see a village. It's probably linked to the 2 lines about the Sweetfish River. I imagine it's something we'd understand automatically if we knew what the Sweetfish River really was. Until we figure that out, it's probably useless to try and solve those 3 lines any further. So we're stuck unless we know what the Sweetfish River really is. And there's no guarantee it even means a literal river. Seriously, what's up with the sweetfish? Did Dad like to eat them? Or does it have some special meaning? Is it pointless to read too deeply into it? If you don't have both a micro and macro perspective, your field of vision grows narrow. It might be better to be flexible and avoid thinking too deeply, focusing on abstract image of a river where fish swim, or something that can flow up or down. Then the answer behind the Sweetfish River passes through the next 3 lines and makes its way to the key to the Golden Land. If you think about it this way, I wonder if it was a mistake to split it into 3 parts. There's actually 4 parts. Go down the Sweetfish River, find the key to the Golden Land, journey to the Golden Land, and the treasure of the Golden Land. Truly intriguing. Is there a grammatical difference between dad and father in Japanese? Possibly. Because I think it's like... Because I know there's like, I think Otosan is dad or father, but there's also Chichi, I believe, also is dad. I'm like slowly restudying, so I could be wrong about Otosan, but I feel like Otosan is like father. Yeah, Chichi to haha is dad and mom. At least that's what Duolingo told me, and for all I know, Duolingo could be lying to me. Very intriguing. Well, you've gone this far. Would you mind continuing and telling us your opinion on the most central portion of the epitaph, up to the point where we reach the Golden Land on the 10th twilight? That's funny, I know Chi-Chi from Dragon Ball. Yeah, I know Chi-Chi as meaning something else because of a clip from, I think, Zatchbell or whatever. I never watched the show, but there was this one song that's like, I'm not gonna sing it because it's kind of sus. But it was in like a kid's anime, so I don't know. Zatchbell, yeah. I never watched it myself, but the clip had like, boing boing song. That's the most symbolic and also the most disturbing part. Since the word sacrifices keep coming up, I can't help but think it has something to do with Father's occult ceremonies. How do you see it, Kirei-san? I can love Zatchbell, but I remember zero of it. Yeah, I always remember, like, watching something else when it came on. I don't know. I never remember watching it. Kirei crossed her arms several times, peering into the paper with the epitaph copied onto it as though she was looking at it. This is very difficult. It starts with the one who obtains the key, so you probably wouldn't be able to continue without knowing what the key means. I'll have to give up on that, but I'll take a shot at trying to solve it anyway. I knew it was like Pokemon, but with living dolls and spellbooks. Oh, I see. Just like how the Sweetfish River isn't necessarily a river with water flowing down it, it was also doubtful that this key is actually something shaped like a key. I don't know, I don't remember if I had like a specific reason for not watching it. Like if it was just like, I don't like the look of this puppet kid or something, or if it was just like something else was conveniently on like every time it was on. I don't know. Because I remember as a kid, there was always something on. But like my TV didn't have a remote, so I had to just like aggressively press the up or down button until I went to the right channel. Right. It might also be a code or a keyword. After all, this key isn't something to be stuck into a keyhole. It's something that selects 6 people to be sacrifices for the first twilight. In that case, we can say for sure that this key isn't being used to open the door to the Golden Land. But what a disgusting key it is. A key that can choose 6 human sacrifices? How would a key select anything? Do you spin it like a roulette? This key indicates a certain group of 6 people. And no, we should say it indicates a certain group of 6 things, if this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices. For example, it could be an anagram. Feel like a piece of garbage? What do you mean? For leaving school early? An anagram? Do you mean playing with letters? Yes. I've been thinking about it ever since Rosa started talking about the family tree, and about how village was part of Maria Chan's name. It seems that ever since the words beloved hometown came up, Rudolf-san, for example, has assumed that the epitaph points to some coordinates or some other geographical feature, but that might not be the case. This could be some kind of puzzle, or maybe playing with letters. Forgive me, but how does one play with letters? Oh, well, it's like... Hi, Majima. I feel like these are one of those things. I feel like that's one of those things where it sounds like something else when you say it out loud. There's nothing wrong with leaving school early. No, because of how pissed and tired I am. Oh no.
Well, maybe take a nap.
I don't know. I know I'm weird about taking naps, so
do something that makes you happy. Like if you draw, maybe doodle out your thoughts. Or like,
what other hobbies do people have? I don't know.
But just like, I don't know. Either draw or play a chill game. I don't know.
Oh well, it's like Sucker Mary Barrels. What do you get when you take out the E and R's? Like that. I knew it was gonna be sus. It was in a different way, but I knew it was gonna be sus. Nap will fix you right up. Yeah, if you're someone who likes naps. I know I usually am not able to nap, but
maybe.
Well, you were raised well, Natsuhi-san, so you probably don't know. Mary? Check out the E and R's, huh? Eh? Stop it. It is an undignified game, inappropriate for you. Only Natsuhi didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. It seemed she'd only guessed that the answer had to be something undignified. I feel like that's a weird grammatical thing. If Balor was here, he'd get it. Well, yeah, it was his dad who said it. Going by Rudolph and Ava's Snickers. Say Snickers instead of that word. Natsuhi-san, it's something like this. This is just something from Maria's Book of Riddles, okay? There's this thing called a Tanuki notebook. It's a notebook written like a code with a lot of tas mixed in. If you remove all the tas when the true paragraph pops up. It's a game like that. Ah. Oh, I see. Natsuhi finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph had posed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment. Oh no, Natsuhi! So maybe kill actually means remove in that sense, right? Yes. I also thought that. It's possible that the key to the Golden Land is a word with 6 characters. In other words, the Ta from the Tanuki notebook is actually 6 characters here? This is going to get complicated.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I will do that. I actually never, like, heard about the Tanuki notebook. I feel like that might be a neat thing to look up. Although it might be a thing, like, with the, Peregram's Raven or whatever it was, where it's like you look it up and Umineko's like the first or second result. Big stretch. Okay. Playing with letters, is it? In Japan, it really feels like a child's game, but it's apparently a stylish form of humor among intellectuals in the English world. It is easy to imagine that father was interested in it. But by this point, I quickly lose my ability to understand it. Up until this part, it may have been filled with mysteries, but it was extremely consequential. Sweetfish River. Go down it, then find the key. All of this is extremely sequential. And as a result, we can guess that we gain a 6-character key. But in that case, we now don't know what we kill the 6 characters from. That's right. Where do we pull the 6 characters from? It doesn't tell us. On the second Twilight, there are those who remain, which means that, at the very least, that something has a limited number of characters. You can read it like it's telling you to continue the remaining characters after the 6 characters are removed. And yet, we don't know what this something is, even though it should have been shown to us at the beginning. Are we wrong even in our assumption that this is playing with letters? This group would be terrible at escape rooms, right? Like, they would be at the, like, 1 hour limit and they would just still be in the first room just standing being like, what is the answer to this first puzzle? And then the escape room attendant comes in and is like, okay, your time's up. I have never seen somebody fail this bad. Everyone crossed their arms and fell silent. It felt like they were able to reach a novel understanding that they hadn't managed before, but they stumbled just 1 step short. Then, Hideyoshi's stomach grumbled heartily. That silence was broken by laughter. Sorry. Strangely enough, by spinning the gears in my head for a change, my stomach's gone completely empty. Looks like I can't stand missing breakfast. Natsuhi, isn't there anything to eat here? There should be at least enough set aside for breakfast. I will prepare it. I'm also starving, and I'll bet those brats above us are the same. Still, I doubt there's enough for 18 people, much less a full 3 meals, right? That's right. It'll be a long journey till tomorrow. Maybe we'd better take a trip back to the mansion and fish around for some canned food or something in the kitchen. Wait, why are we feeding 18 people? Don't we have just 12 now? I've run plenty of escape rooms where the players asked for no help and didn't complete the first puzzle. Oh no! I need to go to like a physical escape room again at one point. It's just sad because we only have like 1 nearby. And like the staff's kind of sassy a little bit. But like, I don't know. I went there once and we got to like the last room, but the last puzzle was like, you have to go back to all these previous rooms. Also, you have like 3 minutes left. So we of course didn't complete it, but we got a majority of the way through. There's nothing more than crackers and snacks here. But if that will be sufficient, I can get them ready for you all. But with this many people, there might not be any left for lunch. That will do for now. Will you mind getting those ready? It looked like the men had been taken over with an appetite that stopped all thought. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the epitaph investigation team split up for the time being. But Ava kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on, like she was going to burn a hole through it. Playing around with letters was nothing more than a theory of mine. There's a chance it's mistaken. Ava-san, don't take it too seriously, okay? Because they have lots of... Right, these adults. But they need to feed the kids at least. Thank you. I'll just keep doing this on my own. Would you mind leaving me alone? Ava spoke coldly.
Kide didn't bother her anymore, and instead went to help Natsuhi prepare breakfast. Nesa, shouldn't we also help prepare breakfast? Then you go help. I'm busy solving this. Sorry. Then I'll help. Good grief. How can you be like that? Huh? The Ushinomiya family headship will be given to the person who solves this epitaph. It looks like you've given up from the beginning, as if it has nothing to do with you. But if you can solve it, there's a chance even you'll be able to receive the headship. This is a chance to steal everything from Nissan. Why aren't you taking such a once-in-a-lifetime chance more seriously? Rosa hung her head, unsure as to how she should answer. Too late. She regretted carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad mood. If you've noticed anything, say so. Even though Kirei-san and I were thinking hard, you just kept nodding your head, didn't you? Come on. Isn't there anything you've noticed? Come on! Don't you think this part's strange? Strange? What is? It's just that this whole section's written like a journey to the Golden Land, right? You reach the Golden Land and then you receive its treasures. What's your point? You think there's some sort of keyword tied to those treasures? No, not the treasures themselves. Look in the 10th Twilight. Isn't how you receive the treasures strange? Huh? Oh. Are we 100% sure all the family members are innocent? I mean, a lot of them are bad. But like, I don't know. Because it seems like it's heavily falling on one of the servants. Because the servants were all the sacrifices for the first Twilight. And with the back and forth between Battler and Beatrice, they heavily implied that, like, they were all killed, and then, except for one that died on accident trying to get away. And I don't know if that's implying, Virgilia or not, or if it's implying one of the other characters. But, like, I don't know. Why does it say we'll receive the treasures once and for the last time? If we only get them once, then there's no point in telling us it's the last time. And the same thing in reverse. Oh, but I'm probably splitting hairs over nothing if you think about it. This is Father we're talking about after all. He probably just said it that way to make it sound more dramatic. Oh. Boring. Oh? What is boring? Boring. My. What on earth is this child grumbling about? She's probably annoyed by all the tips you gave Butler-sama, madam. Not really. That doesn't annoy me. On the contrary, I'm happy to see that useless battler finally reach a level where he can match me. Did Battler-kun and I get a little too close? Perhaps old fogies had best leave you young'uns alone. When Virgilia and Ranave giggled and cackled, Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limit. Enough with everyone laughing at me! Ranave, vanish out for a while! Disappear! Certainly. Then I shall rest for the time being. Ranave bowed his head, still laughing, and vanished. After that, all that remained was the grumpy and irritated figure of Beatrice, and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea. When you said there are no more than 18 people on this island, you actually cornered yourself. I knew it. I did have this feeling it might be a bit too early. I suppose that was right after all. I don't know where my voice went. Isn't it? If you had let him further astray first, things might have been different. But as it was, that trump card was a real waste. You ended up rousing him instead. The servants, with exception of Ganon girlfriend, is suspicious with Ganon girlfriend, what? suspicious with Battler's purpose to disprove the magic. I think the story is told in lines with Maria's perspective, but told from someone else's. Oh yes, Ganon's girlfriend. Ganon's girlfriend, Gerudo Link. Anyway, Ganon's girlfriend. So Jessica? Or no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Anyway. In addition to denying the witch, Battler had possessed a second victory condition, one of explaining everything with suspecting one of the 18. It was at that point, when he had been tossed around by two opposing goals, that his heart should have been at its weakest. However, Beatrice had used the red carelessly, proclaiming that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18, and he had finally begun to build up the resolve he needed to accept that. Battler was stubborn. Did I get the names wrong? Yes, Ganon is from Zelda, not from Umineka. But you were like, I'm assuming you meant Canon instead of Ganon, but like, for Canon's girlfriend, were you talking about Jessica or were you talking about Shannon? They're like, quote unquote sister, but not really. Battler was stubborn, but that was exactly why fissures would run all through him, like breaking china when he was struck in a fragile spot. That itself should have been his greatest weak point, but Gerudo Link is good. Gerudo Link is very good. Did I get a little too careless after my complete victory last time? Yes, you were too careless. That last game was a difficult one for Battler-kun, but it seems this game will become a difficult one for you. A broken vase will never return to its original form, so it would be more constructive to think of a next move rather than regretfully picking up the pieces. However, now that Battler has figured out as much as he has, how should I plot against him? Your troubled face is even a better snack than Runaways cookies. I mean, same. But dang. You and Battler, even Runaway are treating me like sweets now, even though I'm not sweet at all. With a shameful, childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler or to the player, Beatrice rolled her head around on top of the table. Oh god! I look cute. I look cute. Why is it doing this? I'm not doing that transition. Why does it keep doing that? Oh, okay, whatever. Stars in my face, right? I don't know why it keeps doing that. I'm just doing the simple fade transition. Maybe if I... Oh. That's not how that's supposed to work. My OBS is broken. My OBS is broken. Why are you doing this? Low rolls today. Oh, right, because it's Friday the 13th. That's right, I'm cursed. Okay. I'll try my best not to fade transition too much. But we'll see. With a shameful childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler, Beatrice rolled her head around on the top of the table. Teacher, at least give me a hint. Oh, what kind of hint? If you know some really good move that'll teach Battlers or leave Battlers speechless and make him want to accept me, I won't ask you to say it outright, so, even if it's just a hint. I can't. I'm on Battler-kun's side now, so I couldn't teach you something that would give you an advantage. I'm going until I get a 20. Okay, good luck. Oh, also be careful. If you roll a 1, you get timed out for a minute. Just as a heads up. Usually it gets rocket, but no, with it being Friday the 13th, could be anyone. Anybody could be the victim of a nat 1. Come on, don't be stingy. Your disciple's in trouble, right? I seem to remember you brazenly boasting that you had surpassed your teacher. Oh. Well. Rocket just inadvertently sent stream elements to the Shadow Realm for a little bit. Try to wait a bit longer between. Yeah. It is all good. It's all good. It's mainly because the commands thing. I forgot to fix that because I'm a silly. Please act like an old woman and give me just a bit of your crafty ideas, please. It's mean if you only help a battler. My. You're still a spoiled child. But it's true that I may have given Butler-kun few too many hints. It did serve as a scolding to you, but perhaps it was a little too much support for a fair game. That's right, isn't that right? Please, teacher, at least just a hint now. This is only a hint. Think about what it means by yourself, okay? Yeah, I'll think about it myself, so please give me one that'll leave Battler down in the dumps, teacher. Considering how she acted like a great and mighty witch in front of Battler, the way she acted when he wasn't around was truly pathetic. Virgilia sighed at how childish Beato was, despite all the time that had passed. She's being so cute in this chapter. I'll reject your statement about a nat 1 getting me. Well, to be fair, Rocket, it usually hits you with nat 1s very often. Wasn't there a time that you were like specifically trying to get a nat 1 and it gave you like a 20? Ooh, an 18. Not too bad, not too bad. I feel like the boing boing sounds are like, you know, I don't know. I feel like it's like her hopping up and down, like, please, give me a hint. I want to beat Battler. I want to show him up. I want him to be so impressed in my magic and think that witches and magic are real. I just want him to notice me. Virgilia sighed at a child. Oh, yeah. Okay. Then, just a hint. Do you know of Aesop's fable, The North Wind and the Sun? Of course. It's a story about how the North Wind and the Sun challenge each other to see who can steal the cloak of a traveler, right? That's right. Violent, impatient methods aren't necessarily the best decision in all cases. You don't have to tell me that. I've already reflected on the mistakes I've made when I was too anxious to achieve victory. Think well about what that means. And furthermore, there's one point that Battler seems to be misunderstanding a bit, but he isn't the only one. Do you understand the victory conditions of this game? What else is there other than making Battler surrender? See? You're already wrong there. How am I wrong? This is my game! Your victory isn't making Battler-kun surrender. Isn't it making Battler-kun accept your existence? What's this? You want me to butter him up begging him to accept me as a witch? How foolish. I haven't sunk that low. Beato growled like a dog in a bad mood. Beato's just straight up just like... Then that one's hit me the most because I rolled the most. Everyone else... That's true. That's true. And yes, there was the time that I was trying to get in that one, yeah. You're trying to make me actually flirt with Battler? Virgilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple, who was as short-tempered as ever. That is my hint. For the rest, you'll have to consider deeply on your own. In any event, your moves up until now will not work on Battler-kun. A significant tactical adjustment will probably be required. I don't need you to tell me that. I don't have a clue what you mean by the North Wind and the Sun, but at any rate, I realize I'll have to alter my course. I'll introduce a scheme clever enough to surprise even you, teacher. Oh gosh, Zan's really close to the nat 1 with that too.
I look forward to it. I wonder how Battler-kun will tackle that. I wish you good luck as well. After Battler, you mean? Nice! And that 20! And that 20 for Rocket!
Get out of here, Epic. Why'd you do pop-up?
Patchy, patchy, patchy.
Hello? Oh, right. This is, what's her face, but young. Are you gonna give up and resign already? I guess you are that tired. If only you just grab a futon and sleep. As my mind grew vague and I pretended to fight my drowsiness, while sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa, I scolded myself. You also dreamed about stealing the position of the family head from Klaus, right? Even though my magic's given you a chance, are you already throwing it away? Oh my gosh, another two? Just schoolgirl frisk. You could say that, but this riddle is really hard. Even a wire puzzle would be better. At least in that case, you know for sure it's solvable. But in the case of this epitaph riddle, we've been given no reason to be sure of that. I might be I might be fighting a useless battle. Still hazy, I looked at the notebook I'd been holding the whole time. It was open to a page with the epitaph, which I must have stared at hard enough to burn holes into it so many hundreds of nights I'd lost count. That page, it's truly a door. On the other side lies the Golden Land, the place I have wanted to drag myself to no matter the effort ever since I was a child, and the place I was never able to reach. Am I touching the door with both hands? With the book? No. The door right there in front of me, ready to be opened, and yet still unable to reach the other side? Oh, you got a 10. The 0 saved you. Let's see, an 8. Man, one of these times I'm gonna look over and it's just like so and so has been silenced for 1 minute for 60 seconds. That's right. Your hand is already on the door. Come on, open it with all your strength and read the characters written on the door. Open it with all my strength. Read the characters written on the door. Strain your eyes. See through to the thing beyond the epitaph written in the notebook. The beloved hometown definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past father held dear happened during his childhood years. That's right. Then what about the Sweetfish River? There are several rivers where they swim, and there is no reason to doubt that this just refers to one close to the place father lived. Keep forgetting the timeout, yeah. If we take out a map that starts calculating which rivers with Sweetfish were closest, things will quickly get vague and we won't be able to narrow it down. Didn't you say yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. If the word Sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it? Think of a river. A river. Linking it to a family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. It isn't a river? But where else could Sweetfish swim? Oh, but if we're talking about places Sweetfish can swim, then maybe the ocean has something to do with this. Didn't my husband even say that they go out into the ocean even though they're river fish? To the ocean. No, but... Huh? Sweetfish can be Swedish fish, the candy. Oh gosh. Behold my beloved box of Swedish fish. I feel like a lot is going on with this track. Did you notice? But that's just a faint memory. There's supposed to be a room for storing books in this building, right? If you investigate, you can make sure. If that's the Sweetfish River, and if the key might be the 6-character word, then could the key actually be resting in that river? I don't know. Anyway, I have to search in the atlas. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I could take the 6 characters. I don't know how I feel about this track. Like, it might get better, but like it almost sounds like there's two tracks going at once.
You really don't know? Think deeply. We're pretty smart, so our ideas are solid. Don't think of it like something as massive as the riddle of the epitaph, but it's like a child's riddle. Men are always children, no matter how old they get. Even if father has advanced into old age. That doesn't change the fact that he's easily a child at heart. Okay, it's getting better. Throw away your awe of father. To think this is a worthless infantile game with riddles, like the one Maria suddenly brought on the boat. Riddles. Worthless. Infantile. Huh. Ah! I'm sure that was... What was it? I'm sure if my memory isn't wrong, that it's probably the case. No, I don't have to rely on my vague memory. I should be able to figure that out immediately by searching the library. You've probably already noticed the answer. All that's left is to investigate whether it's correct or not. Come on, Ava. Let's go to the library, making sure no one sees us. There, we should find the mountain of thick books that didn't fit in Father's study. I'm sure we'll find a book that answers our question. Quickly. This is the first and last chance we'll ever get to make our dreams come true.
I mean, nobody's gonna see you because you're kind of an imaginary friend. I have a pair of sunglasses at the bottom of the Jackson River. Oh no. I feel like there's probably a lot of sunglasses in a lot of rivers, to be fair. And like flip-flops and stuff. I think I've lost a pair of sunglasses going like white water rafting, which I haven't done in years. I kind of miss doing that. When Natsuhi tried to lay a blanket over her, Ava suddenly jumped up. I'm sorry. It looks like I woke you. Ava, if you're sleepy, don't overdo it. You rest first. Thank you. I'm just going to the bathroom for a bit to wash my face. You should take it easy and rest. You're just going to make yourself feel worse, you know. I told you, I'm fine. I'll be right back. After leaving only those words behind, I rapidly left the lobby. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. The library was next to the servant room. Father always owned a vast book collection, but ever since he started to become engrossed with his occult hobby, that collection grew even larger, so that the normal books suitable for a normal study had been forced out of his study overflowed. This so-called library was mostly used as a storage room for those normal books. They were all thick, like complete encyclopedias for intellectuals, but that was very convenient for me now that I was investigating something. I entered softly, and just in case, I checked the room with my gun readied, making sure that there was no suspicious people there. I forgot everybody had a gun today. I rolled 5 8s. Oh my gosh. That has to be something, right? Some kind of fate thing. I don't know. Psych could probably make a better Vriska reference than I can. When I locked it from the inside, I actually wasn't thinking that the murderer might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was the thought that one of my siblings might hear what I was investigating. My heart had started racing before I realized it. I was half asleep just a moment ago, so I didn't realize how significant this thing I noticed was. But as I gradually became aware, my heart started to feel like it was about to explode. Yeah, you have all the luck, wink. My sister-in-law cast it over my shoulder and I didn't notice, and she just got a bit of the line, caught my earpiece and took my sunglasses. Oh no! I see. Well, at least it was just your sunglasses and it didn't hit you anywhere else. I wonder if any of the other siblings have noticed this. I don't think Klaus and Rudolph will notice, but I don't know about Claire. She has extraordinary good intention. And I don't know about Rosa either. Rosa's stupid too. She always has been, incredibly so. Really? I'd say she was wise enough to make you think she was stupid so that she didn't earn herself unnecessary malice. Here it is. I wonder if we'll find it in this one. I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages. So this is a Sweetfish River? I see. This is what the Sweetfish River means. Don't dawdle around. Research further. Yes, I understand. As you travel down it, you will see a village. By using the character... I think that's the character for river? I'm not 100% sure. Does he mean a town or something? Or is that the town? I don't know. Oh, rocket, no! Look, Icarus flying too close to the sun. I'm tempting fate. It was only a matter of time, Rocket. That's just an area of dense population, so there could be any number of those. Why have you stopped thinking?
Oh, this is too much work for you. If only you'd just give up. If only you'd just hand the Ushidomiya headship over to Kire.
I don't want to.
No, don't ban Rocket.
I will become the head. This is, my first and last chance. What is this village? What does it mean? Do you find one if you go down the river? In the village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. That kanji means shore. Get it? I understand. Shore. Shore. Right before my eyes, the pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to... right into place all by themselves. That's not a good snap. I couldn't even remember to close my mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really? But this isn't 6 characters at all. I'm absolutely sure this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all. Man, the dice are just against you today. Oh, well, I guess. Okay. I was thinking you wanted a 1, but not 20. Yay! Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of the way you could read it in 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt that. Oh, is believing in that too much for you? If only you just cry yourself to sleep, then you could just give up and die. I forgot her imaginary younger self was a bully. Lurking out, have a good stream. Okay, Cave.
Hopefully you have a good day, and I'll probably see you later tonight in the Discord, maybe. maybe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6 characters. I found it. This is the key to the Golden Land.
Yes, this is the key to the Golden Land.
Key to our childhood memories.
Yee. No fighting.
The only keyhole this key can be stuck in is that place. That has to be what offering the sacrifices means. I'm sure you could get it by now, right? I don't get it, but hopefully Ava does.
And we aren't fighting. Okay. Better not be. I got my eye on you too. No fighting or we won't go to the Golden Land later tonight.
Now I try to get all the numbers, but not in chat for obvious reasons. Yeah. This way? Go this way? They're inviting me to go this way. My heart leapt, because there, gaping wide, was an opened mouth in the eerie darkness. What's this? What is this? Golden Land at home isn't as good.
Well, if you guys are gonna be fighting, then we're gonna get the Golden Land at home. We're not gonna get the good Golden Land. We're gonna make our own Golden Land, and it's gonna be just freezer food, and it's not gonna be good. It's gonna be cold in the middle.
When I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with open and close on it. Wait, do I have to go to the Golden Land?
Maybe. Unless I have to turn this car around. Because these two are fighting.
When I resolutely pushed the switch, rough lights, like you'd find in a coal mine, turned on sporadically, making a staircase that stretched underground came into hazy view. Eerily enough, it looked even more gloomy with the lights on. Near the light switch was that open and close switch. It would probably open or close this, but if the open part happened to be broken, I might be shut away in this creepy underground area for all eternity. So for the time being, I didn't touch that switch. And as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. Ooh. It was like, does it have any bonking modes? I'm unbonkable. Just forcibly makes a bonky emote and just sends it to you. He's like, here, upload this. The ceiling was very high, so it didn't feel cramped. At the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upstairs, and that creepiness seemed to form a sort of aura. As I readied my gun and carefully stared forwards, I descended the stairs. Don't turn me into a marketable plushie. I feel like that'd be cute, though. I feel like that'd be cute. The walls, the stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It was easy to suspect that this had been built back when the mansion had been constructed on this island. There were cracks in the ceiling. The water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. That water fell into a gutter that had been set up alongside the stairs, then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness, as though it was telling me to go faster. The staircase kept turning back on itself. I don't know how far down I've gone, but I think it's much deeper than one floor. Eventually, a rough metal door showed itself, and there, characters had been written in the dark red paint. They had probably been written a long time ago. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. My heart, which was already about to explode, jumped about even more as soon as I recognized those deep red characters. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Father's Golden Land. I calmed my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure and readied my gun again. But since, in the end, I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun, carefully hid my breathing, and opened the door. Ooh. Peter, don't turn me into a marketable plushie. Yeah! I still at one point would love to have marketable plushies of myself. At one point, I would need to look and see like what menu to go through, because I've heard plushie manufacturing is very expensive. This place is... My first impression when I saw this room was that it must be linked to one of the rooms in the mansion. That's right. It had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the sealed VIP room on the second floor. But this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of a grand chandelier. But even though it was dimly lit by the faint light, the quality of the interior was more than enough to take your breath away. Yeah, no, I could do that with punishments too. What? Make a plushie? What? A bed with a canopy and rocking chair that looked like it would be comfortable to sit in. An extravagant sofa and carpet. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it felt more like a hidden house of the witch. I had never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, after being shown this room, it certainly became hard to doubt that she actually had existed. And had lived in this room. Back on the dice. Oh, for punishments? For being timed out? Is someone there? Even though I was completely shocked by this room, I timidly searched the interior with my gun raised. Shall roll only once. Okay, psych, what you got? A 7. That's not too bad. And at the back of the room, I found it. It's real. Oh, there Sans goes. Eek! My gasp came out strangely, like a bunny being choked. That's a very specific... Ooh. 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 Ooh, go! After all, finding something like this No one would be able to stop that kind of stupid voice from leaking out. It's here. It's really here. Father's gold. On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Of course, they weren't piled up carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. A beautiful scarlet satin weave was laid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the gold, or the red, the gold, and the black of the deep darkness. It was as though, when the witch slept on this bed, the gold would be a respectful chamberlain waiting on her. Nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully, it was attentively piled there with an imposing air. When I tried to grab a single gold ingot, I was surprised at its weight. It was probably about 10 kilograms. Just this ingot would probably be worth more than 10 million. Oh. Psych still failed saving the roll I have as emotes for 1 month. The Ushinomiya family crest, the one-winged angel, was lightly imprinted on it. It was hard to tell whether it was worn away or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place. But it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle. Did I say angel the first time around? I feel like I might have said angel instead of eagle. There's a picture of Sephiroth on the gold. Just how many ingots were piled up there? By doing a quick count here and there and judging by the weight, there had to have been a few hundred at least. My mind's already gone blank, so I can't do the math well. Even a moderate guess would put it above several billion yen. So that's what death feels like, yeah. That's right. Of course. After all, there's 10 tons of gold, right? At the current value, that's more than 20 billion yen of gold. I found it. Before anyone else. I found it. In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. A laugh without a trace of dignity flowed out of my entire body. I had no intention of laughing in a weird way, but I couldn't hold back the happy feeling that had been flowing through me. My older brother probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I found this gold, but from now on, there would be no changing the fact that I had been the one to find it. To steal away the headship of the family, some more subtle bargaining would probably still be required. But after everything I've gone through until now, it's a complete trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the Ushinomiya family headship, I already have 20 billion yen worth of gold. It's 156 million USD. Oh my gosh. Well, you also have to take into account not only exchange rate, but exchange rate at that time and how much it's compared to the current. You have to go back in time and see what the conversion rate between yen and USD was back in what is this, the late 70s, early 80s? I keep forgetting. But you have to see what the exchange rate is then, and then you have to calculate between that time and now. Yeah, they have calculators for that one. Yeah. So it's probably gonna be a lot of money. A lot of money. At times, I've thought that money is such a worthless thing. I thought that there were so many things in this world that you can't buy with money, but now I see that's just a lie. Just an excuse that the have-nots make for themselves. In front of this mountain of gold, I finally realized something so obvious. By using this money, I can give birth to all the happiness in this world. With this money, my husband's company is already saved. We will always be happy as a family, and I can even leave the vast sum of money for George. I'm gonna be the next one to die, huh? The rest of the relatives will eventually be ruined and disappear. At that time, George will use this gold, and just like grandfather did, he will revive the Ushinomiya family's lost honor. George is the true successor of the Ushinomiya family. Will I get muted again? So I called it. Nope, you get a nat 20. You did a nat 20 to make up for the nat 1. It happened. My wish was granted. That dream I have wished for ever since I was born into this world as Ushinomiya Eva has been granted completely at this very moment. My husband and I will be happy for all eternity, and I can also give my only son, George, eternal happiness. There's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My older brother has chewed the Ushinomiya family to bits, but George and I will revive it. And that means I truly have succeeded the Ushinomiya family headship. I was successful. I did it. Honey. And George. Your mother, finally succeeded. No one will be able to threaten us now. That's right. After this, never again will I be smothered by sad nights. It's about 550 million USD in today money, yo. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's definitely like a good amount of money to just stumble upon. Congratulations, me. Congratulations, Ushinomiya Eva. Right here, right now, the sad half of our life will have its heart's desires granted. It's all thanks to you. I was given this chance because of your magic. Because of that chance, I was able to make it here. Thank you. But my magic wouldn't have been granted if we both didn't believe in each other. So, it isn't just the power of my magic. This is our victory. Because of that, congratulations, us. Because BTT emotes that Suxa got ripped off. Oh no! Wait, what? Thank you, me. Thank you, Ushinomiya Eva. I'm glad I didn't give in before now. I'm glad that I didn't drown in sorrow and forget to keep struggling. No. This is my magic. Our magic. Your magic was the real thing. Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest, is nothing more than an illusion. You are the real witch, a wielder of real magic. That's right. Right now, you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice. The next scene is she's just lying in a pool of her own blood. Ava decided to leave for the time being. When she climbed the stairs again, trying to leave this secret place, she saw a creepy, swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away. What? Who is it? For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. It seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other, and eventually they each realized who the other was. Rosa? Nessa. What are you doing in a place like this? That's my line. What business do you have in such a place? I shouldn't have given you that hint, Ne-san. If I hadn't, I definitely would have been the first to reach this place. Too bad. It seemed that Rosa knew that there was where the staircase went, and what was waiting ahead of her. You should talk, even though I reached this place before you. I worried too much about that Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part didn't really matter that much at all, did it? Man, I kind of wish that I had uploaded my gun emote. I wonder. It's too late. That isn't true. It was an excellent hint, wasn't it? Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be Sweetfish, but when I heard that Sweetfish are fish that go out into the sea, I was able to figure it out. What's inside? Why not see for your own eyes? It definitely won't betray your expectations. Don't be afraid, Ne-san. I never had an interest in who becomes the head. I don't even care about the Ushinomiya family name. Honestly, I actually feel good about you stealing the headship from Klaus Nissan, who was always swaggering about because of it. Are you serious? Of course. I'm the outsider of the Ushinomiya siblings. Even if father had named me as the next head, there's no way Nissan would protect it. I try not to have such naive dreams. Oh, the gold is mine! No! There they go again. Let me see too, Ne-san. This is proof of your victory. As long as I receive the proper portion that the siblings agreed upon, I plan to proactively acknowledge you as the true victor of this game. If you shoot me, then you'll have this gold all to yourself, won't you? Same goes for you. If you shoot me, this gold will all be yours. Ooh. For a tense moment, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in each other's eyes, they lowered their guns. Ava removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way. That's right. That plan of shooting the others and having all the gold to ourselves is attractive for both of us. But if one of us suddenly disappeared on this island while it's isolated by the typhoon, there would be a huge uproar. If we hid the corpse here, it would probably be found easily, but we couldn't be sure. No matter how many billion yen worth of gold is on the line, it isn't worth the risk of committing murder. On the contrary, that would give Klaus, Nissan, and the others ammunition to ring us for all they're worth. Imagine someone dying, right? That'd be so silly. Right? Murder in the gold room, where all the gold that the siblings are fighting over is? That's so silly. Oh my god, that would be funny if I did it twice in a row, right? Wow, my luck is so weird, right? Imagine rolling again and like getting one again. The gold room, the gold land. Wait, what? I'm gonna get muted again, lol watch. I agree. It may have been a blessing in disguise that you were the one who showed up. Again! Again! A 20 right after the 1. Maybe being a blessing in disguise that you were the one who showed up instead of Nissan or Rudolph. You're the sibling I trust most. Thank you. And you're the sibling I trust most, Ne-san. I want to see the gold too. Want to have a peek? Now I feel like seeing it again too. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it still doesn't feel real. They just go and it's like disappeared. 320s today. Oh cool, 1720s in a row, yeah. Unless I see it together with you and confirm once more that it actually exists, it feels like the gold will turn to fog and disappear. Ava started descending the staircase once more. However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Even though, at a glance, it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. Nope, it's still there. Cool. Then, they reached that room of the witch once more. Rosa also gasped, stunned, speechless by the vast amount of gold. And then they were just chatting of just like, man, that's a lot of money. Do you want to split it? We could just like split it between the two of us. We don't have to tell anybody else. All the chocolate gold there, right? Rosa and Ava walked absent-mindedly through the rose garden. They all left the guest house secretly, so they had to be careful when they returned. It was time to snap to it and keep their guards up. Congratulations, Ne-san. Thank you. You decided it, didn't you, Ne-san? 50% goes to the one bearing the title of successor to the headship. Certainly worked out well for you. Now, that portion isn't Klaus Nissan's, so your share is now 50% along with a quarter of the rest for the total of 12.5 billion yen. Let's see. Saying you wouldn't have to worry about my sibling with this gold because at most it'd definitely take one bar and run, right? I mean, like, honestly, I wouldn't be too, like, upset with, like, splitting money. I feel like maybe if it's like 10 billion gold per bar, like, I don't know. I'll take, like, 1, maybe 2. But, like, I wouldn't be too bad. Oh. Okay, let's see. Okay. So Stream Elements isn't muted, it's just, yeah. Because I think... Let me look. I keep forgetting if there's, like, anything of, like, real importance for the commands list on Stream Elements. Yeah, I'm looking at the commands now and, like, none of them are really relevant. I think if you, I know there's something through Mix It Up, I think. No, I just have the trigger fire ones. I don't know. I just need to set up a proper command. Okay, what happened in the last few seconds here? See, my bot and stream mounts are fighting again. Yeah, they like to fight. the bots like to bully each other, as long as they're not bullying you guys. Isn't that incredible? 2.5 billion yen is enough for me. Rudolph Nissan won't complain either. Klaus Nissan will probably be the only one to complain. Yeah, you're right. After all, Nissan is the de facto manager of Rokkenjima, and since the gold was on this premises, even though I was the first to discover it, things might get complicated if I don't handle it cleverly. It won't get complicated. Didn't we give it our all in that discussion last night with that in mind? I wonder if it really will go that smoothly. I've already completely gotten over my excitement. How I manage everything from here on is the real problem. That's a problem for the new head of the Ushinomiya family. A problem for you to enjoy, ne-san. It has nothing to do with me. Heh, that's a big talk coming from you. I'll support you as the second discoverer. If you'll at least give me the early payment we decided on, I'd like 150 million yen by March. Yes, that'll be fine. If you support me, I'll graciously pay you that much. I'm not Nissan. Anyway, why don't you go and shock Nissan and the others? Even if we cover up the actual location, I want to see Klaus Nissan's shocked face as soon as I can. Wait a second, Rosa. Wait a while before telling everyone about it. Huh? Why? You idiot, isn't it obvious? This is that haughty Klaus Nissan and that sly Rudolph we're talking about. Even if we do announce it eventually, it's certainly too early now. 150 million yen is tiny compared to the building. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It's an amount. But yeah, it is definitely small. Unless we carefully investigate how to make our next move, it's possible that all the gold we finally found will be snatched away by Nissan. Eva thought she was saying something extremely natural. So when she saw Rosa's expression suddenly cloud over, she was a little surprised. What are you unsatisfied about? You know what kind of person Klaus Nissan is. Nissan, that's against the rules. What do you mean? Didn't we make a rule that whoever found the gold would announce it immediately? If you hesitate, the foundation of the rules will be destroyed, and that could lead to something worse in the future. With Klaus Nissan as crafty as he is, that violation of the rules will come back to bite you. Don't be stupid. This is Nissan's island, and that gold just now wasn't cash. We're talking about the liquidation of a vast 10-ton mountain, right? It will take a significant amount of time to carry it off and turn it into cash, and that will only work in Nissan's favor, since he was practical control over this island. Don't you even realize that? I don't like it when you search out each other's weaknesses like that. All I want is to reach a clear decision regarding my 2.5 billion portion. Of course, if you were to give me 2.5 billion in cash right now, you'd be free to continue negotiating however you like. But until I have my share in my own pocket, I will follow the siblings' rules. Wasn't very cash money of you, Rosa. Jump scare time? What do you mean? I don't think I have any jump scare stuff. I don't think. How can you be so naive? You don't understand Nissan's craftiness at all. Whee! Oh gosh. There we go. There we go. It's pushing me off to the side. Wow. Wow, you just tossed me off to the side. How dare you? Now you can only see my wing. You can't get rid of me that easy. Wait, maybe is there an angle that my wing will... Nope. Please don't. No! Why is it attacking me with stars? Oh well. Okay, we might get stars again. Hold on tight. Why is it doing this? Why? Why is it doing that? Okay. I guess I'll stop doing the fade-in for now. We can just kind of sit while it does the thing. The real jump scares are the friends we made along the way. No, the stars are the jump scare. It wasn't that Rosa didn't understand the craftiness of her older siblings. In that case, or in that sense rather, Rosa more or less understood why Ava was being so cautious, but in her heart, she couldn't clear away her suspicion that Ava wanted to keep all the gold to herself, because she knew that Ava was at least as crafty as her other siblings. I'm a jump scare, yeah! A bright and purple version of you being a jump scare. In other words, Rosa wanted to put a stop to any chance Ava had to keep the gold all to herself, by quickly informing the siblings of the gold's discovery. I mean, that was a discussion that they had. And so, like, if you don't share that information and someone else finds it, they'll be like, oh, yes, I found the gold first, so I get the bigger share. And then it'll be like, wait, no, I found it first. And it's like, it'll be this whole big argument, and then guns will be fired. I can do a real jump scare, but I don't have the money for it right now. What? A real jump scare? Oh, right. for a big don't know. Possibly. I'm assuming anyway. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Rosa, sorry, but at least listen to me this once. Are you saying that if I don't listen to what you say, you won't be able to get me that 150 million? That isn't the way I wanted to say it, but if you really need that money, supporting me is a more realistic option. If you talk to Nissan and Rudolph, even the portion that's your natural right might disappear. You don't want that, do you?
A no clip? What do you mean?
For a while, a severe expression that she'd never showed to her sister before rose to Rosa's face. There wasn't even a trace of her resistant as a younger sister.
You're able to share clips, by the way. That's the one link that won't get bonked.
There was just the ruthlessness. No, the seriousness of a single human arguing with a vast sum of wealth. Ava made light of it, chuckling.
The clip you cut in half. What? Eh?
My, how careless that you must be. How careless you must be to stand around here talking like this. Even though a frightful murder case has just taken place, the culprit might still be on this island. I'm sure it was just the servants play acting. There are no murders on this island in the first place. Oh? So you do think that after all?
Who names their kids October and Bentley? Who indeed? What is that referencing to?
The circumstances surrounding those 6 deaths shows us that clearly. A crime from the outside couldn't possibly have created those 6 closed rooms. Dr. Nanjo said they were all dead, but that was a lie too. This was all a complicated act that Father cooked up. All of the servants are just playing dead. A murder never occurred in the first place. Okay, how do you explain a burnt corpse on Kinzo's end, though? Since you're saying a murder never occurred in the first place, that's including Kinzo, I'm pretty sure. There's no way that there's a murderer prowling around.
Bro, I have random memes coming up, and as soon as you said that, the Taco Bell. Taco Bell gone. Perfect. Perfection. At work, 2 students were called to the office, Bentley and October. Huh. Honestly, like, Bentley I can imagine being an actual name. October, I'm trying to think if that would be like a good name to have, or like a kind of like, I wish I was named something normal kind of name, right? Because like, I'm trying to think, like, would October get bullied for having that name? I feel like it would be kind of cool, actually. I say that, but again, my name is a pun, yeah.
I'm surprised you noticed. You looked pretty scared, so I didn't think you'd figure it out that much. I'm good at reading the mood of a situation. I've got you to thank for training me so well. That's right. Come to think of it, now that the servants are dead, almost everyone on this island is a member of the Ushinomiya family. As for Nanjo, he proclaimed the deaths of the servants, but when the relatives began to discuss the riddle of the epitaph, he disappeared off to the 2nd floor, as if he didn't want to get in the way. All of it was an act to get us to try and solve the epitaph. And that's why you need to announce that you are the victor, Ne-san.
Cut in half. Oh no.
There was no way that burnt corpse was really Father. He got a corpse with the right number of toes from somewhere and went to all the trouble of burning it in that creepy way of his so we would see it. I'm sure he's hiding somewhere watching to see how we'll behave. I'll bet he already knows you reached the Golden Land, Ne-san. That's why you should announce that you're the winner soon. I'm sure Father will appear out of nowhere and applaud you and proclaim that you're his successor. Then again, I've still got to pester you for that 150 million, so I can't stand against you in any way. So you'll listen to what I say and keep quiet about this to Nissan and the rest? Right. Like, oh, Father, that prankster, burning corpses and pretending that it's him. Haha, what a classic Kinzo prank. Make your position clear, Rosa. I want to tell them. We made that rule just last night. We shouldn't just throw it away. Of course, I will announce it in front of the siblings. However, I want to closely analyze the situation first. We've got to carry out 10 tons of gold, convert it into money, and distribute it fairly. Until I have proof that I can do that without Nissan getting in the way, I want some time to think. I only want to postpone my announcement until then. I'm certainly not keeping it a secret because I want it for myself. You'll definitely announce it to everyone sooner or later, right? Yes, of course. Even I want to rub it in Nissan's face as soon as I can. But how much time will you need to think? I won't know until I've thought about it. Will one night be enough? I can't promise you that it'll take only one night. Out of respect for you, the successor, I'll support you for one night. This year's family conference will end tomorrow morning when the typhoon passes and a boat comes to get us. That's right. When the seagulls cry. I will remain silent until then. If you still feel that you need more time to think after that, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there, okay? I'll support your position to the best of my ability. That's a death flag right there. You really are cunning, aren't you? I'm surprised. Were you always this resilient? I guess it's true that women become stronger when they have a child. I realized that in myself when I had Maria. Wasn't there an episode of Fullmetal Alchemist where Mustangs faked someone death by making a fake corpse burn? Was there? I don't remember. If it was like in the second half of the series, then I don't remember too much of it. Yeah, there was? Okay. I will take Psyche's word for it. But yeah, I don't remember too much. Like, I remember the first half, but the second half I'm not too familiar with. I think like after what's his name? What was his name? The guy with the kid. What is his name? Like after his death, I think like I don't remember much after that. Hughes, yeah. I don't remember much after Hughes' death. Understood. For the time being, thanks for your cooperation. We can talk about tomorrow when it comes. Also, I like never got around to watching Brotherhood, but like I've been meaning to. It's on my very long list. Yes, that's right. I'm convinced that you'll become a fair-minded successor to the headship, one who'd never even consider taking all the gold for herself. Wait. Do we have to pretend that the one before Brotherhood didn't exist? Is that what people are doing right now? Are we pretending the 2003 one? Nah! Watch, Sans will come back, roll again, get a nat 20. Isn't that obvious? I will split the gold evenly among the siblings. Younger her is like, no you won't. You know the difference between the two? The line art for his hair is colored. No, Rocket! But in all seriousness, I think Brotherhood follows the manga more closely than the original? Is that the case? No way. I found it because we solved the riddle of the epitaph. So this gold is all mine. I won't give it up. I won't to anyone. I am the head of the Ushinomiya family. I am.
The witch inside Ava claimed exclusive possession in a loud voice. Of course, that didn't reach even close to Rosa's ears, and it probably didn't reach Ava's either. 2003 anime came out while the manga was still being written, and instead of the anime waiting, they just made stuff up. Ah. Yeah, that is a common thing. Brotherhood is the direct interpretation of the manga. Oh, okay. Interesting. Fart sound effect played as soon as I got 19. Bruh. Wait, what? I missed it. Wait, it didn't say in the thing. Or are you talking about it like on your end of things? There it is. Indeed, I shall acknowledge it. You are the true head of the Ushinomiya family, chosen by the witch's epitaph. Now, I acknowledge it upon my name. That was not her voice, but I didn't know. You are... that outfit. You couldn't actually be Beatrice. Maybe Beatrice was happy that Ava had called her by her own name. She cackled cheerfully. Sans. My goodness. In the one before Brotherhood, the mother came back as Sloth, and Brotherhood, the mother stays dead. Oh. Oh. That must have been after Hugh's death. In concert with that laugh, golden butterflies crept up through the storm of gold dust was spinning around the room. No spoilers. Okay. Well, I mean, if it happened in the first version of the anime, like technically it's fake, right? I don't know. This is why I'm not allowed to have these things. I use them a lot for no reason. It's all good. Storm of gold dust was spinning through the room, and the room shone a gold color. Indeed, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. There is no need to be so frightened. I am praising your exploits. Truly excellent. Imagine that you would spectacularly solve the riddle of the epitaph. It is worthy of my admiration. You're the one who sent that letter? So I'll inherit all the gold in the Ushinomiya family headship, right? You wrote that in your letter, and I overcame that challenge. I'm going to stop playing. Oh no. Indeed, I shall acknowledge it. Right now, all the gold piled up here and everything of the Ushinomiya family is for you to do with as you please. After all, for this moment on, you are already the Ushinomiya family head. Really? It's true, right? Right? Do not be agitated. I am openly praising you. As proof, I shall grant you this. Accidentally muted the stream, and I'm like, why is it quiet? Are they still talking? What's going on? Oh no. Well, I'm glad you noticed it. Beatrice took a ring off her own finger and held it out to Ava. She fearfully accepted it and realized that this was a ring. Could this be? Indeed. This golden ring is proof of the Ushinomiya family headship, returned to me from Kinzo. From now on, it is yours. You may place it on your finger and hold it high before your siblings. No one should doubt that you have now succeeded the Ushinomiya family headship. Ava stared closely at the ring. It certainly wasn't a fake. Without a doubt, it was the real thing. She dreamed of receiving this ring someday, focused on this day over and over again, and it was now finally a certainty. This ring had now designated her as the head and had been handed over to her, and timidly, she put it on her middle finger on the left hand. On April Fool's, just mouth yourself talking, but don't. What? What would I even do? I mean, like... Oh gosh, if I do want to do something for April Fools, like I'm gonna have to start working on it now if I want to do like a model or something, because like I was in my dad mode, which I don't have set up in this model anymore.
But like, what if I talk like this throughout the whole stream? I don't know if anybody would be like, you know, interested in hanging out with this voice the whole time. But you know, I could just be like, look kids, look at me.
All Japanese soft drink. Dude, if I was able to learn enough Japanese to do that in like, what, 4 months? Less than 4 months, technically? That would be wild. Just make it look like you're talking. Well, I mean, I can do that, you know. You know? But I think that would be kind of weird. Okay, my everything just broke. Oh no. Yeah, last year you were a box of Gushers, yeah. I don't know, what if I... Gosh, didn't I have a previous stream where I had like an idea of what to do for next year's? I don't remember what it is anymore now. In that instant, she felt a deep emotion welling up inside her that she'd never felt before. Her mind grew blank. Both eyes were opened. That ring was on her own finger. Not in a dream, but in reality. Stream where you suddenly dropped. No! That ring is also pleased. Or that ring is also pleased. After all, it managed to reach you, the one who dreamed of putting it on her finger for so long. The ring. Father's ring! How many nights have you dreamed of putting that on your finger as you've done now? The strength of those feelings became your magic and materialized itself. Now you are worthy of calling yourself a great witch. Who are you? Are you really Beatrice? I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, the Ushinomiya family alchemist. In accordance with my contract with Kinzo, I now pass everything on to you. All of the gold I entrusted Kinzo with, and all of the wealth he built up through that, and the honor and headship of the Ushinomiya family, and I will pass my power and title of the Endless Witch. The title of the witch. I will pass on all my magical power and the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch. Following my predecessor's example, I will hand over my name, Beatrice, along with that title. You may now call yourself by that name. Ava gulped. The chandelier light, which had seemed dim, now felt too bright. By my name, I shall now commence the succession of the Golden Witch. Ooh, that's probably not going to be that good for Ava. All things considered.
I don't swear.
Oh no, she's an evil alchemist. Keep her away from Maria. Family talk. Oh no. Now you're Beatrice. Great. Now, about those murders Beatrice did, now you have to... I gave everything to you, so you know. Now you're the one who killed everyone. Have fun being a murderer. Police are coming tomorrow. The instant Beatrice made that proclamation, everything was buried by a golden sparkle and changed into a majestic place that looked like an audience hall. In the audience hall, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions and brethren, as well as countless gold butterflies celebrating this first succession ceremony in 1,000 years. When she looked, she saw Beatrice in the throne that only the Endless Witch was permitted to sit in, holding a golden staff, reigning with a dazzling dignity. Without being ordered by anyone, Ava automatically kneeled, hanging her head. A goat attendant respectfully handed Beatrice a golden staff in the shape of the one-winged eagle. After Beatrice stood up and received that staff, she laid the tip of it on Ava's shoulder and spoke. It was a proclamation. What did my mouth do? It was a proclamation 1,000 years in coming. Ushinomiya Ava, you have spectacularly solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and reached the Golden Land. I praise that accomplishment, and hand over all of the endless magic as well as the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch. From this point forth, you may call yourself by my name, Beatrice. Come, raise your face, then stand and accept this staff. I am most grateful. Ava stood up dizzily and took the magic staff from Beatrice's hand. We have to identify two of the witches. Remember, there are 4 in total. My goodness.
You're just really lucky today.
Yeah. Her hand was trembling slightly. As soon as she grasped that staff, she was wrapped up in a brilliant sparkle of gold, as though gold butterflies were flowing out from inside her. In the instant she succeeded the Gold Witch, Ava felt something in the depths of her soul be reborn. To describe it in a word, it was energy. Energy with a gold color. It felt like she was waking up, as though she had been half asleep ever since she had been born and was opening her eyes for the first time. It felt as though her true eyes inside her eyes were opened for the first time in her life. That outfit looks familiar. Why is that outfit familiar?
Patsy, 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 patsy. Congrats, Ava.
Indeed, a fitting and beautiful outfit for the Golden Witch. Come, you may show yourself to all those people. Let them know that the new witch is indeed you. Ava, no, the new Beatrice turned around timidly. When she did, the witch's minions, which filled the vast audience hall, honored her with applause that sounded like the roaring of the sea. Come, everyone. Replace all the portraits of Beatrice with a new Beatrice. Lift up words of celebration for the new Beatrice. Ooh. That's really pretty.
She also has a capelet.
Good fashion sense. Good fashion sense. New Beatrice, congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch. I hope that you will become able to stand on your own as a proud Golden Witch and as the Endless Witch.
Yes, I will do my best.
I expect composure befitting the Endless Witch from you, unlike your naughty predecessor.
Teacher, we're in the middle of a serious ceremony, so please, enough of that.
Reminds me of a Gothic Lolita dress.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like a very classic one. Congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch, new Beatrice-sama. I am called Ronove. I am one of the 27 demons permitted to serve the Golden Witch. If you are ever inconvenienced in the slightest, please let me know at once. Thank you. Ronove is rude, but reliable. Did I say 27 instead of 72? If anything confuses you in the new days as a witch, speak to this man and he should be able to help you. Predecessor Beatrice-sama, it is a shame that I was not permitted to serve you further, even though we have finally been reunited like this. These last 1,000 years have been very entertaining to me. You have my deepest gratitude. Indeed, 1,000 years with you wasn't boring. Please, take care of the new witch. Yes, I, Ronove, will obey the final order of the former Beatrice. You!
You'd better thank me, okay? I gave my signature to recommend you of the succession of the witch. Got it? In other words, if I haven't signed, you wouldn't have been able to become a witch. So, thank me a little, okay?
This is the Witch of Certainty, Lady Lambadelta. The recommendation of a witch from the Senate was required for your succession as an Endless Witch. Lady Lambadelta recommended you and became your guardian. I didn't realize there was a witch senate. Thank you.
Hey, Beato, this kid isn't graceful enough. I think I'll take back that recommendation.
A person making those recommendations shouldn't act like a child, right? If you signed, make sure you take responsibility. Lady Lambadelta is also the Witch of Certainty. And the Witch of Certainty prefers to make fate firm, to create a fate of certainty. She really liked and highly valued your efforts until today.
Well, you had that unfortunate childhood at all that unawarded effort. I can sympathize just a bit with that. You know, it's not like I felt sorry for you or anything. Don't be so full of yourself.
My wife burned you. From my point of view, your succession, well, it was more of a coincidence than a miracle. It isn't worthy of my recommendation.
is Lady Birkenstell. She's quite hard to please. Still, you could say that just having her participate in this celebration makes you exceedingly lucky. I only became because this is a rare once-in-a-millennium event. I'd heard there'd be some good sake. New Beatrice-sama, please, come greet us as well. Huh? Oh, I'm pleased to meet you.
The 7 sisters of Purgatory were gathered in a line. Ava's just overwhelmed. It's like, I have to talk to so many people.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
See, it gives me a chance to look at the chat. See, remember Flaccid Fate is no good.
What?
I just spilled water on my bed. No!
Wait, you tell me to wiggle my ears, and then you're having me hold them up. Here, they're held up. Now what? What am I holding up for?
Nice.
Perfection.
The 7 sisters of Purgatory were gathered in a line. The eldest sister, Lucifer, took a step forward and kneeled.
This is furniture that serves me. As a gift to celebrate your inheritance, I will send them to you. Once you succeed the position of Golden Witch, you will need to carry out the resurrection ceremony for yourself. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory perform an essential role in that ceremony. They're a villainous bunch, but they serve their purpose. Have them do whatever you wish. We will always be by Beatrice-sama's side. Please let it order us to do anything you desire. We'll accomplish our tasks without fail.
I'm gonna message you the picture on Twitter.
Oh, that's okay.
I only have... I mean, at least it ends with 69. 40,000. Even after that, many nobles and minions visited and offered words of congratulations for the new witch. As she responded to them confusedly, she felt as though she was growing lightheaded due to the lack of oxygen. She couldn't tell if this was something real or unreal, but there was just one thing she could understand. A feeling of achievement at being permitted to call herself the Golden Witch. That alone was a truth that she could definitely understand. What is all this? Of course I'm not gonna swallow this story, but what in the world does it mean? And Ava's the new Beatrice? Are you saying she turned into a witch? What the hell?
I was also surprised to think that someone would be able to solve that riddle. However, that is the rule. I must follow it and pass on the position of Golden Witch and my name.
It is hardly something to be surprised about. At the very beginning, you wrote that rule in a letter and announced it. Ava-sama was simply the first to be successful. That is all there is to say. Virgilia, are you there?
Yes, here I am.
What does this farce mean? Even if this depiction of strange witches showing up one after another is some of her whole... isn't almost like Ava turned into a witch?
Calm yourself. She has simply received the title of Endless Witch and might call herself that in the future. The succession ceremony is certainly nothing more than an act to promote that child's explanation. Don't fall for the same move over and over again.
That's right. That whole grand ceremony was all phony. But it's at least a fact that Aunt Ava solved the riddle of the epitaph. And at the same time, that means she succeeded the Oshinomiya family headship. And after getting 10 tons of gold, Aunt Ava might as well call herself the Golden Witch. Is that it? Damn, it's as complicated as ever.
My, is a boorish human unable to comprehend the grandeur of the ceremony? Oh well, being unable to read between the lines is what makes you human. I pity you, but I do not blame you.
Damn it. Don't look at me like you feel sorry for me. Still, for the time being, there's something I need to check. And that's regarding this younger version of Aunt Ava. In other words, the definition of this new Beatrice. What is that?
Even if I tell you, you will still persist in your disbelief in magic and witches, correct? So there's nothing in particular for me to explain. Feel free to believe in whatever it seems to be to you.
What it seems to be to me? Then how should I interpret this? For now, it might not hurt to view it as a visualization on a separate entity inside Oshinomiya Ava.
Of course, you cannot blindly accept that answer, and it is probably a reasonable theory to hold for the time being.
In other words, I should think of Aunt Ava and her as the same person, right? Damn, I don't like where this is going.
In any case, from now on, my name is no longer Beatrice. I have passed it on to Ushidomiya Ava. Which means I am nameless. Battler, don't you have some name that'd be fitting for me? I shall accept your recommendation. How about a name that was refined, full of elegance, and a little cute too, if you can?
Just Beato is good enough for you. There's probably a big enough difference between Beato and Beatrice to keep people from getting confused.
So the same old Beato, is it? Doesn't feel wrong, but it's boring for some reason.
Man, she is just fucking flirting with Battler, even more so. It's just like, man, what if you gave me a name and like you called me that and like it was refined and cute? Like what if you gave me a cute name that only you call me Battler? Like that'd be cute, right? I mean, she would be the one calling. She would have to be the one calling him Onita. Like, why don't you call me Onita, Battler? Like, wouldn't that be cute? Wouldn't that be a cute little nickname for little old me? Like, now that I don't have the name Beatrice, you could just call me Onita. Like, that'd be cute, right? Beatrice falls for Battler because he doesn't believe in her, right? It's just like, I've never been bullied like this. I maybe like it. I got a new name for you. Beatrice redacted. They say the temperance of black tea in a woman's heart are difficult to gauge in this era.
Battler-kun, at any rate, stay calm from this point onwards. The fact that we can now tell her and Ushidomiya Ava apart works to our advantage, compared to the time when the child was still Beatrice.
Stop shipping now! Okay, fine. I'll stop shipping them. But maybe I can ship Beatrice and me. And that... And that's exactly why I like it even less. What's she saying, that Beato? Over there, the witches formed a long line to bless Aunt Ava, who had the figure of her younger days, and who now possessed the name Beatrice. Real question here, does Rosa see this happening? Is this just happening in front of Rosa and she's just like, wait? Or is Ava just like, ah, and meanwhile, like, they're still standing in the room and Rosa's like, oh wait, no, they were in the garden last, so they're just standing in the garden and like, Ava's like, ah, yes, I am Beatrice, and Rosa's just like, are you good? Ava? Do we should probably rest. Beatrice and you and Birkenstell and me holding hands, yes. Let's see. If I stop stripping, how am I supposed to get my new cabin card? I'm worried. No! It's fine. Look on you, I can now commit for it. No! It was like a witch's coronation. The countless gold butterflies flapped their wings, directing this fantastical, gold-sparkling space. They were all praising her. As I stared from the distance, I looked at the newly born Beatrice, who had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Her expression, which had been lost and confused at first, seemed to be full of happiness that she was finally starting to recognize. Ah, so close to a 1. That expression didn't look at all like someone laughing insanely while standing before the gold. There was just the innocence of a person basking in their own joy. As a person who denied the existence of witches, I couldn't view this witch succession ceremony with a joyful expression and accept her. However, when I looked at that innocent smile, I felt like I wanted to offer my blessings, just for that moment. It's always beautiful when strong efforts bear fruits and are rewarded. Aunt Ava, who had always yearned to succeed the headship, and who had worked hard since her youth without reward, had spectacularly taken hold of the chance given to her by the riddle of the epitaph, and had finally gained that position. How divine is that smile of a person whose childhood dreams had been granted. I definitely wouldn't accept witches, but... Battler put his hands together, making a small sound. It didn't reach her ears, but it did bless her. Congratulations, Aunt Ava. You spectacularly solved the riddle of the epitaph before anyone else. It's your victory without any complaints. I won't accept all that about the Golden Witch and so on, but I will accept you as the new head of the Ushinomiya family, and I'll celebrate that sincerely. Bro is playing Vine Booms on the memes. Wait! I mean, memes do like those Vine Booms. As though urged on by Battler's applause, Byato also clapped. It was a slightly odd scene. Battler and Byato, who opposed each other, were standing side by side.
I can't believe this!
Right, they're standing and they're agreeing! Oh my gosh! Who opposed each other were standing side by side and applauded the same person. I'm not applauding for the witch. I'm clapping for all of Aunt Ava's efforts up until now. As am I. I offer my sincere applause as a blessing to Ava, who spectacularly solved that epitaph. I don't like applauding with you. But, well, I've decided that I won't worry about it now. Divine punishment won't fall on me just because I clap with you every once in a while. It's not so bad every once in a while. Still, it's fun to applaud. Even though it was Ava who was successful and not me, for some reason, I'm starting to feel happy too. That's because blessing someone means the same thing as sympathizing and sharing with them. I see. Then, I have even shared this irrational happy feeling with you. Since we are a pair of enemies trying to make each other surrender, it is an odd experience. Well, just for now. Let's have a truce and clap, okay? Byato laughed impishly, playing around and applauding even louder, as though eagerly trying not to lose to Battler when she clapped. Battler went along with her and clapped even louder. Those nerds, those cute little nerds. When he did, as though some ceremony had ended, everyone applauded and highly praised the reborn Beatrice. It was just as though Battler's and Beato's applause had been the final thing needed for her succession. No, oh no. Okay, now we see someone in a puddle of blood, right? Okay. My goodness, it's already almost 3? This has been going so fast. Or time has, anyway. Okay. Okay, so this is just a half an hour later. Like, the big plot twist is that there is no plot twist, right? I mean, like, heckin', we still have, like, the rest of this episode, one more episode of the questions arcs, and then at least 4 for the answer arc, so we're not even halfway through. Okay. So let's go ahead and save real quick. And then let me get ready to do the BRB screen. Yeah, it's almost 3. It is 2:57 over here, which means now it is a good time to take a break. Hopefully the stars won't jump scare us this time. And then... Why is Majima broken again? Oh well, oh well. Anyway, we'll take our break. Can't wait for the answers arc, right? It's probably going to be a while until we do that, but I'm excited. I'm very curious as to what it's going to be showing. But yeah, we're going to take a break. More than likely, I will have to, what is it? More than likely, I'll have to have something to eat, so we will be doing at least a few memes. But for now, we'll go ahead and go over to the break. Yeah, let's do it! I have killed my brother. What have I done?
Complete.
Father, why do I have a crotch flap? What did you put behind there, father? Come on. Come on. Come on, you're almost there. Come on. We can fight it no longer. Why is the button to heat seek against the rings the same button as bouncing on the ground? Let me get her.
My nose. Okay.
Come on.
Get a load of this! No way! I can't believe this!
Please, Eggman, please. Please, 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 please come down. I don't want you to break again. Please. Please. There you go. Oh no, I think he's broken again. Eggman, please. This is serious. I'm trying to have a serious boss battle with you, and you just keep breaking. I can't deal with this, Eggman. I can't deal with this right now. Come on, Eggman. Come on. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can... You can exist. Come on, Eggman, please.
Like a mother trucker.
Beach! Oh my god! Okay, now I'm running. Now I'm running. I did my best. I guess that was for just a little extra thing. I wasn't going fast enough. Can I help you? Okay. But to be honest, I'm afraid because I can't be certain of what you'll remember. It might just be an excuse that I'm busy preparing for the conference. In a way, I don't want to see the gradual change in your attitude towards me once you remember everything. But I still know it's selfish for me not to want you to remember these things, since they are yours to remember. Don't hold back for my sake. Go and reclaim your memories. Oh, Margaret? Okay, is this...
She just locked the front gate. Margaret.
Well, I'm still alive.
So am I. I walked in and she...
Oh,
Margaret,
where was she? I walked right into her. How?
What? Oh! Margaret! Ah! I mean, Xephoria! My frames! Ah!
Oh, she's a twitchy old lady. Okay, well, that means that she is nearby, though.
Protocol. I told you being a peon will be cool.
No one. In the house. Let me in. No. Okay. Oh no, I don't even know if I can get in. There's animals in the way. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Oh no, I really messed up. Can I? I'm gonna restart this one because I'm just not doing good. Something, or should I call someone? Yeah.
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Haha, I finished the generator. No!
What'd you get for taunting it?
Oh, you're so fancy. You're a fancy little Wraith.
Oh, the hook's right there.
Go to generator.
No, where did I put him? Where did I put him?
I lost my boy. Oh no.
They only treated me horribly. Ah! How sad, how sad. Wah!
He'll probably just keep treating you worse and worse until you finally drop down to a supporting role.
Oh, look at my little face. I'm strongly guessing that it's like, hey, you might die here. You need to save, like, right now.
Peekaboo, found you at last. Well, I locked the door. I should have done that before. No head start for you this time. I gotta escape. Nyum. Yeah, go backwards, you nerd. What is going on? Okay, that was just flies. Hold it.
No, Raz. Ho. Yes! Wait a minute. Because of the weird thing that she said when we were talking with Coach, I'll put her below. I know she did it as a joke, but like, it rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know this lady. Now her! Get in. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. We're a big shot now. Yeah. So, what you gonna do, Ukyo? Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little corner. Yes, I'm officially a big shot. I'm sorry, what's going on back here? What's going on? Why are they playing kazoos? I can't read their fanfiction when they're playing kazoos.
I have learned new information. More thorough autopsy results of Renju's body have revealed something. An object in his intestines.
An object?
A clump of organic matter. Because it was partially digested, it took significant time to analyze.
What was it?
Shoko Nadami's eyeball.
What? We're trying to get answers, please. We're trying to get answers. I don't want more questions. Rika-chan and I gave her a pat on the head.
Why are you petting me? We're petting you because you're a good girl, Satoko. Nipa.
Satoko was lost in confusion, but she seemed to understand that she was being made fun of. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get, Satoko.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
Who's this?
Helmet. So this is where you ran off to. Figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your Psy King.
But how? Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time, until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mailroom. Hang on, borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
Yeah. And he's not as cute as you either.
Neither are you right now. Come on, let's at least wash that beard. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
This doctor sure is yummy. Well, I don't know. I don't know the relationship between this guy and the doctor. They could have had a fling. Okay. Scrumptious peepers. No! Not the peepers! Time to find that medicine. Wait.
And we're back. I ended up eating all of my rice very fast. So now I just have popcorn. But we can still watch memes. Okay. Let me make sure that the audio is gonna be at a good volume for you guys to hear. And that should be good. That should be a good volume. Yeah?
What is it?
What you want in psych?
I mean, maybe.
Oh gosh, I forgot that. Why is that chainsaw in here? I guess we get a little preview, but like, maybe. Oh gosh, I'm just skipping everywhere because of my toggles. Okay, anyway, time for memes. Oh, that did not look like a good spin. Hmm? Oh. Baby. Oh. Oh. That looked painful.
Bursting with flavor.
Hmm. Oh.
Just found a bat. What the actual
Oh. Oh no. Unbothered.
I don't know if you heard of it before, but it's a fucked up name called Huey Magoo's.
No. No.
Don't say shit to me.
Okay.
Don't say shit to me. Don't say shit to me.
Such a little boat. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh no.
Oh, si, si. Wow. Oh putain. Oh putain, bordel. Ah, ils font peur, sa mère. Je serais jamais montée là-dessus. Ah, c'est trop peur pour eux.
Oh, the category. Hello?
Andy's coming!
There you go. Okay, I fixed it.
Братишка устал. Везу домой его. Сейчас загоним его.
What? I'm sorry! I didn't change categories. I'm sorry. Wait, no, this is my fault. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to forget to change the categories. But also, it's like, I think you're able to. So you could have done it. But still, I fixed it. We'll go back to see the... Oh. I can imagine that was super... No, I have eyes when you get FBI rated because I pressed the wrong button. Oh gosh. It's been windy here, but thankfully it's not been that windy. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Bro. Bro, what is your car made of? Why are you drooling?
What the fuck?
What? Yo! Oh. Caleb. Oh. Oh, that would be me. Oh no! Wait. Oh no! Oh no, the pupper! Oh.
Whoops.
There's the sound. I don't know why the sound is so pleasing.
Pobrecita. Se metió en mi camisa y ya no puede salir.
What the fuck?
Need to do try not to laugh.
God,
Well, like with the ones that are specifically made to like try not to laugh, it's usually like mostly people getting hurt. And it's just like, not a fan of those ones, but like it'd have to be like specifically curated. Maybe we can do that at one point. Have you and some of the other mods get together some videos in like a playlist? That could be an idea. Because I would have to make sure to like not see them like getting picked, but like, yeah.
But you're not Steve Jobs.
Ja, ja, Knotenplatz, hoch, hoch.
Oh no. That's me. That's me. I think that's actually my pair of scissors too.
I got it. Are you recording? Yeah.
Oh, this one. Oh no. Oh no. Baby!
You got into it. No! Mom.
Put it in the microwave.
The cat?
The cat?
I'm about to fuck smack down on his ass.
Oh.
What kind of angle is this?
Oh.
Inshallah, tabarakallah.
Oh. Baby. Run! Oh, yo! Oh my gosh. Is that a... Is that a duck?
Ножницы. Отрезаем кусочек. Ой.
What? What is that?
Получилась хуйня.
I don't know what that was. Oh my Tamagotchi. Oh. Oh.
Fuck them kids, bro.
Weather outside is frightful, but that fire is...
Oh, swimming kitty. Swimming kitty. Swimming kitty. Man, I really hope at one point it snows over here. Although I'm feeling it's a year that it will not snow. Regrettably. Okay. Next memes. These ones are kind of older. I think they're also quiet. There we go. What? I'm sorry, what? Did you? I'm sorry. Did they put the strainer into the boiling pot of pasta? If it was a metal one, that would have been really good thinking. What's the one on the screen? What? What do you mean? I am watching. Or did you want me to rewind to the doggo one? Because we can do that. We're only 11 seconds in.
Oh.
Don't want to watch any good memes without me. I'll try not to. Oh. Absolutely decimated.
Hey, Mike. Sarah, come help you.
Oh no.
Beep beep.
Oh. Oh gosh.
I fell.
Oxe. Segura, picolé. Segura, picolé. Meu Deus. Meu Deus.
Oh no. I feel so bad for the kid. They're just straight up vibe. Oh.
Careful.
Huh. Oh.
Y'all gotta get a load of Geo Beatus.
Make sure that your mic is off.
Oh. That was so smooth.
Усталость только в голове.
Bro, just go, bro. Right now, hurry up. Hold on, do it. Yeah. Oh my god.
Короче, я научился открывать майонез, так что сегодня без пупитов.
No. Rubik's potato? Huh. Oh, ah. Kitty, be safe!
Place the towel gently over the rat, and then grasp the rat carefully around the body. Wrap the towel around the rat.
Oh no. Baby is offended. Is that not what you were trying to do?
A family of 5 live in them boots.
Have I ever hated a controller
Potato
this
has
much?
fallen.
Oh How the
New York be wild, I guess. BB!
You found a puzzle piece? Oh, good find.
Mickey!
Thirsty noodle. A very thirsty noodle. Slurp, slurp.
When you wake up in like 3 in the morning with a thirst that must be quenched.
But we have a different future in mind. The globalists can all go to hell. I have come to Texas.
Just singing a little tune.
I wanna hear his little tune again. Oh, yo. Oh, that would be me. Me is hot. It needs to be cool. I love that. They are very weeded. Eh. Oh. Honestly, that's an effective way of doing it. This one.
That's the wrong one.
来，评估。等一下，我也糊了。
It just made me think of Higurashi because they kept like bringing up that game. And my brain is just like, okay, who would do it? Who would it be, Oishi or would it be Keiichi who would do that? Ooh, that or Mion. I think Mion played a little bit.
I just want my food.
Okay, well.
Damn, they make a lot of money. Also, it was 31 degrees? Wait, is that in Celsius or Fahrenheit? That's either a pleasant temperature or it's like almost freezing. Oh, he is gonna get his butt whooped. Why did you film this on a potato?
Là, on va voir à combien de kilomètres. Ah, on est sur du presque 50 km/h. Incroyable. Et c'est parti.
Film this on a flip phone.
When you do your thing, bro, you gotta work. Wesh, il y a ce truc qui a parlé. T'as entendu? Ouais, ils ont capté.
Good, just loosen it. You can feel that there?
Gosh, that is so terrifying. Miss any good memes? Maybe. There was one that made me think of Higurashi. It was, where was it? Oh, it was this one. That one was also good, but the part after it.
来，评估。等一下，我也糊了。
Because it kept playing that in Higurashi. And my brain was just like, would it be more realistic for Oishi to do that or Keiichi to do that? The least cursed option would be like Mion. But like, which one would be better? Okay, let me see, do we want to do one more? That... Sans, I don't know how to tell you this, but that is what we're watching. That is what we're watching, Sans. The car shop called me and said the repairs are expensive as the car. No! That's how it was with our car, too. Okay, well... We'll... Unrecommend... What do you mean? You can't even see the recommendations. Or did you see them at the very end? We watched that one, I think, yesterday. We'll watch this one. And then we'll go back. Oh no. Oh, baby.
Would anyone like some McDonald's?
That looked expensive. Oh. Ma'am, are you okay? Oh. Man, all these people finding cats in the wild. Yo! Beyblade! Oh. Oh, damn. Oh. See, that's why I never put them, like, directly on the rack. No. That was the heckin'... That was the heckin', Roomba. Oh no! Oh gosh, that's the default. That's the default, like, alarm. Oh. Oh.
I told them I would pay $30.
Right there.
Who?
Me.
Why you?
Okay.
Is this my insurance card?
I didn't quite get it. Oh no.
It's slippery.
Oh no.
Yeah, man.
Oh. No. Train. Oh no. Oh. Man, a lot of people getting hurt in this one. Oh.
Weeks before filming began, the performers underwent...
Oh, the rapper was still on the straw. Oh.
See that? Didn't even spill my coffee.
He looks like he's being touched.
Oh.
What the fuck? He looks like he's
Why would he look like that? That is not Woody.
What the fuck?
Kids, stop fighting! Kids, stop fighting! Kids! Oh no.
Thanks, man.
Most of the laundry, go do the laundry. Perfection.
Inflation continues to bitch slap the American family, and that includes at the dinner table.
He's not wrong. Oh no. What?
I'll show you how to Wu-Tang.
Fuck, du ligger afslappet. Fuck, du slapper meget af. Fuck, hvor du slapper af.
When you have fucking fun, you have. Welcome to my life.
Sure, I can do that.
Oh.
I've just started this calypso. It is fucking minging. Paradise Punch Lemonade. It is fucking minging. Suck your dad.
Oh gosh. if we end up doing like a actual try not to laugh thing, I would have to have some like, I would have to do something like if I do laugh, right? So I'd have to make like a punishment wheel.
Yeah, we like waffles. Do you like pancakes? Yeah, we like pancakes. What are you doing?
Oh. I feel like that would be one of the punishments, yeah. Ending the stream early. I know most people do like
comfy salmon with griddled vegetables.
like the spicy ramen stuff. But then you would just hear me sniffling like so much. Pachi, pachi, pachi. Woo! Woo, you made food! Yay! Go food! Go salmon! Woo!
And coming up next, Rag and Bone Man.
You know, that actually looked really cool and immersive. I have memes in the background and said, oh, my stream froze, oh no. They said they needed to stall for 2 minutes until the commercials, fair enough. Okay. Let me put my popcorn over there. And then let us... Let me see, make that invisible. And then get... Time for the daily psych meme. Okay, we'll do that one more. Give us the daily meme. Ah, it is a Homestuck meme. Okay, here we go.
You know, sometimes I wonder how much time I'd have if I wasn't immortal.
You've got 7 inches of time right here. Fuck!
Of course.
Waluigi! Alright, I'm done. I promise.
Dang. Okay. Now back to Umineko. Okay, let's close that, and then go over here. The joke is, for those who don't know Homestuck, is that he does timey-wimey stuff. He's the... Yeah, he's a time player. I don't remember what, like, specific one. But that was basically a spicy joke. Okay. Night of Time. Yeah. So since he's the Knight of Time, 7 inches of time. Yeah. So figuring out logistics, if you laugh, you lose. It's hard finding stuff I consider to be punishment. One I can find myself without a small intestine. One I can do without a small intestine killing itself, yeah. Because I definitely have a spice limit. I'm sorry, is Uma Musume a category? Yo! Imagine. Umineko. There you go. Imagine if I just sit here and play my horse girl game. Maybe one day. Let's see. There. If you set a limit of failures, you can add thing subs as punishment. Oh, true, true. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I keep forgetting to change the volume after we switch from memes. Pick a number between 1 and 20. 13. Rosa returned to the lobby. It was still her turn to rest, but her expression made it look as though she couldn't sleep deeply with all this tension. Take it easy and lie down. Keep this up and you'll have it pretty rough later on. We picked the same number at the same time. Oh no. 9. Aw, dang. Thanks for the concern. I just couldn't fall asleep. I've already taken a shower, so I'm good for now. The next person can rest. What about you two, Kira-san? Rudolph-san? What will we do, Rudolph-san? Shall we rest? You can rest. I'll stay awake. I'm the one holding the gun anyway. That's the only manly thing I can do right now. Extra 3 is a tip. For a second I was like, was it just heckin' like 3 under and 3 above, and then it's just like, no. 3 more than 9 would be 12. Then I'll stay awake. Staying awake with my husband is the only womanly thing I can do right now. You two truly are close. That means one of you will die this time around. You should talk. Manly men hide behind a gun. Don't hide behind a gun. But 13 plus 26. Yeah, they use heavy artillery. They use a big old cannon. It seems Eva and Hideyoshi-san are out cold. It appears that, unlike Rosa, they can't fight against their age. Although in response to those words, the door to the hall clunked open. Eva and Hideyoshi returned from the guest room. That's none of your business. Oh, Rosa, are you sure you don't need to rest yet? You should talk, Nei-san. Why not take it easy and sleep? I can't just get to sleep. Taking a shower shook my drowsiness off. Rudolph, Kire-san, you can rest if you want. Sure, thanks. Well, for now, let's say I appreciate the sentiment. Why don't you go first, Aniki? How kind of you, but I cannot rest first. That is the most I can do as the oldest brother right now. Do not worry. The two of us will stay awake until the very end. More importantly, Eva-san, are you okay? You look a little pale. Come to think of it, you're right. Could it be a bit of a fever? Hideyoshi put his hand up against Eva's forehead. It seemed that Eva wasn't feeling her best. That goes without saying. That's what happens when you break your sleep cycle at your age. Is it a cold? Natsuhi, can you call Dr. Nanjo down? Yes. I'm fine. You don't have to make such a fuss over it. I have some medicine, so I'll be okay. It's not like I became a witch of, time, or eternal, endless witch, or anything, and had to, greet a whole bunch of demons and stuff. No, that's totally not on my mind. I tend to get fevers when I'm tired. Don't worry. Nei-san, take it easy, okay? Thank you. If the siblings gathered without me around, I get the feeling everyone would start talking behind my back. It's a persecution complex from long ago. Sorry, okay? Well, I won't say anything. As if I'd say bad things about you behind your back, Nei-san. What is it? Nei-san, you've been acting strange for a while. Shouldn't you get a little rest now? You're right. Just thinking about raising money by March makes my headache hurt even more, or even worse. That isn't good. Rest. And I'll hold back too, so that your headache doesn't get worse. I've had a bad headache myself for a while now. See, I just remembered I have one 1-pound gummy bear. Ooh! I broke my sleep schedule and I've never gotten a cold or fever. Right? It's like... Sorry, my mind went to the thing that I think was brought up in... Higurashi? I don't know, it's a common thing. You have a sleep schedule? Ooh! Well, I mean, Rocket does work, so I assume Rocket has to wake up kind of early most days? Thank you. Well then, I'll take these words to heart and rest for a while. Honestly, if I didn't have to work a retail job, my sleep schedule would be a mess. Literally the only reason I would have a sleep schedule would be to stream. So, I guess it wouldn't be too different. I go to sleep anywhere from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. Man, 9 p.m., that's early. But I guess you do go to school, so I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. Yeah. It's just hard when Cave is in a different time zone. More than likely. But also, like, sometime brain no shush. I know how that is. Because, like, I keep staying up until, like, 3 or 4, and it's just like, I probably shouldn't be doing this, but, like, my brain wants to do stuff. What is it, Ava? Why so angry all of a sudden? Sorry. Please let us rest a bit longer. Sorry. After apologizing several times as though praying, Hideyoshi followed Ava out of the lobby. Brain no shush, and also I like hanging out with Cave. Yeah! I don't like this atmosphere. It's also strange. That's no surprise. There was a murder earlier this morning, and since then we've been eating canned food and carrying guns around. It's natural we'd start to build up stress. I wonder if the kids up there are building up stress too. I'm worried about Maria. She tends to throw tantrums at times like this. At that moment, they heard the sound of wild footsteps coming from the second floor. Pardon me. The guest house wasn't a cheap building, so they wouldn't normally have heard the sound of footsteps. It was like the sound of someone stamping their feet in frustration, and an instant later, accompanied by what seemed to be the sound of her running into the second floor hallway, they could hear Maria calling over and over again, sounding displeased.
She's like, "Oh, you're talking bad things about me, Mama.
A wild footsteps appear. Plus, just in general, I have had sleep issues, insomnia is a pain. Yeah. Cave Johnson, the CEO of Amateur Science. Yes. See. Rosa grabbed her head, her hair flying, and she voicelessly moaned in anguish. The adults conscientiously turned their backs to her, pretending not to notice. The noisy clamor came down from the second floor and flew into the lobby. It was Maria who was sobbing, along with the other children and Nanjo. In other words, they had all come downstairs because of Maria's tantrum.
They beat me in Uno 5 times! I've had it! I'm not even close to winning!
My friend just got hired on to Overwatch League team. Nice! I hope the best for them. Fight back, Pokemon run. We'll fight. Rosa couldn't hide her dizziness at the new annoyance her daughter was bringing to everyone. Sorry, Aunt Rosa. We tried to calm her, but she just wouldn't listen. What is it, Maria? Could you be a little more quiet? Everyone's watching. It's that rose of hers from the rose garden. She suddenly started saying she was worried about it. I think she's half asleep. She suddenly woke up and started going on about how worried she was about that rose. Oh geez, Maria would have loved that witch ceremony, right? She would have been like, oh, they are real. Tackle, growl, water gun, quick attack. Quick attack! She started going on how worried she was about the rose. Maria-chan, calm down. That was just a dream.
That rose belonged to Beatrice and me! So if I don't take care of it, Beatrice is gonna get mad. It might get snapped off again.
I'm telling you to quiet down a bit, okay? The sudden rise in the tone of Rose's voice surprised the children, but Maria's crying just grew louder and her tantrum grew fiercer. Rosa-san, you mustn't scold a child so unsparingly. At times like this, it's best to give them some warm milk or something. Is there any here? The milk we just had for breakfast is empty now. Doesn't anyone have a sedative to use on kids? You know, the silver pill thing? What? I have some. Yes, I'll search for some now and give them to her. Without hiding her displeasure. Right? My goodness. But like, what the heck kind of sedative? Without hiding her displeasure, Rosa grabbed the handbag that had been set on the sofa and fished around for some medicine. It seemed she had brought some child-use sedatives from her. What? That's an actual thing? She found it and opened the bottle, but it must have been empty. Irritated, Rosa shook the bottle several times, but that didn't change the fact that nothing was in there. As she did that, Maria's crying grew even more intense. Probably just melatonin. I would hope so. But like, Does melatonin come in, like, silver? I only know about the gummies. At that time, Ava was lying on her bed, covered by bedding. Hideyoshi returned from the washroom, holding a handkerchief soaked in water. Whew, this is one nasty fever. I bet it's the poisonous air in this family conference that got you. For now, you can forget about all the other relatives, okay? It's the 1970s, I don't know. Yeah, that's true. As Hideyoshi spoke to her kindly, he set the soaked handkerchief on Ava's burning forehead. Ava rested her own hand on top of his. Your hand feels nice and cool. If my hand feels nice. If my hand feels nice, your fever must be pretty bad. Don't worry, the medicine will start working soon. Plus, my hand is a magic hand. I just put it against your forehead like this, and any fever will just melt right away. You're right. Your hand always makes my fevers fade. Yep. No need for a doctor when you've got my hand. Don't worry and close your eyes. My magic will make that fever fade away. Yes, I know. I can feel your magic. Hideyoshi was about to say that it was just a placebo effect, but he stopped. If Ava said that she could feel the magic coming from his hand, then that was fine for now. I wonder if magic really exists. Yeah, it does. Only those who believe can tell, though. There's actually a lot of magic like that out there in the world. If magic actually exists, then I wonder if witches actually exist too. No? You mean that witch of the forest, Beatrice? She probably does exist for those who believe. Just like the gods. They just don't show themselves except in front of those with strong faith. I did it too, you know? Long ago, I was able to use magic. Oh? Really? Then you were a witch too. I had dreams that I wanted to come true no matter what. After wishing and trying hard, they always came true without fail. With my magic, my grades were always the best, and I even became the student council president, and worked hard to get into the university I wanted. Everything I wished for was granted. That's right. Your magic was always a thing to be reckoned with. You're definitely a witch. And you work harder than anyone. I know all about that. When I was a kid, the whole time there was another me inside myself who always supported me. And that other self was a witch. I didn't believe in Beatrice, the witch of the forest. I always believed that if a witch of Rokenjima did exist, it was the witch inside my heart. I was so grateful that the witch inside... I was so grateful to the witch inside myself. I was always grateful that she brought me to you. You get too timid when you're sick. Don't say anything for now. I'll stay like this the whole time until your fever's gone down. Yes. Don't take your hand away, no matter what. Somehow, I feel like I'm becoming something that isn't myself. I've been scared for a while now. I get the feeling that the witch inside me was provoked by Beatrice and is growing stronger and stronger. Somehow, I feel like she's going to swallow me whole. It's okay. As long as I'm with you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Remember the time we went to the dangerous country and a whole bus got robbed? I drove them off. Didn't you just hand over your gold watch and beg them to go away? It was pretty lame, but it was cool. Don't move your hand away. No matter what. Not even if I fall asleep. And if something creepy sneaks in here, protect me. Yep, leave it to me. That's why I'm telling you to stop worrying and get some sleep. Because the medicine in my magic will start working real soon. Ava finally calmed her heart and closed her eyes. That's sweet. At that time, there was a sound of the door being opened violently from the direction of the lobby. It seemed that Maria was having a tantrum, and screams of could be heard, along with Rosa's rebuking yells. That probably hurt Ava's ears, or maybe it was giving her a headache. Ava moaned as though in pain and buried herself in the covers. It was easy to guess what was happening. Maria had probably had a tantrum for some reason, gone down to the lobby, and started arguing with Rosa, who then scolded her daughter. Oh, okay, so this is happening at the same time. And then, maybe that got too embarrassing to be shown in front of the other relatives, so Rosa had taken Maria out into the corridor. Hideyoshi had no desire to butt in on Rosa and Maria's problem, but just for now, since Ava's condition was so bad, he wanted them to take their ruckus somewhere else. Oh, wait just a second. I'll ask them to keep it down. Come back quickly. Don't worry, I won't leave this room. Because I have poor blood flow to my hands. My hands just naturally become room temperature, but I learned that I can get them really cold and it's fun touching them. Oh no. To be fair, if I was able to do that, I would probably do the same thing. Hideyoshi removed the chain, opened the door, and stuck his face out into the corridor. He immediately met Rosa's gaze. Everything okay, Rosa-san? I'm sorry, did all that noise wake you? Maria-chan, sorry. Aunt Ava isn't feeling well and she's trying to sleep. Could you quiet down a bit? Maria's tone didn't change after Hideyoshi's request. She kept crying, ugh, and repeating, my Rose! My Rose! Rosa slapped Maria's cheek, lifted her up while covering her mouth, and dragged her towards the entrance, trying to at least put some distance between her and Hideyoshi's room. My goodness. She would still probably be noisy for a while, but he had warned Rosa for the time being. Relying on Rosa's actions as a mother, Hideyoshi closed the door. Is Maria-chan having a tantrum again? Looks like it. It's tough for Rosa-san, too. Come to think of it, all George is almost too good to be true. We should be grateful. You're right. Hand? Oh, sorry. Look, it's the magic hand. He put his hand on Ava's forehead again. And stopping a crying child, right? It's not going to stop him from crying. Maybe there really was magical powers in that hand. A truly peaceful look rose to Ava's face, and bit by bit, she began to drift off into the land of sleep. As he had promised, Hideyoshi kept his hand on her forehead. How sweet. It almost makes you forget that Maria's just slapped outside, more than likely. By the entrance, with her hand still against Maria's mouth, Rosa was at a loss for what to do next. She hadn't been able to withstand everyone's gazes in the lobby, and had yelled at the children to go upstairs, dashing out of the lobby. Then she had gone out into the corridor, only to have Hideyoshi say that she was too noisy. Where should I go now? Where should I take this child who's having a tantrum? She felt as though tears of frustration were about to come out. As Maria kept struggling in an attempt to scream, Rosa put her mouth up to Maria's ear and tried to persuade Maria in a properly calm voice. In this case, it'll be best if you humor the child to go see what they want, right? But I mean, we know in the last few times that the rose was blown away from the wind. So I'm not sure. Because and we know that she's stubborn of just like, no, it's here. We're just not looking close enough. Maria, do you really want to see that rose that much? Maria nodded her head several times, moaning, ugh. Why do you want to see it so much? I'll listen as your mother, so will you tell me quietly? I'll hit you if you scream. Wow. Wow, what a loving thing for a mother to say to her child.
My Rose, Beatrice revived it. It might have snapped off again. I'm worried about that. I can't sleep until I'm sure.
Oh, okay. So she revived it in this timeline. Yeah, abuse 100. Let's see. Right. It's like Rosa has moments, but overall she sucks. We've learned that she's this way because of trauma. But doing this because of trauma doesn't make it better. All the homies hate Rosa, right? Let's see. All the homies love Mal, yeah. Apparently she was still upset about that marked rose from yesterday. Rosa felt her headache throbbing again, but she was at least a little relieved that Maria had now stopped her screaming. Anyway, everyone is having a hard time right now, so don't bother Mama and everyone else. You can worry about the rose all you want tomorrow when it stops raining. For now, listen to me.
No! It's my Beatrice's rose! Ah!
Rosa reflexively covered Maria's mouth. She had spoken a little too harshly and gotten her agitated again. Rosa realized that it was partially her own fault and clicked her tongue in self-hatred. But Maria thought that was directed at her, and her crying grew even fiercer. Please, just be quiet. What can I do to make you stop crying? What should I do to make you listen to what your mama says? Suddenly, Maria stopped crying so fast that it seemed unnatural. Then she turned around and muttered. It's like, what can I do to make you stop crying?
Die! right.
Yes, but just going out to look for the rose will be enough to get their minds on something else and likely keep them focused on goal. True, but...
If I get to see my rose, I'll stay quiet until tomorrow.
Really?
Yes. If we go to the rose garden and see my rose, I'll calm down. I mean it, Mama. You can tell from the fact that I'm not going, ugh. But this'll totally be a really good moment, especially since the background music went away. You know that it's the perfect time to go out on your own. It's perfect.
If it would keep Maria quiet for the time being, Rosa thought that even going out into the wind and rain would be a small price to pay. And a fox is there eating their rose. Right. She thought it might be a bit reckless, but in the end, no murder or anything of the sort had actually occurred. As far as I know. All of that clamor since this morning had been a farce set up by Kinzo. If you carefully thought about that chain of closed rooms, it clearly had to all be an act. Cocky smile Maria had is the perfect... right? Like, it's the perfect looking face. Will you really listen if you get to see the rose?
Yes. I mean it, Mama.
Rosa didn't overlook that creepy laugh and lightly hit Maria with her fist. She shrugged as though giving up. Understood. If it's just one look, then I'll agree. Will that work?
Yes, Mama. I promise. Why is Majima not showing up? Majima, why have you abandoned us?
Man, why is he not showing up? That's really frustrating. Let me refresh it again, and then... Okay, are we gonna get the stars again?
Wow.
Nope. Okay.
I don't know. Why is Majima not working? I miss Majima.
Once again, Rosa tested the weight of her gun. It'll be okay. It's only an act. There was never a murderer on this island in the first place. Damn it. Wait, Aunt Rosa! Are Aunt Rosa and Maria the sacrifices for the second Twilight? Damn it, damn it, damn it! Someone notice them! Tell them to stop! What are these guys in the living room and us kids doing? Indeed, they are being considerate of Rosa's pitiful relationship with her daughter and are forcibly changing the subject. The group that includes you went up to the second floor and is talking about something else while watching TV. You bastards! Someone, notice them! Who's the closest? Is it Uncle Hideyoshi? Please, notice that these two are leaving through the front door! Ah! It won't reach, it won't reach! Don't disturb our precious time together. Hideyoshi kept talking kindly, his hand on Ava's forehead. He didn't notice at all that Rosa and Maria were going outside through the front door. In that case, there was no way the others in the lobby, which was even further away, would notice.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I will hydrate first and then we'll stretch.
Much less those in the cousin room on the second floor. Okay. I'm very surprised that my water bottle isn't screaming at me today.
There he is! There's the boy! There's the boy!
I just needed to do some self-care and he shows up. This is gonna be an emotional route. Yeah, I can tell. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Okay. Why are you so panicked? Didn't you defeat me with that bold move saying that the culprit died in an incident in the first Twilight? Doesn't that mean there's no longer a culprit on this island? I didn't see that there was other text there. What is there to be worried about? Shut up, I can see right through you. Someone stop them, those two will be killed. Someone, please stop them! Ah! There was no way that Battler's voiceless scream would reach Rosa or Maria. The two of them could be seen in the rose garden. The rain was still awful, but fortunately, the wind had died down a little. No, maybe that wasn't fortunate. Because maybe if the wind had been a little fiercer, Rosa might have hesitated to go outside.
There it is.
Maria found her rose with a golden lace and stared at it lovingly. Rosa had accepted the promise under the condition that Maria would only get one look at it, but she didn't want Maria to complain that it hadn't been long enough later on. So she decided to go along with Maria until she was satisfied. She believed that there wasn't a culprit, but on the off chance that she was mistaken, they are now in an extremely dangerous position. Rosa realized that faintly herself. If things got bad, she would throw away her umbrella and ready her gun. After glancing at Maria's innocent happiness, Rosa gazed warily in all directions. Oh no. Were her eyes just tired? Even though no one should have been there, she thought she saw something glitter in the dark rose garden. Gold colored? It had to be her imagination, because to Rosa, it seemed as though gold butterflies were dancing through the rose bushes. Are you okay, Ava? Just take it easy. Should I call Dr. Nanjo after all? I'm fine. Don't take your hand away. I'm begging you. Don't take your hand away. Ava was breathing wildly. Beads of sweat were appearing on her forehead. It certainly was true that she had stayed up all night last night and that things had been rough since early this morning. It wasn't odd that her body wasn't keeping up, even though he understood that. Hideyoshi suspected that the sudden fever was the sign of some serious illness. There are 4 that have been separated from the same group. Oh, that's true. Oh gosh. I don't think these 2 will be victims again, considering Ava is now Beatrice. It seems very likely that it's going to be Rosa and or Maria. Several times, Hideyoshi decided to call for Dr. Nanjo, but Ava resisted firmly, pleading with him and saying that it was even more important that he didn't take his hand away. I understand. You've got to have Dr. Nanjo look at you by lunchtime. If you can promise me that, I'll stay here the whole time gripping your hand. Tightly, like this.
Thank you. I'm fine. The magic of your hand will definitely take this fever away.
Even as she said that, Ava's harsh breathing didn't improve in the slightest. That, or... Because I'm feeling like his forehead is actually keeping, like, the magic eating away at her at bay. Because I believe it's her younger self that became Beatrice and not herself. So she's probably trying to keep her younger witch self from, like, taking her over and doing as she pleases. This is not going to be good either way. Just don't let go. Don't let go. Who is it? She saw an umbrella moving from beyond the rose bush. Rosa threw her umbrella away and wildly lifted her gun. When she did, the shadow of a person... Oh! Oh, that is a good thing to predict. Oh, probably should have had the prediction for longer, but that's okay. Let's see. Oh gosh. There we go. When she did, the shadow of the person beyond the bush showed itself.
Huh? And Ava? Huh?
She scared me. It's you, Nessa? Do you have some business with me? Do you want to continue our earlier discussion? Yes, that's right. Our discussion about Father's gold. Please, restrain yourself in front of Maria. I will keep my promise, okay? I won't get in the way of your conspiracy. Conspiracy? What's that? Whatever you're thinking, that's up to you. I have no desire to get in the way. So please, not in front of Maria. As long as I get my share, that'll be enough. Your share? Ava started laughing in a creepy voice. Rosa was startled, but Maria stared blankly. And then Maria said just one thing. Ooh.
Huh? Annie, who are you?
share? Who would give that to you? All of that is mine. It all belongs to me, the Golden Witch Beatrice. Ah! Ava, are you okay, Ava? Oh, there's two. There's two, unless this is happening beforehand, but I'm pretty sure there's two. Oh no. There's 5 separated, one more on the table has been set, yep. Ava! Hold on, don't let go. Don't let me be dragged away by someone who isn't me. Hold on to my hand, don't let go.
When did you ever work hard? You never worked hard for anything. You were always hiding in our shadows. You always escaped from shadow to shadow without fighting, and yet you really think yourself qualified to make demands of me over the Ushinomiya family gold? All of that is mine. It's all mine alone as the head of the Ushinomiya family and the new Golden Witch, successor to the name of Beatrice. Beatrice? It's Beatrice! Mama, Beatrice!
Maria jumped at her mother in ecstasy. Rosa treated Maria cold-heartedly and raised her gun high. Hey, you're Ne-san, right? You are Ne-san, aren't you?
Wrong. I am no longer the one who was your sister.
Then who are you? Are you trying to say that you're Beatrice? That's impossible. You died 19 years ago.
Yes.
You were definitely dead after all. I clearly saw how your head was split open. I can remember the insides flowing out like it was yesterday. How can you be alive in here right now?
The concept of death does not exist to a Golden Witch. The Golden Witch in the name Beatrice will be handed down for all eternity. It may be the Beatrice you knew met with death, but that name is mine now. And therefore, it's eternal. The concept of death does not exist of Beatrice.
All I can see is that gold that has driven you mad. How pitiful, Ne-san.
Come on, you know I'm not your sister anymore. Well then, as the new Beatrice, I have been tasked with my own resurrection ceremony.
So wait, interesting. So Rosa's probably seeing her as current Ava. Possibly. Unless she's like, no, this is her younger. I don't know. I feel like she would be more confused if she didn't see her as regular Ava. I mean, this isn't weird. There have been multiple instances of the same person before, true.
Run away. What should I do?
I never really landed on a voice for younger Ava, but now that's going to be kind of important. It is up to you. You already have the power to make whatever you think reality. You should grow used to it once you've tried it out a little.
You worthless former sister. You should consider it an honor to have been selected as the first sacrifice I offer as a witch. On the second twilight, I'll tear the two who are close apart with my own hands.
The first thing the new Beatrice wished for, no, the first magic she tried to use, was to surpass the limitations given to humans. In particular, gravity. She wanted to become fully aware of her transformation into a witch by being released from those shackles. As the witch and Rosa stayed as they were, the ground retreated all by itself into the distance below them. By now, their feet were no longer attached to the ground. Rosa finally realized that the earth wasn't retreating into the distance below them, but that she and the witch were being sucked up into the rainy sky. Huh?
Wow! Awesome!
She's gonna pull a toga on them, possibly. For a human shackled to the ground by gravity, there was nothing more unnerving than having their feet stop sticking to the ground. However, to Beatrice, who, in becoming the new witch, had learned the joy of being released from gravity, it was enough to make her whole body shake with delight.
Hey, Rosa! Do you remember long ago when we were small, when we used to talk about what it'd be like to become witches and fly around in the sky? That dream has been granted, hasn't it? I became a real witch and granted it for you.
Wait, what do you mean I've watched it? I haven't watched the most recent season, but like, I read the manga up to, how do I say this without spoilers? Because I don't know how far the anime is.
I'm trying to think of how to say it without spoilers. Saying about Toga and Nadaka and the news reporter. The news reporter? I believe so. Yeah. And, I'm trying to think of this in the best way to not spoil, but like have it actually make sense. Hero from America showed up and went away. Wink. The villain news reporter working for Redestro. I haven't watched My Hero past season 1. Oh boy, if you ever catch up, you were in for it. You were in for a ride. There was a second one from America. A lady one. It wasn't there for that long. Oh, stop it! If this is a dream, then wake me up!
You said it yourself. You said you flew through the sky in your dream, and you also said you didn't want to wake up. You even got mad at me when I woke you up, right? Don't worry. This time you won't wake up, okay? Come, dance with me in the vast rainy sky. Didn't we both wish we could fly like seagulls in the sky and escape the cramped and boring island of Rokenjima? Now, I'll make that dream a reality for you. I only want to share this joy with you and no one else. It's so fun, Rosa! It's so fun! Take a look below you. Look at how small our mansion is. I wonder how much time we spend in a place that small. Now I'm especially shocked at how cramped and tiny it is. So feel, enjoy, rejoice. That power we yearned for, the power to move through the sky at will. Come on, let's dance, Rosa. Through the rain, through the wind, let's fly around like we're dancing. The lightning will shine on us and bless us.
The witch and Rosa were like leaves fluttering around in a whirlwind. As the rain pounded upon every part of their bodies, as the lightning occasionally shone upon them, they shook with the joy of being released from the ground. However, it was only that way for the witch. Rosa was holding onto her head, voicelessly screaming over and over. Meanwhile, Maria's just like,
whoa, I want to fly! Why can't I fly?
Stop it! Forgive me! Let me down!
You're right. It's more fitting for humans to crawl on the ground. Then why not go back there?
A slightly displeased expression rose to the witch's face when she realized that her own joy was not being shared. Then, she decided to listen to her former sister's request. The whirlwind that has been making Rosa dance around grew weaker, then stopped. In other words, Rosa was once again... If Rosa was once again bound by the restrictions of gravity as a human. Following the laws that were originally correct, Rosa began to descend upon the ground upside down. No, she began to fall.
Oops, that's right. If I don't take her down the right way, this is what happens.
The witch hadn't intended to send Rosa plummeting, but she still wasn't used to using magic. This was probably right in front of Maria, wasn't it? After plummeting about 100 meters into a rose bush, as a very, very natural result, Rosa died instantly. But the witch hadn't intended to kill her, so she wished that Rosa hadn't died. When she did, gold butterflies coiled about Rosa's body, reviving that life just as the witch had wished. Rosa's body, which should have been spread out like a carpet of fresh blood, rapidly returned to normal. Oh god! The broken and crushed bones returned to normal. The torn and smashed flesh returned to normal. How easily it is to break things in this world, and how difficult it is to fix them. Anyone can take a life, but no human can revive a lost life. By surpassing the irreversible, one proves that they have surpassed humanity. This surely gave her a much, much greater realization of her position as a witch than flying through the sky had. It might count, because I think they've established that, like, you can't, like, fully revive them. You can just make them think that they're still alive. I don't know. But we'll see. Maybe she's super powerful.
Awesome. I can even revive an ended life.
Of course. Beatrice-sama is the Endless Witch. To live and to die. To bring to life and to kill. All of it repeated endlessly. Beatrice-sama, the Endless Witch, is the queen who controls the cycle of life and death.
One time, I knocked over a fishbowl. The fragile and beautiful bowl broke and I couldn't put it together again. I'd never see the cute, pop-eyed goldfish swim again after it landed on the floor. No matter how much I cried, the servants shook their heads, saying that broken things and dead things can never be revived. That's when I learned something. You must not break things. You must not kill people. After all, you can't fix them. So, if you can fix them, then you won't get in trouble for breaking them, right? Awesome! Awesome, awesome, awesome!
For a while, the witch became intoxicated with how terrible and wonderful the power she had inherited was. Her laugh was pure, innocent, and cruel. Even though Rosa had been revived, she let out a cry of anguish at the pain from her fall. Okay, that wasn't Maria. At that point, the witch landed and held out her hand.
Sorry about that, Rosa. I didn't think flying in the sky would be so much fun. Sorry, I'm really sorry. And I didn't know humans could die so easily, but I brought you back to life, so we're even. So get up, okay? Play with me some more, okay?
What were those dreams you told me about when you were a kid? Go ahead and tell me all of them without holding back. As I am now, I can't make anything come true, no matter how absurd. Even drowning you in a sea of jelly. Even having you get sucked into a mountain of cake. I can even make you sprout butterfly wings and flit around the garden, okay? I'll do them one after another. Let's start with the ocean of jelly, alright? Stop it. Rosa was once again thrown high into the rainy sky. However, the sky wasn't filled with raindrops, but with drops of orange juice. When she looked down, Rosa had to doubt her eyes. The rose garden had disappeared, and the ground spread out beneath her like a pastel-colored jigsaw puzzle. It was an ocean of jelly, like the ones she had spoken from her dreams when she was young. The black part was coffee jelly, the red was strawberry, the yellow was pineapple, and the green was melon. Ooh, melon jelly. What was the white part? Apple? Did Rosa even have time to think of stuff like that? Rosa fell towards the multicolored ocean. Plain orange juice now. Right? The villain arc has started, yes. And she sunk deep into a purple grape-flavored sea. Oh. It really was an ocean of jelly. It had no bottom. As Rosa sank, she was shocked to see a school of transparent fish swimming through the grape jelly ocean. They were probably made of grape skin. When she sunk on and on, deeper and deeper, as deep as the Marianas Trench, crushed by the water pressure of the jelly ocean, as her ribs snapped, as her spine snapped. Wow. In the end, she became a small, frail meatball. Wow. Wow. Wow, indeed.
What a truly wonderful experience to drown in an ocean of jelly. It's a dream no one else can imitate. I made it come true for you.
The instant I snapped my fingers, the meatball that had been Rosa was launched up into the sky. And after being wrapped up in gold sparkle, she returned to her original form. It was as simple and easy as returning dried seaweed to its original form, and anyone could do it, if they were a witch. An absent-minded look on Rosa's face has to be the joy from having that dream she gave up on as a kid come true. Definitely. Probably. Next is the mountain of cake. In an instant, In an instant, the sky was covered and became black and white in the shape of a chessboard. That almost transparent white part was her favorite rare cheesecake. The elegant black part was the slightly bitter gâteau au chocolat. That became the ceiling, became a mountain, and several billion cakes were thrown down towards Rosa. If you pile those cakes up, they were surely taller than Mount Everest. So they probably weighed... I'm not too sure, but I'll bet it was heavier than all the cakes across Japan put together. Wow, that part sounded fun, but very terrifying and painful way to die, right? Like, I would love to, like, swim in a thing of jelly, but, like, I would not want to drown. Rosa rolling through death. Oh, no! It fell down like a ceiling and swallowed Rosa up. So, as a very, very natural result, Rosa was crushed to death. In less than a second, her bones broke throughout her body and her insides were all smashed and forced out. Squish, pop, slop. Even so, an even greater number of cakes piled up on top, and Rosa ended up as a layer of jam wedged between them. She became as thin as a singular hair, and was probably spread out over the area of a tennis court. Oh gosh. Gosh, imagine being conscious through all that. This has got to be absolutely terrible. That world swallowed up by cake was once again absorbed by a gold flash. I can't close the prediction since I gambled on it. I'm not sure how you're rolling this. Okay. Probably after the scene, because I think this does count as Rosa dying, but we'll see. Then, as though it had all been a dream, Rosa was revived once again. Of course, it definitely wasn't a dream. She had been revived after dying. By that point, death, which most humans only have to experience once after they are born, had already been experienced repeatedly by Rosa. In other words, she'd gone through that which humans cannot, the precious experience of dying more than once.
Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Next is the butterflies. Look!
Please, have mercy. Ah!
No way! Let's play more, let's play more!
Laughing innocently, she pointed her gold staff at Rosa as she begged for mercy. When she did, Rosa glittered gold and rapidly began to shrink. Brilliant. People inside are like, what the heck is going on? Right? Why is there suddenly cake and jelly? Can you imagine, like, the kids are just looking out the window being like, what? I mean, like, it's also not saying anything from Maria's perspective. So we have no idea if she's watching in terror or if she's just like,
yeah, Mom gets to do all the cool stuff. Why can't I do any of the cool stuff?
She shrank down to the size of a real butterfly.
Majima!
Then gold wings sprouted from her back, and she joined her fellow gold butterflies. However, while a human body could withstand that wind, it was a different matter for a butterfly's body. The gold butterfly Rosa was invited to dance by each gale of wind, and she spun in circles around the rose garden. Maria's dead for sure. Well, I mean, it didn't, like... She might die afterwards, but, like, I don't know. Rosa is dying more than normal. Norman Reedus in Death Stranding, oh no. I mean, the ocean of jelly and cakes, and they never were revived. That's true. No! As her dance wore her out, she was caught by a gentle bed. It was a soft knit hammock in the shadows beneath the roof of the arbor. The owner of that hammock lumbered into view, welcoming its rare guest who had wandered in on the night of the storm. The owner, which should have been small enough to crush in the palm of your hand, now looked as big as the top of a canopy bed. Oh, she landed in a spider web.
What a klutz! You got caught in a spider's web! This time, it's a dance with the spider. That takes me back. Remember the times we find a spider web and play around by throwing pebbles at it? I've heard that spiders don't chew their prey, but insert their venom in the insides melt into a sticky soup then suck them up. Hey, Rosa, remember? Remember how we'd throw butterflies into a spider web on purpose and play around by seeing how the spiders would attack? I guess you don't remember, do you? This happened before you got into grade school. Make sure you watch closely this time, okay? Very closely. No! Have mercy, Nae-san! Help me, Nae-san!
This girl's not bad. She truly can use her magic at will.
amusing. Amusing, how truly amusing. You feel like laughing too, right, Battler? Don't with me! What the hell is with these kids, right? Stop it already! I guess this is what happens when your dad is like a rich man. What's so fun? You're insane! You're insane! What's fun about doing something like this? Doesn't she look like she's having a blast? What do you expect? Magic is fun. I remember when I first became able to use magic, I played around a lot. I understand that kind of game from the bottom of my heart. Looks like I won't be able to share this story and passion with you, Battler. What a shame, what a shame. If you accept me, I'll teach you magic anytime you want, see? It's hard to describe the joy you receive in an instant you're freed from the shackles of humanity. I want to teach you about it, that joy, that passion. I'd definitely like to see the world of magic you'd give birth to just once. You're not good at doing the death rattle. I don't know, man. Is that better? Is that better? That might be better. Isn't this starting to get fun? You've started wanting to use magic, haven't you? It's pretty fun to be a witch, isn't it? Just for you, I'll teach you everything. About the joy of flying together in the sky, about the joy of diving together through the sea. And we can maybe hold hands and maybe perhaps smooch. I don't know. What? That's a silly idea. Why would you even suggest it, Battler? I want to show you the passions that starts the instant you surpass the bounds of humans and see how wide your world stretches. Wouldn't that be fun? There was no malice in Beato's expression. It was hard to believe, but she was genuinely enjoying this cruel show, and she wanted to share that appreciation with Battler. Battler was shocked by that hopelessly different sense of values. You're insane. Stop it already, damn it! Virgilia, make them stop this insane farce. What should I do? We exist outside of the board. We cannot touch the board itself. Virgilia shook her head apologetically. Her body had already been killed. Did that mean she couldn't interfere in any way? As Beatrice continued to look amused in an insane sort of way, Battler lifted her body... What? Battler lifted her up by the collar and yelled at her. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! Quit messing around, witch! Are you trying to tell me that that's Aunt Ava? It's impossible. The Aunt Ava I know might be mean at times, but it's completely impossible that she's the kind of person who'd do something this cruel. This is all part of your deception. Don't toy with Aunt Ava! Or Rosa! Don't toy with Aunt Ava! Stop this farce right now! I told you, I'm not the one playing with Rosa anymore. Like I said, that's the new Beatrice. Is it really so terrible that you have to squeal like that? You're also pretty fond of stuff like this, aren't you? You actually have just a bit of interest in magic and out! What are you doing? For the first time, Battler slapped Beato's cheek. Beatrice didn't know why he had done something like that to her, and a surprised expression rose to her face. Battler especially couldn't forgive that expression, and he roared. Ah! You call this amusing? What's wrong with your head? Die! Go slice off your bits and look inside. You'll see there's nothing there. Stop it right now. Stop this disgusting farce. I won't forgive you. How could you do something so cruel? I've sometimes thought you could be a bit funny, but I'll never make that mistake again. You're just a monster who's cruel on all levels. Don't show yourself in front of me. Never again. I won't accept you. I won't talk with you. I won't even look at your face. Did you hear me? Don't show yourself in front of me. Disappear! Ooh, does he have his powers now? Maybe? The instant Battler screamed, the power that resisted the witch became a red wall and blocked Beato back onto her butt. Ow, ow, ow. What are you talking about? Isn't this an interesting show? She spoke defensively, but the target of those words, Battler, was no longer there. His figure had suddenly disappeared into the darkness, but Beatrice looked displeased and continued trying to explain herself. It's not as though I'm completely blind to where you're coming from, but this is nothing more than an innocent prank, isn't it? No matter how you kill them, they'll always be brought back to life in the end, right? I thought humans were creatures who say all's well that ends well. Hey, teacher, there is no reason for him to get so angry, right? I'm in the right here, right? She was hoping for approval, but Virgilia simply faced her with an indifferent expression. To Beato at this moment, even an exasperated look would probably have been better. I have nothing in particular to say. If you think this is fun, you can keep watching as long as you want. Call me when it's over. I will vanish until then. Following Battler's lead, Virgilia vanished into the darkness. Beato, who was now completely isolated and didn't have a clue what was going on, felt like they were making her out to be the bad guy. What's wrong? Isn't it an amusing show? It might be a little vulgar, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? Hey, Aronove, it's nothing to get mad about, right? Something interesting for you, milady, may not necessarily be interesting for Battler-sama. Does he really hate me that much? Well, certainly we are enemies and opponents in this competition, but is our relationship really so bad that we can't laugh together at this display? Since I applauded together with Battler, I thought I could at least laugh together with him. Does he really reject me so much that we can't even do that? He doesn't have to accept that I'm a witch. We're challenging each other in this game after all. And yet he won't look at my face, he won't talk to me, and he'll probably do all that he can to ignore me. Am I really hated that much? Man, she's really just like, I just want Battler to like care for me. Like, I just want to be like, you know, on good terms with him. I just want to, you know, maybe hold hands or something. I don't know. Battler's kind of neat. You know, I made him put on a leash and collar, and now I can't stop thinking about him. The movies made up to this point have been more than enough to earn his hatred. Even a demon such as myself can understand a bit of Battler-sama's feelings. Perhaps you cannot understand because you are especially thick-headed, milady. Right, absolutely a secret tsundere. Shut up! Why don't you disappear too? Yes, certainly. Then, if you would excuse me. Even Ranave hid himself in the darkness, and Beatrice was left alone. Ranave, Battler isn't attached to the hip at me. Why won't he accept my feelings that I won't voice out loud? I want to hold hands with him. That's all I want. That's all I want from Battler. I'm not asking for much, am I? The only one in the rainy rose garden. No one ever plays with a lonely witch, and the fact that no one ever does is what makes them a lonely witch. What's going on? Won't anyone play with me? Right? Poor baby. Am I really that weird? That cool? Someone answer me! He's a Weeza. Yeah, it's a Weeza. Weeza was here earlier. I think they were just lurking, right? Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Hey, how should we play next? Of course, we should play with Maria too, right? Let's have have a friendly walk together, okay? Let's swim in a pot of boiling chocolate. Let's have a picnic in a cake rising oven. Hey, new Beatrice. Behind the witch that was continuing her mad banquet, Beato showed herself. That expression was very rare for her. It was somehow restrained, unreliable, miserable. Oh, it's the predecessor, Beatrice-sama. Were you watching? The power of magic is truly wonderful. Until now, I never thought it'd be so fun to be reborn as a witch. Yeah, I had to run to work on my 15th. Oh, okay. Wild Adisa, yeah. Well, hopefully work is going easy for ya. Till now, I've never thought it'd be so fun to be reborn as a witch. It's like playtime that never ends. Come on, let's play together, predecessor-sama. But first, wait a second, okay? I cooked the two of them to death in an oven, so I have to revive them again. They're like bread rising from yeast, like cookies expanding in an oven. Listen to what I'm saying. Well, isn't that enough for the sacrifice of the second twilight? Of course there are no rules regarding how you kill them, but, maybe you shouldn't toy with them any more than that?
What are you saying, predecessor Sama? I heard from Runaway a short while ago. Wasn't your magic much, much more wonderful, cruel, and crazy? That Halloween party where candies poured out of 6 people's stomachs was truly wonderful. So maybe I'll act out Alice's tea party. I'll invite everyone to a tea party in celebration of a completely pointless day and entertain them one by one with my magic. I wonder if I can do it as wonderfully as you. I wonder if I can be as cruel in my own, well, cute style. Now that I think about it, all fairy tales are cruel, aren't they? Now that I'm a witch inside of those fairy tales, I finally understand.
I have a low spawn rate, good XP though. That's true. 2 of them. Does that include Maria? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. She started involving Maria. This is starting to freak me out. What do you mean? I have also sometimes thought that in the past I might have gone a little too far. Well, I think that as the Golden Witch, it's probably best to show a little elegance.
Huh? I don't get what you're saying, predecessor Sama. But there's one thing I do understand. No matter how hard I try now, I'm no match for how cruel you are. I've got to try much, much harder. I've got to become more cruel and become an excellent Golden Witch. Like I said, you've already done enough here. Anyway, this is an order from me as your predecessor. That's enough for the second Twilight. I'll show you how it's done. Stand back and watch. Yes, predecessor Sama. I can't wait to see what brutal, cruel, and disgusting method of killing you use. The new witch grasped the sides of her skirt and gave a graceful bow, stepping back as an expectant gaze rose to her face. She was expecting an even more cruel magic that surpassed even herself. Well, speaking of that, you're only half a witch if you can only kill with methods like that. I shall show you an elegant way to kill, worthy of the Golden Witch. When Beato waved her pipe, 7 colors of smoke poured out, reviving Rosa and Maria. Compared to how the new Beatrice had done it a short while ago, it was slightly gentler. It was probably gentler than how Beato had done it herself up until now. Rosa's consciousness had already grown dim from the pain of so many repeated deaths, but even so, she pleaded that her daughter be spared. Please, have mercy. Even if it's just Maria, have mercy. Ah, Mama! Mama!
Sorry. My disciple just acted without restraint for a bit. Forgive me.
Beatrice!
When Maria realized that it was the real Beatrice, she jumped onto her. Oh no, maybe a little bit. She's just like, if my disciple gets too rough and, like, you know, destroys everybody, like, Battler's gonna be mad at me. I don't want to have that. I need to, you know, I want to go on a date with Battler, so, you know, I need to make sure that she knows the rules, so that way Battler won't be mad at me anymore, and then we maybe go back to work. I go,
have a good rest of the stream, okay? Have a good rest of your day of work. You promised, right, Beato? You promised you'd take me to the Golden Land, right? There, I'll be friendly with Mama and everyone will laugh together. You promised you'd take me there, right?
About that, I can no longer keep that promise. Because someone appeared who could solve the riddle, I am no longer the Golden Witch Beatrice. So, sorry. I can no longer keep my promise with you.
Why? Why? You promised.
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. So at least, in apology for not being able to keep my promise, I'll give you a quiet sleep that will never be disturbed again. Beato embraced Maria with a loving expression on her face. Then, softly, a red bruise appeared on Maria's neck. It was a very gentle bruise. Its redness grew bit by bit, and when it distinctly formed itself into the shape of a hand, Maria's neck tilted suddenly, peacefully, as though she had fallen asleep. Maria! Maria! Sorry. I won't apologize that you were the sacrifices for the second Twilight. That is simply your fate. However, I must apologize for the vulgar way in which you were offered as sacrifices. This is your final sleep. Never again will it be disturbed. Beato softly, gently lifted her finger, as though touching the empty air in front of her nose. When she did, a light breeze lifted up, making Rosa's body dance lightly like a feather. Then Rosa's body floated softly, and right there was the garden fence with its spear-shaped prongs. Oh gosh. The spear of the fence pierced Rosa's medulla oblongata, benevolently without toying with her, in a single blow. Right, dang. Rosa's life was snapped out. Compared to the earlier innocent yet cruel events, it seemed to be over much too fast. It just looked like a doll shaped like Rosa was leaning against the fence. But she had passed away. Damn. Damn. Well, something like that to do the trick. Beato acted proud, but the new witch wore a blank expression, almost as though that was anticlimactic, or an anticlimax. Then she said it out loud.
It's kind of plain. Not at all like the predecessor Sama Oronove told me about.
Well, you must use magic with dignity, right? If it's too, undignified, that isn't very elegant.
Even though you're lucky enough to have the magic to do wonderful things endlessly. How boring.
Hey, don't complain. The path of the Golden Witch cannot be completed in a day. You are still incomplete until you finish the 10th Twilight. For now, stay quiet and follow my instructions. Got it? What happened to your answer? Your answer?
Sure.
Very well, that'll do. Well, there is still much to do for the resurrection ceremony. You still have to kill 5 people. You should do it without toying with them too much, with beauty and dignity. And with that, with a little, at least a little restraint, okay? What Renove told you about, how I did it, was a bad example. You mustn't use that as a model. Engrave that into your heart. Carve it into your soul.
Yes, predecessor Sama.
Good answer. Renove, the 7 stakes of purgatory, arise. Yes, milady. I, Renove, am here.
Lucifer of Pride, right here.
Up until this point, I've been a little flashy, but, the dignity of the Golden Witch is also important, and about that... As Renove laughed at Beato's uncharacteristically flustered speech, he summed it up for her. Certainly. From now on, we will be careful to act in a graceful manner, suitable for the name of the Golden Witch. Even the 7 Sisters of Purgatory will perform their bad behavior up until now, and we shall espouse to perform our task in the quickest possible manner. Would that be acceptable, my lady? Throw hands with Ava Beatrice, right? Indeed. That's it, more or less. Everyone, take it to heart, okay? Yes, certainly. That is all I wish to say. You may leave now. Certainly. If you would excuse me.
Excuse us.
Espouse. Verb. To adopt or support a cause, belief, or way of life.
Oh, interesting. Man, these games make me learn so many words.
Well, that's all I want to say. So, take care as you move forward, understand? Act with dignity and, a restraint, okay? Give it your all. I will be watching over you. Acting awkwardly until the very end, Beato left that message and immediately became a cloud of gold butterflies, hiding her form in the empty air. Maybe it'd be accurate to say that she vanished in a hurry because she couldn't keep up the conversation. After all that remained was Maria's corpse, lying down and poured by the rain, Rosa's corpse, propped up by the fence and staring up at the sky, and the figure of the witch.
Show some restraint, you say?
Her expression looked just a little bored. There was a popping sound. That was probably her clicking her tongue.
What a boring person.
Act with restraint, give it your all. She was flustered. Leaving that last sentence behind, she once again vanished into the empty air. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna act with restraint. Man, it's not even noon yet. Ooh. Looks like she's finally calmed down. Hideyoshi wiped his own forehead. For a time, Eva had seemed to be having a very painful nightmare, but it appeared she'd finally fallen asleep. As promised, he still gripped Eva's hand. He thought it might be time to let go pretty soon, but he faithfully continued to hold on. Every once in a while, his hand would get tired, and he would switch between his right and his left. But even so, as promised, he didn't let go of her hand. I thought it was her forehead that he was supposed to keep a hold of. Forget how much I disliked Eva Beatrice. Yeah. At that time, there was a heavy knock. Eva had finally been able to fall asleep, so Hideyoshi grimaced for just an instant. Anaki, Hideyoshi-san. Sorry, is Rosa there? It was Rudolph's voice. What could it be? Hideyoshi headed for the door, hiding his footsteps so he wouldn't wake Eva. It was definitely Rudolph's voice, but just in case, he opened the door without removing the chain. Virgilio, Beatrice, Evatrice. Yeah. What is it? Something happened to Rosa-san? We can't find Rosa or Maria-chan. I thought they might be with you. I heard her scolding Maria-chan in the corridor. They got quiet after that, so I thought they'd gone back to the lobby. But did they? That idiot. Rudolph clicked his tongue. Man, a lot of people going... Other people could be seen in the corridor. Rosa hadn't returned for a while after going into the corridor, so they'd begun to worry. Near the front door, Natsuki pointed at the unset chain. The chain isn't set. They must have gone outside to see the rose after all. Pardon me. At least the last Beatrice didn't torture Maria's. Yeah, well, because, you know, she promised Maria to go to the Golden Land. So since she's no longer Beatrice, the promise was null and void because she has nothing to do with it. How extraordinarily careless to go out and leave the door unlocked. What a troublesome person. I'm more worried about Rosa-san and Maria-chan's themselves. Oh yes, the prediction. Prediction. Will Rosa be the next to die? Yes. She do be dead.
Have fun with the points.
However many were distributed. They have to believe this death, right? It can't be a play anymore, right? Just imagine, it's like, well, you know, maybe Kinzo just got, you know, maybe there was a twin sister that we didn't know about. See, all 28 points. What? It says that there's 1,600 points went to Sans and Rocket. More worried about Rosa-san and Maria-chan themselves. Right. Hey, brats. Where was this Rose of Maria's? I'm pretty sure it was in the flower bed right in the middle of the rose garden. If that's where they are, then we should be able to spot them pretty quickly if we go. Oh, divided by 2. Well, that's still more than 28. Dad, shouldn't we bring them back here as soon as we can? Of course. We'll bring them back and give them a good spanking. I'll dash out there and come back. Lock the door as soon as I go out. Dad, I'll go with you. Don't be stupid. It's obviously a brat's job to watch over the house with Mama. So you gave me 28. Really? Weird. Oh, it's proportional. You get oh, okay. It's proportional. That makes sense. What is it? Did something happen? Sorry, did you wake up? It seems Rosa-san took Maria-chan outside. How reckless of her. Rosa and Maria-chan are outside? In the rose garden? That's right. Oh, did you hear? Maria-chan was causing a ruckus because she wanted to see this rose. They mustn't go to the rose garden. Tell Rosa to stop. There's no telling her to stop now. It looks like they left a while ago. Seriously, how reckless of them. That's not it. Not the rose garden. There's a witch there, and she's waiting for a sacrifice. Rosa, you mustn't go! Oh. Ava cowered again, holding her head. Her complexion looked very bad. What is it? Did the fever make you dream something bad? It's a dream. Yes. In the rose garden, the witch doing that to Rosa and Maria-chan. That's right. It's a dream. It must be. Calm down. I'm here in this room. And the chain is set. The shutter's closed on the window. You've even got a gun. This room is just like a fort. There's nothing to be afraid of. Hideyoshi beat his chest, trying to calm her, but Ava's insecure expression didn't change. Under the covers, Ava kept praying that the grotesque nightmare that she'd just had was only a dream. One second, I'm gonna get my nose drops. Okay. In the center of the rose garden, Rudolph identified the corpses of Rosa and Maria. After that, he returned to the guest house, called for help, and carried both of them into the guest house. If we can trust Nanjo's explanation, the cause of Rosa's death was a stab to the medulla oblongata with the pointed gate of the fence. It is thought that Maria's death was due to strangling with bare hands. However, due to the devil's proof, we cannot account a misdiagnosis. I will say it in red. Rosa and Maria are dead. The causes of death were as Nanjo diagnosed. She wasn't eaten by a spider, nor was she crushed by a mountain of cake. Don't worry. So, you argue that even though you toyed with their death so much, that it's all fine because the corpse is neat and clean? I definitely won't forgive you. I definitely won't forgive all of the brutal treatment you gave Aunt Rosa. So I won't forgive you. Like I said, that wasn't me. I believe I gave them as much more peaceful death than the way she treated them. Shut the hell up. I'm not talking to you. It was stated that there was no more than 18 people on this island, and now that 8 people are already dead, we can narrow the field of suspects down to 10. One of them probably killed those 2. Or could it also be an accidental death? Like Maria was having a trauma, and when Aunt Rosa tried to stop her crying, she misjudged how much power she was using and accidentally killed her. Then she was so upset that she slipped and fell, landed on the fence, and unluckily died. How's that? That way there's no need for a witch or magic. Well, that's not quite true. Actually, Rosa and Maria... Shut up. Didn't I say I wasn't talking to you? You're an eyesore, so disappear. Oh no. You monster. Battler said that without rage, but with a horribly cold voice. That strange behavior was something Bieto had noticed right off the bat. In a fight, both of them could go at each other without restraint. However, he wouldn't even step into the ring. She could feel the coldness. Right? Bieto's so sad. Let's see. Mom and Dad fighting? Huh? Bieto didn't find that amusing. She thought about flaring up, but she held back. Maybe even though she was innocent and childish, she had enough sense to realize that she shouldn't pick fights. Is that so? Then I'll vanish. Ronove, continue for me. Certainly. Will that be satisfactory, Butler-sama? Mito just... Damn, he really hates me now, right? Poor Bieto. There are no problems with her proposal. If Battler-kun doesn't want to see Bieto's face, perhaps that will do. Do what you like. If I can live without seeing that monstrous face, I don't care about anything else. Man! Hey, wait a second. You keep saying monster, but is that a cruel way to speak of me? Why do you instinctively hate me so much, Battler? Even though none of that was me, even though it was all the work of my disciple. It's not like I'm only mad about what happened just now. It's been like that from the very beginning. Hey, Battler, don't misunderstand, okay? Aren't you just a pair of players confronting each other through a game? We look for moves to make things painful for each other, but... Don't get the wrong idea. I don't hate you because you're my rival in this strange game about whether I accept you as a witch or not. I just can't forgive how senselessly cruel you are. Oh no. Enemies to lovers be like, right? Absolutely. just Beato is a little bit farther on the path down there than Battler is, so it's just like, oh man. This is the same issue I had with Bakugo. Irredeemable characters trying to be redeemed. Yeah. Well, serial murders are part of this game. It's probably impossible to avoid a little cruelty. I'm not just talking about what just happened. There was the last time, and the time before that too. Tearing everyone's stomach open and stuffing them with sweets, plowing their faces. What was the point of all that? That's... well... oh yeah, with Endeavor, it's just like, why are you trying to redeem this terrible man's? When it comes to closed room murders and tricks and alibis, I'm willing to give you a pass. You want to claim that this is a murder done by magic, so I'll grudgingly accept that those complicated crimes need to occur. But what exactly is the point of all those grotesque murders? Well, nothing much. That's right. They don't mean anything. Just fooling around by mangling the corpses for fun. It has nothing to do with whether you're a witch or whether it could or couldn't be done with magic. You're just exploring the depths of cruelty for fun. This isn't about whether you're a witch or anything like that. There are just some things I can't forgive as a human. What do you mean, as a human? For example, the 6 people of the first Twilight for this game, well, other than Grandfather being turned black, or burned black, rather, the other corpses were killed in a normal way, without any unnecessary shaming of the dead. It wasn't clear whether the weapon was a spear or a gun, but anyway, as far as the killing goes, that was acceptable. Except Toga. Toga can be redeemed.
Alright, she's just in love.
It was much better than the nonsensical grotesqueness and cruelty from the first Twilight last time, or the time before that. And this time, they were 6 closed rooms tied together to make a closed room chain. That was sort of interesting. When we were going back and forth with each other that time, to be perfectly honest, I thought it was just a little fun. You were frantic to make me accept your existence, and I was frantic to try to deny it. We were both frantically doing all we could. This may sound weird, but I felt a faint sense of sportsmanship between the two of us. We exist in conflict, but I faintly thought we might not be completely unable to understand each other's existence. But just now, that feeling was blown away without a trace. That's what you're misunderstanding. That wasn't me. That's not it. That's not what I'm talking about. You watched Aunt Rosa being killed horribly over and over, and you sneered at it like it was an interesting show. When I saw that, I was deeply disappointed in you. When I realized that your decision to kill them in a slightly better way this time was nothing more than a faint whim, and that nothing had changed in your cruel character, I was deeply disappointed. On the contrary, you were even genuinely enjoying those brutal deaths. You weren't just acting as cruel as you could to bully me. You truly, genuinely enjoy cruelty. Your character lets you enjoy it. You said I'd probably think that Aunt Ava being brutally killed over and over was fun. You weren't joking. You enjoyed it from the bottom of your heart, wanted me to sympathize, and said that I'd probably think it was fun. In that instant, I lost respect for you and realized the truth. The problem isn't whether you're a witch or not. I will not forgive that cruelty of yours. And I can't understand it. Can't forgive it either. Still, we'll continue this game of whether to accept or deny witches. I won't step down and accept my own defeat. However, your pointless cruelty is absolutely unnecessary for that game, so I've decided that I won't accept you as my opponent. Ronove is 100 times better. He doesn't have the same cruel hobby as you do. Even if he does, he doesn't have the awful taste to show it in front of me. That's right. You have awful taste. You're heartless and cruel, so you can't understand. It's unpleasant in an opponent, so I don't want to see your face again. As Battler went on and on by himself, Beato was shocked into silence for a long time. Maybe she couldn't understand what she was being told, and this was a sign that she was doing all that she could in an effort to understand. For a while, she kept switching between angry expressions, frustrated expressions, bold expressions, as though even she herself didn't know what attitude she should take. In the end, she made her face into a candid expression, as though she had come to her senses, and shrugged her shoulders as though she was tired. In that case, do as you like. From now on, I will continue this game through Ronove. You have no complaints as long as I don't show myself, right? For the time being. But I definitely won't forgive all your cruel actions up until now, and I definitely won't accept you. For that reason as well, I won't back down from this fight you've picked, and I definitely won't lose. That's all there is to it. Beato, no matter how many more excuses you give, his impression will not waver. I have something to talk about later. Until then, stay back. Indeed. Understood. Then I'll vanish until you call. Man. Poor Beato. Looking lonely, Beato turned her back to them and vanished. Battler watched, a slightly displeased expression on his face. He thought his argument had been valid, but for some reason his mood didn't clear up. She's an idiot. And that's true. An idiot and a straightforward one. That idiot watched Aunt Rosa get killed horribly with me, and then turned around with a huge smile on her face. She really believed that she could laugh at me at that cruel show. She really believed that I could sympathize with that emotion. Looking at that innocent smile, I felt just horrible. It would have been much better if she said it with her normal bullying face. Damn it. Milady has never had the experience of having a friend. In addition, she has probably never had something spoken to her that strongly. Madame and I are her attendants. No matter what we say, it will not reach her ears. For Milady, this is also... Don't screw with me. I don't remember ever becoming her friend. It's true enough. My apologies. Have I got some PB&Js? Want one?
Sure. I'll have a slice.
Or... You don't really have a slice of a sandwich, do you? Ah, no! This is what I get. Just talking about a sandwich like it's a pizza. Okay. Ah! You fell for it? No! How dare you?
How dare you? How dare you? At least you get to see my wiggly tail. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
There is one thing I would like to thank you for. Thank you for not backing down from that child's game. She spoke words of gratitude, but for some reason Battler made a displeased face. Then, as though in self-derision, he chuckled. Now that I've even got witches and demons thanking me, I'm screwed. Let's resume the game. Of course, I don't intend to go easy on you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Unlike Milady, I do not get agitated. I've already made my move. If we suppose that Aunt Rosa is the culprit and died in an accident, I can deny the witch. I don't want to suspect Aunt Rosa, but I think I can bear to accept that premise if I'll beat the hell out of Beato. I will deny it in red. Rosa and Maria's deaths were homicides. Okay. Well, let's start from there. Damn, I'm just not getting fired up. Man. Now he's just like, man, I talked down to her, but now I'm mad that she's mad at me. Now I'm sad that she's sad at me, rather. With Rosa and Maria's deaths, it was now clear that the culprit was still hiding somewhere, trying to add even more murders to this chain. As he shed tears, Rudolph scolded Rosa's corpse for being reckless several times, but Rosa would never respond to that again. Until the next episode. They decided to place the two corpses in one of the guest rooms and to seal it until the police arrived. The murder of the second Twilight has delivered a heavy blow to everyone. It had blown away the optimism that some of them had held. The thought that a crime didn't actually occur and that it was all a game or a farce by Kinzo and the servants. Man. I f***ing hate this, Maria. You deserve this. Goodness, it wasn't even Beato that did that. She gave her a kind, soft death. Trying to distract themselves from the loss of the people they liked, George and Jessica had spent the whole time since morning talking about every possibility. And they had distracted their hearts by supposing that those murders might actually have all been an act, and that Shannon and Cannon were only pretending to be dead. When the next murder occurred, it destroyed that thought, and they were once again struck by the fact that the person they liked had most definitely been killed. The tears that they thought had died away began to drip down once more, and Battler couldn't think of anything to say to them. After that, all of the adults checked that all of the rooms were safe and locked, just in case. They made certain that the shutters on all of the windows were down and locked, and they confirmed that no one suspicious was hiding anywhere. On top of that, they checked their weapons once again, and checked with each other to make sure that they were mentally prepared, so that they wouldn't hesitate to fire off a preemptive shot if they saw the shadow of a mysterious person. Aunt Rosa's gun had been found near the scene of the crime. Someone had gone out of their way to leave it there, so everyone suspected that it was some kind of trap, but when Hideyoshi delicately used the fire iron to fire off test shots, it was able to discharge without incident. Okay, how many test shots are you gonna fire, sir? So, since the 5 shots loaded into it had been discharged without any problems, they reloaded it with bullets and handed it over to the only adult male who wasn't armed, Hideyoshi. However, the fact that it had been able to fire off 5 shots gave rise to a certain paranoia. This short barrel Winchester could only hold 5 shots. In other words, Rosa hadn't fired even once. And yet, the 2 had probably been killed by someone with their bare hands. This meant there was a possibility that the crime had been committed by someone whose face they knew. Ooh. I mean, they did know it, but now they're gonna be like, ooh, who did it? Who did it? We were all in this building. When the first murder occurred, I privately thought of the possibility that it was all an act. My apologies to Dr. Nanjo, but if he had actually been an accomplice, I thought the deaths of all the servants might possibly have been a massive, elaborate act by Father. After all, the closed room situation they were in couldn't have been created unless we suppose that it was all an act. We also suspected that. No, I still want to believe that's the case. My apologies, but that is not so. I am quite old. I couldn't have done that. I am old. Old people cannot murder. That's impossible. I might possibly make a misdiagnosis. However, I would never mistake whether they were alive or dead. I get it. Don't go out of your way to say it out loud, Dr. Nanjo. My apologies. They had no way of knowing, but Beato had already used the red to proclaim the deaths of the 6. No, the deaths of all the victims so far in this game. The faint dream that it was all a farce, that the victims were actually alive. And I'm sorry to say it, but that's impossible. In that case, it makes more sense to assume that it's someone familiar with the mansion. Someone hiding around and carrying out a really well-polished crime. So, ever since the typhoon came to this island and sealed it off from the outside world, there's been more than 18 people here. Of course, there was no way for them to know about that either. That claim of Rudolph's has also been denied and read. There was no more than 18 humans on this island. I might have a way to look at it that keeps things consistent, at least a little. Simply put, this person in hiding is someone who shouldn't really be on this island right now. Sorry, I was hearing noises in the background. And yet, there's a likelihood that they were someone Rosa-san knew, someone she'd let her guard down around. So, for example, could it be a servant who wasn't on this 2-day shift? It's hard to be certain about that one. When our servants finish their work and leave the island, it isn't as though we punch their ticket or something to make sure. If we're supposing that a servant on the shift for a few days ago only pretended to leave the island and actually stayed here, it would be hard to deny. That's just me, I'm playing with your Miku figures. No, not my Mikus! I don't think Rosa-san is such a fool. If a servant who wasn't supposed to be here popped up in front of you, who wouldn't be on their guards? I'm not even sure we should be assuming that it was someone she recognized. Maybe they suddenly attacked Rosa from the darkness and were about to steal her gun. Then Rosa fell, hit her head against the fence, and stopped moving. The guest house was nearby, and they wanted to avoid the sound of gunfire, so they killed Maria-chan with their bare hands. There's also that possibility. Still, even if that was the case, would they really intentionally leave Rosa's gun at the scene of the crime? We don't know what the culprit is armed with, but they've got to feel insecure about our guns. Wasn't that a perfect chance for them to thin out our supply? Why would they intentionally leave it at the scene of the crime? At first, I thought that the gun was a trap. That's what chessboard thinking says it should be. By purposely leaving it, they wanted to make one of us touch it. And they must have wanted to make us pull the trigger. I was sure that something dangerous had been done to make it explode and cause massive injuries. But it was actually okay. The culprit probably panicked. I look very weird holding this gun. I'll bet that right now they're regretting that they missed their chance to steal a gun. I don't like it. It ticks me off. It's like a message from the witch saying that she isn't even scared of guns. However, in any event, this is truly a fearsome opponent. Even at a glance, they should have been able to tell that Rosa had a gun. To think that they attacked her despite that. The fact that they are unafraid of guns should not be taken lightly. Indeed. It's as Natsuhi says. We should probably be even more cautious than we have been. Sorry, my mind is just being like, man, Psycho probably like 3 of my Miku figures since 3 of them have pumpkins. My little Halloween Mikus. They're all so cute. This is just for peace of mind, but at the time we think Rosa-san was attacked outside, where was everyone? Natsuhi and I were here, along with Rudolph and Krea-san. I can guarantee their alibis. Thinking of me? Well, I mean, because you were like, it's me. I'm playing with your Miku figures. And now it's just like, yeah, I got 3 figures with pumpkins, so you'd like those. I don't know if I have, I think it's just, oh wait, I have some Toho ones with pumpkins too, so you might like those as well. I think that is it in terms of pumpkins. Yeah. So I have 5 figures that you might like. If and I were together, I can guarantee that. George, Aniki, Jessica, and I were together. When Aunt Rosa yelled at us to return to the 2nd floor, we retraced our steps back to the cousin room, all dejected. So happy. You're so happy you're looking the screen, just That was probably a little silly. Back then, if we hadn't let Maria go, saying that isn't going to change anything. Dr. Nanjo, I was reading a book in the room on the 2nd floor. I was by myself, so no one can verify my alibi, but I believe everyone saw me return to the 2nd floor with the children. Once I say this, it'll never end. But what if you jumped out of the window, attacked Rosa, then climbed back up using the rain gutter or something? Don't be absurd. I'm old. How can I perform a feat such as jumping down the 2nd story or climbing up with this old body? Let us stop suspecting each other. It's more important that we trust each other and, for the children's sake as well, defend this place until the very end. You're right. It's like Natsuhi-san says. For now, let's stop suspecting each other. That's right. We may be useless as far as searching for the culprit is concerned. We can also stay alive until tomorrow, inform the police, and follow their instructions, because the police will definitely expose who the culprit is. What is it, Ava? Is your body still feeling bad? Mother, what's wrong? Are you okay? Sorry, it looks like my fever is still strong. I'll be fine, so leave me alone. When they looked, they saw Ava staring at the floor, her breathing harsh again. She had been able to act firm for the time, due to the urgency of this situation, but it seemed her body wasn't at its best after all.
Yeah, I killed those 2. Now we're the only ones who know about the gold. I won't give up even a scrap of to the other siblings. What have you done? There's so much of that gold, right? Giving Rosa and the others their share wouldn't have been a problem at all, right? It would. That gold is to be passed on only to the head of the Ushinomiya family. That's because it, as a whole, represents no more or less than the honor of the head. To conclude that even a tiny bit is definitely not something that I, the new Golden Witch Beatrice, will permit.
Do you plan to continue these murders according to the witch's epitaph? Do you actually plan to become a murderer 5 more times?
Yeah. If I don't finish that annoying ceremony, it seems my power as a witch won't become complete.
Hey, me.
The power of the witch is really awesome. It really can make all the crazy things we imagine become a reality. The power to make dreams more than just dreams. Now that I've learned about this power, I can no longer stop being a witch. If I can finish the ceremony and make my power complete, I'm sure I'll be able to teach you that feeling too.
An Evatrice?
Oh gosh. I still haven't landed quite on the voice for her. I guess I'm sticking with this, but I guess we'll do a little ada.
Since I'm not confident in the voice, I'm not.
Ada.
You have to make her sound like she's like super confident.
Stop acting like a fool. Haven't you played at being a witch enough?
And you look so scared. Just... Haven't you played at being a witch enough? We found the gold, and we've even been promised the position of the successor. We'll probably need to tightrope walk just a bit, but by now, it's a dream that will definitely come true. Beyond that, what more could you wish for?
I wanted to become a witch. I don't give a damn about that dream. That's right. Because I kept holding on to that dream I lived at this age forever. When you became an adult, you threw that dream away. No matter how long you wait, the rabbit holding a clock won't visit you, and you won't be able to meet Humpty Dumpty. Of course, you definitely won't be invited to Land of Cards, because you gave up and accepted that all. You became an adult. So you don't want to become a witch or anything like that anymore. You've even forgotten that it truly was your own dream at one point.
Anyway, stop it. I've already gotten my hands on 2 dreams. The gold and the position of head. That's more than enough. So please, your dream has nothing to do with me. Stand down.
No way! Magic's too interesting. Also, those 2 dreams of yours both came true because of my magic. It wouldn't be fair if my dream wouldn't come true too.
I'm grateful for your magic, and I acknowledge that you're a real witch. So just stand down and return to the inside of my heart, and never appear again.
No way! We're both misunderstanding each other, aren't we? That's right. I am not you anymore. You are Ushidomiya Eva. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. So, it's not my responsibility to go back inside your heart. I guess I feel like a butterfly who's broken out of their cocoon, meaning you.
It's the fever. It's making my mind cloudy.
My inexperience with magical powers is forcing me support it with your vitality.
Man, I feel like there's a lot of like little typos in this little part.
Until I finish the ceremony and become a full witch, you might have to bear the burden. I'll take that as payment for making 2 of your dreams come true. It's fine. Don't worry, okay? For the remaining 5 sacrifices, I'll avoid your family. Let's see. Rudolph, Kide, Klaus, Nazi. After that, what about the old geezer Nanjo? Perfect! I'll kill those 5 people. Could you call this a murder announcement revealed only to you?
Eva finally crouched down. Hideyoshi rushed up to her and lent her his shoulder. Are you okay? Well, let's take it easy and rest. Are you alright? Dr. Nanjo, please take a look at Eva. When Nanjo and George tried to approach, Eva made a gesture to stop them. Thank you. I'm fine, Dr. Nanjo. I'm taking medicine. I apologize for saying this during such an extreme situation, but let me rest a little longer. Mom, I'll lend a hand too. Magic is so darn interesting. Then go explore the universe and still staying on this island, right? I mean, I guess she's like... Her thought process is like,
sadly I have to stay here and kill all these people and then I can go and see the world.
Something like that. Thank you. But I'll be fine as long as your father watches over me.
Go back to the second-story cousin room and don't come out no matter what. Understood? No matter what happens, you must not leave the guest house. Outside, that witch will... Ugh. Don't talk anymore. Sorry, everyone, but I'll be watching over Eva in our room. Tell us if something happens. Hideyoshi and Eva retreated to the lobby. However, Eva wasn't the only one who wasn't feeling good. They hadn't gotten a wink of sleep since the previous night and had been pressed by tension since that morning. They were mustering their energy to protect their families, but if they relaxed even a little, surely everyone would be down and out. But isn't the story translated from Japanese? That would make typos understandable. Yeah. Everything has gone as planned until now, but from here on out it will become difficult, you see? Difficult? Meaning... Indeed. Normally, as the ceremony progresses and the victims increase in number, they begin to tighten their guard. And in most cases, they hole up in one place and stop moving. That is extremely inconvenient for us. Are you saying that we witches are inferior to a bunch of humans in a group? Witches are never inferior to humans. However, perhaps you could say that times change, and that humans have gotten their hands on a poison. This wasn't a problem long ago when people believed in witches, but just like that annoyance battler, people in the current era deny magic on a fundamental level. In other words, their existence itself is anti-magical. As a result, at some point, they grew to possess a toxin inside their bodies that denies magic. In other words, you're saying that the more humans there are, the stronger that magic-resisting toxin gets, and the greater the disadvantages for us witches? Combined amount of power in their hearts that denies magic, in other words, their magic resistance power, becomes the denominator in the equation of your magic's power. Understand? Is that a bit too difficult for you? You're joking. Actually, I understand it easily. In other words, you're saying that the more people there are who don't believe in magic, and the stronger their will is, the more the effects of our magic are divided. Yeah, if it's so formulaic, I'll just have to rethink my method of attack. Voice fluctuations after his when they're not sure who's talking, right? just starting with one voice and then realizing, oh, it's this character. Oh, maybe it's this character. Who is this character? This is nobody. Especially if it's just like, I am Beatrice. Oh wait, no, this is this character. Fundamentally, magic possesses a vast power. It can even make a rain of fire fall from the heavens or divide a sea. Reviving a lost life isn't possible either. However, that power is extremely weak against the toxin that rejects it. And that toxin started piling up in humans since the time they forgot to respect things sacred. Until finally, this earth was covered with enough toxin that the miracles of magic could not be displayed. Thus, witches from across the world were chased from their dwellings. They had been forced to choose to throw away their magic and live as humans, or else live in hiding in remote areas where the toxin of humans didn't reach. Man, I can't believe witches work like fairies. In that sense, Rokkenjima, with its population of only a few dozen humans, was extremely favorable for witches, and even more favorable was the existence of the ghost story about the witch who lived in Rokkenjima Forest. In other words, by permeating the island with the fear that the witch might exist, the magic-resisting toxin from the humans has weakened. A small population and room for them to acknowledge magical beings. In other words, minds that were only weakly anti-magical. Only by existing in the valley where those two converged could a witch live in modern times. I'm sad I didn't type that out. We were thinking the same thing. It's okay. No worries. At least you had it in your heart. I see. So using this formula, we can arrive at several rules for how a witch can use her power effectively. The first is presentation. Create a murder scene that couldn't conceivably have been done by humans, decorated in an occult way. Make it look very much like a witch exists, and permeate people with fear to make them believe that witches exist. As a result, the anti-magic power and the denominator for our magic power will be decreased. I see. So this is why the creepy magic circles in the first Twilight were created? That's right, exactly. The gaudy scenes for the first Twilight in each game are all for that reason. That's definitely not as though I like being cruel or I'm doing this for fun. In
that case, Predecessor Sama, you failed this time around. You killed them in a very plain way. It doesn't look... I'm sounding like Maria now. It doesn't look like anything more than a simple mystery. I heard that last time and the time before that from Ronave. You should have damaged the corpses more grotesquely like you did then, making it look more like fantasy and instilling fear in those people.
About that, though I wouldn't be artful to do that every time, you see. Don't think too deeply in it, it's just a whim. Actually, it really had been her whim. After what Battler had said to her, she couldn't say it out loud anymore, but she really had decided her methods of killing based on mere whims. No, it would be better to say that she had half-heartedly let Ronave decide. After all, she left the closed rooms of this game first Twilight to him. But if she hadn't had a cruel idea, she would surely have explored the limits of atrocity even worse than in the previous game.
You told me to show some restraint when deciding Rosa and Maria's deaths too. But that wasn't a course of action beneficial to us witches either, was it? In actuality, by now, none of them believe one bit that a witch actually exists. They're totally sure that it's a mystery, not a fantasy. This turn of events is a failure from a witch perspective. For some reason, you keep doing things in a kinda lukewarm way, Predecessor Sama.
Like they say, things you learn when you're young will definitely help you out in the future. This is a test passed on by my predecessors to you. Take it on with respect. Beato tried to laugh heartily, but it was obviously the fake laugh of someone trying to cover something up. And the new witch shrugged with a sigh.
At this stage, it's probably too late to create a scene and reduce the anti-magic power. In that case, there's another move. Getting the humans to split up such work.
Indeed, it is probably the most effective way. The smaller the number of humans, the more the denominator shrinks. As a result, the magical power functions instantaneously. In other words, it all begins from one point. How to destroy this barricade situation, have them split up into smaller groups. However, they are already very cautious. The barricade won't be destroyed easily, right? Both the barricade in Kinzo's study 2 games ago and the barricade in the parlor last time were very stubborn. Furthermore, most of the cunning adults still remain this time. The situation is more difficult than all the ones before it, understand? If you wish, I could give you some special advice. In a closed circle, when the first murder case occurred, the survivors always hole up, gathering together to observe each other and ensure their safety. Funnily enough, not only do mystery authors and murder culprits worry about how to break that situation apart, but so do witches, who supposedly exist on the other end of the spectrum. For a while, the new witch poked her cheek with her pointer finger, and after acting as though she was planning something, she spoke.
No, I'm fine. After all, it is a test. I won't borrow your moves.
Really? Still, it would be rather difficult to defeat this barricade, right?
I've already made my move. I'm pretty sure it'll work. And it'll definitely work on someone smart.
Is that so? You really are excellent. I'm pleased to see that my disciple won't be causing me much trouble.
Motto is to study things myself before asking other people. Then, if you'd excuse me, I have to wait for my prey to get lured out.
Indeed. Well, then, handle it with care. As the new witch lowered her head, her face blank, she turned into gold butterflies and vanished. Beato didn't look happy at all. She seemed to be lonely because of how little she was being relied on. Not one of them gives a fig for me. You witch apprentice, acting so smart. I'll bet she makes some painful mistake and starts crying. Then, without a doubt, she'll finally realize my greatness and beg me to teach her. Until then, I shall watch from on high. She laughed loudly on the outside, but a laugh no one can hear is completely pointless. Beato gave up and quickly stopped laughing. Ronave chose that time to show himself. A flying flippant fig. Excuse me, milady. The game of the second Twilight with Battler-sama has ended. I see. Good work.
What was the result? My sincere apologies. I was forced to resign. By saying in red that both deaths were homicides, I made Butler-sama revise his claim of Rosa strangled Maria to death and then died in an accident, but I could not repel his chain of moves, placing Ava as the principal offender. Wasn't Ava sleeping in a room the whole time as Hideyoshi cared for her? He put forth the possibility that Hideyoshi was an accomplice, and that the two worked together to create an alibi.
And did Battler... Did Battler mention me? Did he mention me at all? Or did he just talk about those two? Did my name grace his gorgeous lips at any point? Gorgeous. I mean, soft. Look, man, she's just so cute. He even suspects Hideyoshi? Couldn't you have struck back by saying in red that he was in the guest room at the time of the murder? I also thought of that, but multiple important pieces might have been taken several moves later. And because this move might be connected to the new Beatrice-sama strategy, I acted out of respect to her. My apologies. Strategy, you say? Her mind does seem to be sharp. We can let her do as she pleases. It will be quite a show to see how far she can go. It was very cute at playing cute. I thought you would say that. I see that the uncuteness of your disciple has left you in a bad mood. That's none of your business. I wonder how that one plans to destroy this barricade going forward. I shall keep a close eye on her. Oh, and... how was Butler's mood? It appeared as though he had calmed himself down. He did say that he couldn't get fired up after all, without you as his opponent. Really? Well, that's no surprise at all. If I don't return for the fourth twilight and after Battler will probably be lonely himself. And with that, if you do excuse me, I need to go bake some delicious cookies. I must at least enliven the discussion between you and Battler-sama, my lady. Indeed, that guy really was munching your cookies, wasn't he? It's no surprise that a boy can eat so much. Make a lot of them. Certainly. I shall make enough cookies to bury the table. That's so great! Majima, don't you agree? Battler was sad that I left. She really do be a tsundere. That's so cute. What's going on? What did you want to talk about? Kide called Rudolph out into the corridor. It was obvious that she wanted to talk about something that she didn't want the others to hear. Yeah? I want to go outside. Eh? 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 What? What? Nani? What Kid-san doing? What Kid doing? Certainly, the body cannot last with nothing more than a small breakfast, but of course, we understand. Still, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker out. It's probably at its brightest now. It's the most convenient time. Only about an hour has passed since Rosa-san was attacked. This is simply too reckless. It's only natural that Natsuhi was yelling about recklessness. After all, Rudolph had said he was going to the mansion to get food. Ah, okay. Certainly at the top of their fatigue, their hunger was tormenting them. In the beginning, a mild level of hunger had been just what they needed to fight off drowsiness. However, it now just made their minds hazy since it was still only midday and their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. The thought of going into the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive. Kiryu-chan! I am opposed to this. It may be a little rough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place. Don't worry about us. It would pain my heart to keep the children hungry. I must be responsible as a parent. Dear, now that father is dead, you are the Ushinomiya family head. It's not permissible for you to take on such danger.
Just imagine, like, Ava heard that and it's just like, ha 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 ha. Like you just hear a soft laugh in the other room.
You're right. It's like Natsuhi-san says. Kras-san, you should remain here as our leader.
Then who will go to the mansion? I think it should be Kire and me, and Hideyoshi-san too. Hideyoshi-san and I have guns. They shouldn't be able to lay a hand on us that easily.
Rosa-san also has a gun, but had a gun, but she was attacked. Won't it be dangerous?
When I went out to check on Rosa and Maria-chan, I had a gun, but I was alone. And yet, I wasn't attacked. Maybe they'll be cautious if their opponent is a man.
We'll have 2 men, and even 2 guns. Those 2 will act as guards, and I'll transport our cargo using a cart. I believe the situation will be significantly different than it was for Rosa-san.
If you're counting on me, because I'm a man, I'd be happy to help. I may not look it, but I'm built up pretty strong for pushing food stands around. Leave the heavy lifting to me.
You men can devote yourselves to guarding. There's a folding cart in the servant room, and using that, I should be able to handle carrying the food. Of course, we'll be careful. And if we can succeed in this adventure just once, there won't be any need for us to take risks again. Is there any way I can get you to rethink this? It may be painful for everyone to deal with empty stomachs, but even so, we do not know what is happening outside now.
We'll take care. Neva's feeling pretty darn bad right now. We can't let her stay hungry. If her stomach's empty, she can't take her medicine. I have to go for Ava's sake as well. How is Ava? Looks like she's finally gotten to sleep. She has a high fever. If we just leave her be for a while, can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health. Understood. I'll give you permission to go outside. Then we'll take a little trip there and back. A speed contest. Canned food's okay, right? You at least have a can opener here, don't ya?
Yes, we have a can opener and a bottle opener. There's running water in the guest house, so we won't need anything to drink. We need to get 10 people's worth, so no being picky about what you get.
All right. Why don't we dash out and bring it back quickly? There's no time to open umbrellas. See you, Anaki. I'll trust you to look after this place. Take care. Under normal circumstances, I'd want to go out too. Being a man, I despise how this title of the oldest brother prevents me from leading a hand in an emergency like this. Hey kids, if you have medicine prescribed, unless it's otherwise stated by your doctor, never take the medicine on an empty stomach. Yeah. I think that goes even for things that you usually don't have to get prescribed, like if it's headache medicine or ibuprofen or stuff like that. Like, just have food with it. Eat something with it. I am speaking from experience. Do not take ibuprofen on an empty stomach. You will be very, very sick. Yeah. Yeah. You'll feel very, very sick if you take your medicine without any food. Unless, it's something that specifically you're not supposed to. But I feel like majority of them you have to kind of take food with it. It's about the only time we get to show off. Sit back and take it easy every once in a while, Anaki. Okay, Natsuhi-san. Wait here and get some towels ready or something. We aren't using umbrellas, so we'll be soaked to the bone when we get back.
Understood. Take care.
Rudolph, Krie, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Concentrating on a stream for 6 hours is hard, brain tired. Oh no! Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds were much stronger. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns in a folded cart. If everything had been still and quiet, without the wind and the rain, they would probably have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in this rain, even if some suspicious person was waiting nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. If there was a chance that their opponent was equipped with a gun, then walking slowly with their guard up would only make them targets. Taking swift action was probably the correct choice. Rose garden. Feels like we're just asking to be attacked. Please, let nobody come out of there. Just imagine nobody shows up. Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa and Maria's death had not been caused by a projectile weapon. However, it was easy to suspect that the servants had been killed in such a manner. Will they come flying out of the dark? Or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance of the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief. No problems for the first step, unlike how it was for Rosa-san. Maybe they can't get their hands on us easily. I'd like to believe that. Kire, unlock the door while we keep a lookout. Sure. Returning home to the mansion with a pair of SPs makes me feel just like an executive. If we have a welcoming party of servants with a red carpet, it'd be perfect. A welcoming party, huh? You never know. Be careful. As the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kire unlocked the entrance with the master key she had been given. It's open. Hideyoshi-san, could you take the front? I'll keep an eye on the rear. Understood. Kire-san, try not to move from my shadow. Okay, let's break in. Rear guard. Roger that. Covering. Oh, men. Even in a situation like this, you're just playing around, aren't you? Give it up. That's how men are. Seriously, though, the stench is awful. It felt like the air in the mansion was stagnant with a gloomy silence, and on top of that, it was still thick with the stench of Kinzo's burnt corpse from the boiler room, and they were stuck in an uncomfortable desire to leave the mansion. No problems in the front. Just a short dash to the kitchen. Let's finish this quickly and head home. This suit will get fumigated with Dad's stench. 3 of them dashed toward the kitchen. Man, I feel bad. We're probably gonna have to, like, end in the middle of a scene. Well, I guess everybody's they're gonna be hungry. And after they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch appeared there.
They were lured out just as planned. Just as planned, they've got caught in my trap.
The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable their food had grown. What? Their hunger had grown. It hadn't even been a few hours since Rosa and Maria had been attacked and had lost their lives. In that case, why had they needed to recklessly leave the guest house? Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic.
What reckless people. They'll never leave this mansion alive. Seal yourself, Locke. Seal yourself, mansion.
The instant she proclaimed that, the mansion was sealed off into a separate world. Unless her barrier was undone, no longer would anyone be able to exit this mansion or enter it. Spectacular. To think that even though barely half a day has passed since you succeeded the Endless Witch, you can use magic this well. That talent surprises me. It's almost as though you were born a witch.
Well, I have been a witch since the time of my birth. Who taught you how to blink? That's what using magic is like for me.
What a fearsome person. The witch's face twisted with brutality. She just couldn't help looking forward to toying with someone's life again.
Well then. First up is Rudolph and Kire, but in what cruel way should I kill them?
If you don't mind me saying, your predecessor Sama has left instructions that you are to restrain yourself from committing murders of unnecessary cruelty. And there is an etiquette for offering the sacrifices from the 4th twilight onwards. For now, you must borrow the power of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory.
Oh, really? Now that you mention it, that's right. I can only play as I like with the 2nd twilight. Boring. Just when I thought I could play to my heart's content like I did with Rosa. But that only counts for how they're killed in the end, right?
Meaning?
I could just kill them however I want over and over and revive them. And then follow the epitaph during the last time I kill them, right? So in the end, no matter how I play, it isn't a problem. Who'd act well behaved with an entertaining power like this?
Her absurd argument was, for an Endless Witch, an extremely valid one. The etiquette that controlled the manner of killing the sacrifices of the 4th twilight and onward was represented by lines like gouge the head, However, that referred to the way those people died in the end. In other words, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. She just had to keep on reviving them and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Though Ronove felt that her innocent cruelty was part of her talent as a witch, he was beginning to notice an innately brutal side of her. They do say that apprentices are the most brutal of witches, and now I see this may be true. Do as you wish, is what I would like to say, but here it may actually be wiser to show restraint. They have guns. Weapons with a high anti-magic power, such as guns, are the natural enemies of witches and demons, except it didn't fell Beatrice-sama in the first thing. Where, what's her name tried to shoot her and ended up shooting herself. That's because everybody else was dead. The witch stared blankly at this demon butler, who was surprisingly afraid of guns.
That can't be right. Shouldn't witches be able to take a shot from a bullet easily?
No. It would be just as a fatal wound for a witch as it would be for a normal human. To prevent that weak point from being noticed, most witches rigorously strengthen their guard with a defense that of protective barriers and furniture.
Do I have any of those protective barrier things?
Constructing a barrier to make even gun bullets ineffective requires much in the way of preparation and ceremonies. Ah, okay. I'm afraid to say that Beatrice-sama currently has none of those. Furthermore, you are currently ill-prepared to summon furniture strong enough to block a bullet.
So even though I've become a great witch with this much magical power, I really do have to be afraid of lead bullets? It's annoying, but I don't have a choice. So in that case, should I call some furniture to act as my arms and legs?
Yes. Leaving everything to your servants while not exposing yourself to danger is also a part of a witch's refined tastes. Beatrice-sama, leave this to the furniture and hide in a safe place.
I get it.
Wait, is the emote wall off?
Is it? What the heck? What the heck? Why is everything broken?
Maybe I... Because where is it? Maybe I'll refresh that. Did I do anything? Yay! I don't know why it's not doing it in VTube Studio. And why is everything broken today?
I get it. I call on the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I don't care who, any two.
Leviathan and Bethelgor responded to that call.
Leviathan of Envy, right here. Bethelgor of Sloth, right here. Show me your power. Your targets are Rudolph and Claire. Don't attack Hideyoshi. Come on, show me just how cruel you can be, furniture.
My apologies, but we've received order from the predecessor-sama to refrain from unnecessarily cruel actions.
But I think the predecessor-sama's orders does give us some leeway to tease them. Do you still want to go through with it? I get it. I compromise. Don't let them die easily. Thoroughly corner them and let them taste the fear of death before killing them. Will that be okay, Ronove?
Yes, depending on the degree, I do not believe there will be a problem.
Then, go!
Yes, leave it to us! Your opponents are armed with guns. For those such as you, dodging them should be easy, but if you are hit, the wound will be fatal. Proceed with an appropriate level of caution.
Don't worry, we aren't that incompetent.
The two sisters of Purgatory vanished. Ronove bowed and vanished himself.
There are even rules on how to kill them. Why do I have to be constrained by my predecessor-sama? It's so rigid and boring.
As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hung on the wall, she cursed. I will say, this seems like a good spot to end. It is a few minutes early. Yeah, it's probably gonna get very, very hectic I feel like if we continue from here, it's gonna keep going for like for like half an hour at least. So I think it's a good time to go over to the just chatting screen where, hello? Why didn't it work? Anyway, the just chatting screen. And then we'll find somebody to raid. Man, I am not used to this stream deck. Isn't there anything early? You'll need to get... Ah, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Also, like, I feel like my throat is sore from doing all these voices. But yeah, so we're gonna see a lot of, we're gonna see some Moira next time. Sipped into the valley for a second there. Did I? I don't know, because that voice is kind of fun to do. Okay, let's see. What do we... Have we rated Moki? I know Moki's rated us a few times. I don't know if we've rated Moki. I think we're gonna raid Moki today. Yeah, we have? Have we? I feel like it's been a while. We don't raid Moki too often, because I think usually Moki is like not streaming by the time we're ready to raid. So let's see, Magic Moki, and hopefully people don't get lost this time. Okay, let's see. What should we do as a message? I'm like stalling a little bit because since we're ending a little early. Let's see. What should we do? I want to have it refer to like the witches. Because we got a new endless witch. Maybe we'll just do endless witch raid. And then we will do the cry. Okay, so we'll get that started, and then we'll get that unnecessary cruelty raid right. My goodness. Okay, hopefully people don't get lost in this raid this time. I don't know what was up with it on Wednesday, but
thank you everybody for showing up today, for lurking, for vibing. I think, let's see, we're saying people A's. But yeah, the next stream I think is Wednesday. I think sadly next week I only have one day that I can stream. But we're gonna the next week, the week after next week, we'll have a lot of days to stream. I may or may not stream all 5 days. I don't know. It might be like a little test to see what I can do, how much energy I can have. Should make it a special day, maybe. Well, I still want to play Umineko. So like I don't know. But we'll figure out what we're gonna do. More than likely we're just gonna be continuing Umineko because I like it, but like I don't know. We'll figure out something. Anyways, thank you for showing up. Hopefully you guys don't get lost in the raid. Bye-bye. 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 See you next week. Bye-bye. Hopefully none of you got lost. Bye-bye.